Introduction. The greatest of English dramatists except Shakespeare, the first literary dictator and poet laureate, a writer of verse, prose, satire, and criticism who most potently of all the men of his time affected the subsequent course of English letters. Such was Ben Jonson, and as such his strong personality assumes an interest to us almost unparalleled, at least in his age. Ben Jonson came of the stock that was centuries after to give to the world Thomas Carlyle. For Jonson's grandfather was of Annandale, over the Solway, whence he migrated to England. Jonson's father lost his estate under Queen Mary, having been cast into prison and forfeited. He entered the church, but died a month before his illustrious son was born, leaving his widow and child in poverty. Jonson's birthplace was Westminster, and the time of his birth early in 1573. He was thus nearly 10 years Shakespeare's junior, and less well off, if a trifle better born. But Jonson did not profit even by this slight advantage. His mother married beneath her, a wright or bricklayer, and Jonson was for a time apprenticed to the trade. As a youth, he attracted the attention of the famous antiquary, William Camden, then usher at Westminster School, and there the poet laid the solid foundations of his classical learning. Jonson always held Camden in veneration, acknowledging that to him he owed all that I am in arts, all that I know, and dedicating his first dramatic success, Every Man in His Humor, to him. It is doubtful whether Jonson ever went to either university, though Fuller says that he was statutably admitted into St. John's College, Cambridge. He tells us that he took no degree, but was later Master of Arts in both the universities by their favor, not his study. When a mere youth, Jonson enlisted as a soldier, trailing his pike in Flanders in the protracted wars of William the Silent against the Spanish. Jonson was a large and raw-boned lad. He became, by his own account, in time exceedingly bulky. In chat with his friend William Drummond of Hawthornden, Jonson told how, in his service in the Low Countries he had, in the face of both the camps, killed an enemy and taken opima spolia from him, and how, since his coming to England being appealed to the fields, he had killed his adversary which had hurt him in the arm and whose sword was 10 inches longer than his. Jonson's reach may have made up for the lack of his sword. Certainly his prowess lost nothing in the telling. Obviously Jonson was brave, combative, and not averse to talking of himself and his doings. In 1592, Jonson returned from abroad penniless. Soon after he married, almost as early and quite as imprudently as Shakespeare. He told Drummond curtly that his wife was a shrew, yet honest. For some years he lived apart from her in the household of Lord Albany. Yet two touching epitaphs among Jonson's epigrams, On My First Daughter and On My First Son, attest the warmth of the poet's family affections. The daughter died in infancy, the son of the plague. Another son grew up to manhood, little credit to his father whom he survived. We know nothing beyond this of Jonson's domestic life. How soon Jonson drifted into what we now call grandly, the theatrical profession, we do not know. In 1593, Marlowe made his tragic exit from life, and Greene, Shakespeare's other rival on the popular stage, had preceded Marlowe in an equally miserable death the year before. Shakespeare already had the running to himself. Jonson appears first in the employment of Philip Henslowe, the exploiter of several troupes of players, manager, and father-in-law of the famous actor, Edward Allen. From entries in Henslowe's diary, a species of theatrical account book which has been handed down to us, we know that Jonson was connected with the Admiral's men, for he borrowed £4 of Henslowe, July 28, 1597, paying back threes. 90. On the same day on account of his share, in what is not altogether clear, while later, on December 3 of the same year, Henslowe advanced 20s. To him, upon a book which he showed the plot unto the company which he promised to deliver unto the company at Christmas next. In the next August, Jonson was in collaboration with Chettle and Porter in a play called Hot Anger Soon Cold. All this points to an association with Henslowe of some duration, as no mere tyro would be thus paid in advance upon mere promise. From allusions in Decker's play, Satyromastix, it appears that Jonson, like Shakespeare, began life as an actor, and that he ambled in a leather pitch by a play wagon, taking at one time the part of Hieronimo in Kyd's famous play, The Spanish Tragedy. By the beginning of 1598, Johnson, though still in needy circumstances, had begun to receive recognition. Francis Merswell, known for his comparative discourse of our English poets with the Greek, Latin, and Italian poets, printed in 1598, and for his mention therein of a dozen plays of Shakespeare by title accords to Ben Jonson a place as one of our best in tragedy. A matter of some surprise, as no known tragedy of Jonson from so early a date has come down to us. That Jonson was at work on tragedy, however, is proved by the entries in Henslowe of at least 3 tragedies, now lost, in which he had a hand. These are Page of Plymouth, King Robert II, of Scotland, and Richard Crookback. But all of these came later, on his return to Henslowe, and range from August 1599 to June 1602. Returning to the autumn of 1598, an event now happened to sever, for a time, Jonson's relations with Henslowe. In a letter to Allen, dated September 26 of that year, Henslowe writes, "I have lost one of my company that hurteth me greatly. That is Gabriel, for he is slain in Hogston Fields by the hands of Benjamin Jonson, bricklayer." The last word is perhaps Henslowe's thrust at Jonson in his displeasure, rather than a designation of his actual continuance at his trade up to this time. It is fair to Jonson to remark, however, that his adversary appears to have been a notorious fire-eater who had shortly before killed one Feake in a similar squabble. Dueling was a frequent occurrence of the time among gentlemen and the nobility. It was an impudent breach of the peace on the part of a player. This duel is the one which Jonson described years after to Drummond, and for it Jonson was duly arraigned at Old Bailey, tried, and convicted. He was sent to prison, and such goods and chattels as he had were forfeited. It is thought to give one pause that, but for the ancient law permitting convicted felons to plead, as it was called, the benefit of clergy, Jonson might have been hanged for this deed. The circumstance that the poet could read and write saved him, and he received only a brand of the letter T, for Tyburn, on his left thumb. While in jail, Jonson became a Roman Catholic, but he returned to the faith of the Church of England a dozen years later. On his release, in disgrace with Henslowe and his former associates, Jonson offered his services as a playwright to Henslowe's rivals, the Lord Chamberlain's Company, in which Shakespeare was a prominent shareholder. A tradition of long standing, though not susceptible of proof in a court of law, narrates that Jonson had submitted the manuscript of Every Man in His Humour to the Chamberlain's men and had received from the company a refusal, that Shakespeare called him back, read the play himself, and at once accepted it. Whether this story is true or not, certain it is that Every Man in His Humour was accepted by Shakespeare's company and acted for the first time in 1598, with Shakespeare taking a part. The evidence of this is contained in the list of actors prefixed to the comedy in the folio of Jonson's works, 1616. But it is a mistake to infer, because Shakespeare's name stands first in the list of actors and the elder Nawell first in the Dramatis Personae, that Shakespeare took that particular part. The order of a list of Elizabethan players was generally that of their importance or priority as shareholders in the company, and seldom, if ever, corresponded to the list of characters. Every Man in His Humour was an immediate success, and with it Jonson's reputation as one of the leading dramatists of his time was established once and for all. This could have been by no means Jonson's earliest comedy, and we have just learned that he was already reputed one of our best in tragedy. Indeed, one of Jonson's extant comedies, The Case is Altered, but one never claimed by him or published as his, must certainly have preceded Every Man in His Humour on the stage. The former play may be described as a comedy modeled on the Latin plays of Plautus. It combines, in fact, situations derived from the Captivy and the aulularia of that dramatist. But the pretty story of the beggar maiden, Rachel, and her suitors, Jonson found, not among the classics, but in the ideals of romantic love which Shakespeare had already popularized on the stage. Jonson never again produced so fresh and lovable a feminine personage as Rachel, although in other respects, The Case is Altered is not a conspicuous play, and, save for the satirizing of Antony Munday in the person of Antonio Balladino and Gabriel Harvey as well, is perhaps the least characteristic of the comedies of Jonson. Every Man in His Humour, probably first acted late in the summer of 1598, and at the curtain is commonly regarded as an epoch-making play, and this view is not unjustified. As to plot, it tells little more than how an intercepted letter enabled a father to follow his supposedly studious son to London, and there observe his life with the gallants of the time. The real quality of this comedy is in its personages and in the theory upon which they are conceived. Ben Jonson had theories about poetry and the drama, and he was neither chary in talking of them nor in experimenting with them in his plays. This makes Jonson, like Dryden in his time and Wordsworth much later, an author to reckon with, particularly when we remember that many of Jonson's notions came for a time definitely to prevail and to modify the whole trend of English poetry. First of all, Jonson was a classicist. That is, he believed in restraint and precedent in art, in opposition to the prevalent ungoverned and irresponsible Renaissance spirit. Jonson believed that there was a professional way of doing things which might be reached by a study of the best examples, and he found these examples for the most part among the ancients. To confine our attention to the drama, Jonson objected to the amateurishness and haphazard nature of many contemporary plays, and set himself to do something different. And the first and most striking thing that he evolved was his conception and practice of the comedy of humors. As Jonson has been much misrepresented in this matter, let us quote his own words as to humor. A humor, according to Jonson, was a bias of disposition, a warp, so to speak, in character by which some one peculiar quality doth so possess a man, that it doth draw all his affects, his spirits, and his powers in their confluxions, all to run one way. But continuing, Jonson is careful to add, but that a rook by wearing a pied feather, the cable hat band, or the three-piled ruff, a yard of shoe tie, or the Switzer's knot on his French garters should affect a humor. Oh, it is more than most ridiculous. Jonson's comedy of humors, in a word, conceived of stage personages on the basis of a ruling trait or passion, a notable simplification of actual life, be it observed in passing, and, placing these typified traits in juxtaposition in their conflict and contrast, struck the spark of comedy. Downright, as his name indicates, is a plain squire. Bobadil's humor is that of the braggart who is incidentally, and with delightfully comic effect, a coward. Brainworm's humor is the finding out of things to the end of fooling everybody. Of course he is fooled in the end himself. But it was not Jonson's theories alone that made the success of every man in his humor. The play is admirably written, and each character is vividly conceived, and with a firm touch based on observation of the men of the London of the day. Jonson was neither in this, his first great comedy, nor in any other play that he wrote, a supine classicist, urging that English drama return to a slavish adherence to classical conditions. He says as to the laws of the old comedy, meaning by laws, such matters as the unities of time and place and the use of chorus. I see not then, but we should enjoy the same license or free power to illustrate and heighten our invention as they did, and not be tied to those strict and regular forms which the niceness of a few, who are nothing but form, would thrust upon us. Every man in his humor is written in prose, a novel practice which Jonson had of his predecessor in comedy, John Lyly. Even the word humor seems to have been employed in the Johnsonian sense by Chapman before Jonson's use of it. Indeed, the comedy of humors itself is only a heightened variety of the comedy of manners, which represents life, viewed at a satirical angle, and is the oldest and most persistent species of comedy in the language. Nonetheless, Jonson's comedy merited its immediate success and marked out a definite course in which comedy long continued to run. To mention only Shakespeare's Falstaff and his rout, Bardolph, Pistol, Dame Quickly, and the rest, whether in Henry IV or in The Merry Wives of Windsor, all are conceived in the spirit of humors. So are the captains, Welsh, Scotch, and Irish of Henry V, and Malvolio especially later, though Shakespeare never employed the method of humors for an important personage. It was not Jonson's fault that many of his successors did precisely the thing that he had reprobated, that is, degrade the humor into an oddity of speech, an eccentricity of manner, of dress, or cut of beard. There was an anonymous play called Every Woman in Her Humor. Chapman wrote A Humorous Day's Mirth, Day, humor out of breath, Fletcher later, the humorous lieutenant, and Johnson, besides every man out of his humor, returned to the title in closing the cycle of his comedies in The Magnetic Lady or Humors Reconciled. With the performance of Every Man Out of His Humor, in 1599, by Shakespeare's company once more at the Globe, we turn a new page in Johnson's career. Despite his many real virtues, if there is one feature more than any other that distinguishes Johnson, it is his arrogance. And to this may be added his self-righteousness, especially under criticism or satire. Every Man Out of His Humor is the first of 3 comical satires, which Johnson contributed to what Dekker called the Poetamecia, or War of the Theatres as recent critics have named it. This play as a fabric of plot is a very slight affair, but as a satirical picture of the manners of the time, proceeding by means of vivid caricature, couched in witty and brilliant dialogue, and sustained by that righteous indignation which must lie at the heart of all true satire as a realization. In short, of the classical ideal of comedy there had been nothing like Johnson's comedy since the days of Aristophanes. Every Man in His Humor, like the 2 plays that follow it, contains 2 kinds of attack, the critical or generally satiric, leveled at abuses and corruptions in the abstract, and the personal, in which specific application is made of all this in the lampooning of poets and others, Johnson's contemporaries. The method of personal attack by actual caricature of a person on the stage is almost as old as the drama. Aristophanes so lampooned Euripides in the Acharnians and Socrates in The Clouds, to mention no other examples, and in English drama, this kind of thing is alluded to again and again. What Johnson really did was to raise the dramatic lampoon to an art, and make out of a casual burlesque and bit of mimicry a dramatic satire of literary pretensions and permanency. With the arrogant attitude mentioned above and his uncommon eloquence in scorn, vituperation, and invective, it is no wonder that Johnson soon involved himself in literary and even personal quarrels with his fellow authors. The circumstances of the origin of this Poetamecia are far from clear, and those who have written on the topic, except of late, have not helped to make them clearer. The origin of the war has been referred to satirical references, apparently to Johnson, contained in The Scourge of Villainy, a satire in regular form after the manner of the ancients by John Marston, a fellow playwright, subsequent friend and collaborator of Johnson's. On the other hand, epigrams of Johnson have been discovered, 49, 68, and 100, variously charging playwright, reasonably identified with Marston, with scurrility, cowardice, and plagiarism, though the dates of the epigrams cannot be ascertained with certainty. Johnson's own statement of the matter to Drummond runs: he had many quarrels with Marston, beat him, and took his pistol from him, wrote his poetaster on him. The beginning of them were that Marston represented him on the stage. The best account of this whole subject is to be found in the edition of Poetaster and Satyromestrix by J. A. Penniman in Bell's Letters series, shortly to appear. See also his earlier work, The War of the Theatres, 1892, and the excellent contributions to the subject by H. 100. Hart in Notes and Queries, and in his edition of Johnson, 1906. Here at least we are on certain ground, and the principles of the quarrel are known. Histriomystix, a play revised by Marston in 1598, has been regarded as the one in which Johnson was thus represented on the stage. Although the personage in question, Chrysogonus, a poet, satirist, and translator, poor but proud and contemptuous of the common herd, seems rather a complimentary portrait of Johnson than a caricature. As to the personages actually ridiculed in Every Man Out of His Humor, Carlo Buffone was formerly thought certainly to be Marston, as he was described as a public, scurrilous, and profane jester, and elsewhere as the grand scourge or second untruss of the time, Joseph Hall being by his own boast the first, and Marston's work being entitled The Scourge of Villainy. Apparently, we must now prefer for Carlo a notorious character named Charles Chester, of whom gossipy and inaccurate Aubrey relates that he was a bold, impertinent fellow, a perpetual talker, and made a noise like a drum in a room. So one time at a tavern, Sir Walter Raleigh beats him and seals up his mouth, That is his upper and nether beard with hard wax. From him, Ben Jonson takes his Carlo Buffon in Every Man and His Humor. Is it conceivable that after all Jonson was ridiculing Marston, and that the point of the satire consisted in an intentional confusion of the grand scourge or second untruss, with the scurrilous and profane Chester? We have digressed into detail in this particular case to exemplify the difficulties of criticism in its attempts to identify the allusions in these forgotten quarrels. We are on sounder ground of fact in recording other manifestations of Jonson's enmity. In the case is altered. There is clear ridicule in the character Antonio Balladino of Anthony Munday, pageant poet of the city, translator of romances, and playwright as well. In Every Man and His Humor, there is certainly a caricature of Samuel Daniel, accepted poet of the court, sonneteer, and companion of men of fashion. These men held recognized positions to which Jonson felt his talents better entitled him. They were hence to him his natural enemies. It seems almost certain that he pursued both in the personages of his satire through Every Man Out of His Humor and Cynthia's Revels, Daniel under the characters Fastidious, Brisk, and Hedon, Munday as Puntarvolo and Amorphous. But in these last we venture on Quagmire once more. Jonson's literary rivalry of Daniel is traceable again and again in the entertainments that welcomed King James on his way to London, in the masques at court, and in the pastoral drama. As to Jonson's personal ambitions with respect to these two men, it is notable that he became, not pageant poet, but chronologer to the city of London, and that, on the accession of the new king, he came soon to triumph over Daniel as the accepted entertainer of royalty. Cynthia's Revels, the second comical satire, was acted in 1600, and as a play is even more lengthy, elaborate, and impossible than Every Man Out of His Humor. Here personal satire seems to have absorbed everything, and while much of the caricature is admirable, especially in the detail of witty and trenchantly satirical dialogue, the central idea of a fountain of self-love is not very well carried out, and the persons revert at times to abstractions, the action to allegory. It adds to our wonder that this difficult drama should have been acted by the children of Queen Elizabeth's chapel. Among them, Nathaniel Field, with whom Jonson read Horace and Martial, and whom he taught later how to make plays. Another of these precocious little actors was Salathiel Pavey, who died before he was 13, already famed for taking the parts of old men. Him Jonson immortalized in one of the sweetest of his epitaphs. An interesting sidelight is this on the character of this redoubtable and rugged satirist, that he should thus have befriended and tenderly remembered these little theatrical waifs, some of whom, as we know, had been literally kidnapped to be pressed into the service of the theater and whipped to the conning of their difficult parts. To the caricature of Daniel and Munday in Cynthia's Revels must be added Aeneid's impudence, here assuredly Marston, and Asatis, the prodigal, interpreted as Lodge or, more perilously, Raleigh. Critz, like a spermacillent in Every Man Out of His Humor, is Jonson's self-complacent portrait of himself, the just, wholly admirable, and judicious scholar, holding his head high above the pack of the yelping curs of envy and detraction, but careless of their puny attacks on his perfections with only too mindful a neglect. The third and last of the comical satires is Poetaster, acted, once more, by the children of the chapel in 1601, and Jonson's only avowed contribution to the fray. According to the author's own account, this play was written in 15 weeks on a report that his enemies had entrusted to Dekker the preparation of Satyromystics, the untrussing of the humorous poet, a dramatic attack upon himself. In this attempt to forestall his enemies, Jonson succeeded, and Poetaster was an immediate and deserved success. While hardly more closely knit in structure than its earlier companion pieces, Poetaster is planned to lead up to the ludicrous final scene in which, after a device borrowed from the Lexiphanes of Lucian, the offending Poetaster, Marston Crispinus, is made to throw up the difficult words with which he had overburdened his stomach as well as overlarded his vocabulary. In the end, Crispinus, with his fellow, Dekker Demetrius, is bound over to keep the peace and never thenceforward malign, traduce, or detract the person or writings of Quintus Horatius Flaccus or any other eminent man transcending you in merit. One of the most diverting personages in Johnson's comedy is Captain Tucka. His peculiarity has been well described by Ward as a buoyant blackguardism which recovers itself instantaneously from the most complete exposure, and a picturesqueness of speech like that of a walking dictionary of slang. It was this character, Captain Tucka, that Dekker hit upon in his reply, Satyromastix, and he amplified him, turning his abusive vocabulary back upon Johnson and adding an immodesty to his dialogue that did not enter into Johnson's conception. It has been held, altogether plausibly, that when Dekker was engaged professionally, so to speak, to write a dramatic reply to Johnson, he was at work on a species of chronicle history, dealing with the story of Walter Tyrrell in the reign of William Rufus. This he hurriedly adapted to include the satirical characters suggested by Poetaster, and fashioned to convey the satire of his reply. The absurdity of placing Horace in the court of a Norman king is the result. But Dekker's play is not without its palpable hits at the arrogance, the literary pride, and self-righteousness of Johnson Horace, whose ningle or pal, the absurd Asinius Bubo, has recently been shown to figure forth, in all likelihood, Johnson's friend, the poet Drayton. Slight and hastily adapted as is Satyromastix, especially in a comparison with the better wrought and more significant satire of Poetaster, the town awarded the palm to Dekker, not to Johnson, and Johnson gave over in consequence his practice of comical satire. Though Johnson was cited to appear before the Lord Chief Justice to answer certain charges to the effect that he had attacked lawyers and soldiers in Poetaster, nothing came of this complaint. It may be suspected that much of this furious clatter and give and take was pure playing to the gallery. The town was agog with the strife, and on no less an authority than Shakespeare, Hamlet, Roman II. 2. We learn that the Children's Company, acting the plays of Johnson, did so berattle the common stages that many, wearing rapiers, are afraid of goosequills and dare scarce come thither. Several other plays have been thought to bear a greater or less part in the War of the Theatres. Among them, the most important is a college play entitled The Return from Parnassus, dating 160102. In it, a much-quoted passage makes Burbage, as a character, declare, "Why, here's our fellow Shakespeare puts them all down, I and Ben Jonson too. Oh, that Ben Jonson is a pestilent fellow. He brought up Horace, giving the poets a pill, but our fellow Shakespeare hath given him a purge that made him bewray his credit." Was Shakespeare then concerned in this war of the stages? And what could have been the nature of this purge? Among several suggestions, Troilus and Cressida has been thought by some to be the play in which Shakespeare thus put down his friend Johnson. A wiser interpretation finds the purge in Satyromastix, which, though not written by Shakespeare, was staged by his company, and therefore with his approval and under his direction as one of the leaders of that company. The last years of the reign of Elizabeth thus saw Johnson recognized as a dramatist second only to Shakespeare, and not second even to him as a dramatic satirist. But Johnson now turned his talents to new fields. Plays on subjects derived from classical story and myth had held the stage from the beginning of the drama, so that Shakespeare was making no new departure when he wrote his Julius Caesar about 1600. Therefore, when Johnson staged Sejanus 3 years later, and with Shakespeare's company once more, he was only following in the elder dramatist's footsteps. But Johnson's idea of a play on classical history, on the one hand, and Shakespeare's and the elder popular dramatists on the other, were very different. Heywood some years before had put 5 straggling plays on the stage in quick succession, all derived from stories in Ovid and dramatized with little taste or discrimination. Shakespeare had a finer conception of form, but even he was contented to take all his ancient history from North's translation of Plutarch and dramatize his subject without further inquiry. Johnson was a scholar and a classical antiquarian. He reprobated this slipshod amateurishness and wrote his Sejanus like a scholar, reading Tacitus, Suetonius, and other authorities to be certain of his facts, his setting, and his atmosphere, and somewhat pedantically noting his authorities in the margin when he came to print. Sejanus is a tragedy of genuine dramatic power, in which is told with discriminating taste the story of the haughty favorite of Tiberius, with his tragical overthrow. Our drama presents no truer nor more painstaking representation of ancient Roman life than may be found in Johnson's Sejanus and Catiline his Conspiracy, which followed in 1611. A passage in the address of the former play to the reader, in which Johnson refers to a collaboration in an earlier version, has led to the surmise that Shakespeare may have been that worthier pen. There is no evidence to determine the matter. In 1605, we find Johnson in active collaboration with Chapman and Marston in the admirable comedy of London life entitled Eastward Ho! In the previous year, Marston had dedicated his Malcontent, in terms of fervid admiration, to Johnson, so that the wounds of the War of the Theatres must have been long since healed. Between Johnson and Chapman, there was the kinship of similar scholarly ideals. The two continued friends throughout life. Eastward Ho! Achieved the extraordinary popularity represented in a demand for 3 issues in 1 year. But this was not due entirely to the merits of the play. In its earliest version, a passage which an irritable courtier conceived to be derogatory to his nation, the Scots, sent both Chapman and Johnson to jail, but the matter was soon patched up, for by this time Johnson had influence at court. With the accession of King James, Johnson began his long and successful career as a writer of masques. He wrote more masques than all his competitors together, and they are of an extraordinary variety and poetic excellence. Johnson did not invent the masque. For such premeditated devices to set and frame, so to speak, a court ball had been known and practiced in varying degrees of elaboration long before his time. But Johnson gave dramatic value to the masque, especially in his invention of the anti-masque, a comedy or farcical element of relief entrusted to professional players or dancers. He enhanced, as well, the beauty and dignity of those portions of the masque in which noble lords and ladies took their parts to create, by their gorgeous costumes and artistic grouping and evolutions, a sumptuous show. On the mechanical and scenic side, Johnson had an inventive and ingenious partner in Inigo Jones, the royal architect, who more than any one man raised the standard of stage representation in the England of his day. Johnson continued active in the service of the court in the writing of masques and other entertainments far into the reign of King Charles. But towards the end, a quarrel with Jones embittered his life, and the two testy old men appear to have become not only a constant irritation to each other, but intolerable bores at court. In Hymene, The Mask of Queens, Love Freed from Ignorance, Lovers Made Men, Pleasure Reconciled to Virtue, and many more will be found Johnson's aptitude, his taste, his poetry and inventiveness in these biforms of the drama, while in The Mask of Christmas. And The Gypsies Metamorphosed, especially, is discoverable that power of broad comedy which, at court as well as in the city, was not the least element of Johnson's contemporary popularity. But Johnson had by no means given up the popular stage when he turned to the amusement of King James. In 1605, Volpone was produced, The Silent Woman in 1609, The Alchemist in the following year. These comedies, with Bartholomew Fair, 1614, represent Johnson at his height, and for constructive cleverness, character successfully conceived in the manner of caricature, wit, and brilliancy of dialogue, they stand alone in English drama. Volpone, or The Fox, is, in a sense, a transition play from the dramatic satires of the War of the Theatres to the purer comedy represented in the plays named above. Its subject is a struggle of wit applied to chicanery, for among its dramatis personae from the villainous fox himself, his rascally servant Mosca, Volter the vulture, Corbaxio and Corvino, the big and the little raven, to Sir Politic Woodby and the rest, there is scarcely a virtuous character in the play. Question has been raised as to whether a story so forbidding can be considered a comedy. For, although the plot ends in the discomfiture and imprisonment of the most vicious, it involves no mortal catastrophe. But Johnson was on sound historical ground, for Volpone is conceived far more logically on the lines of the ancients' theory of comedy than was ever the romantic drama of Shakespeare. However repulsive we may find a philosophy of life that facilely divides the world into the rogues and their dupes, and, identifying brains with roguery and innocence with folly, admires the former while inconsistently punishing them. The Silent Woman is a gigantic farce of the most ingenious construction. The whole comedy hinges on a huge joke, played by a heartless nephew on his misanthropic uncle, who is induced to take to himself a wife, young, fair, and warranted silent, but who, in the end, turns out neither silent nor a woman at all. In The Alchemist, again, we have the utmost cleverness in construction, the whole fabric building climax on climax, witty, ingenious, and so plausibly presented that we forget its departures from the possibilities of life. In The Alchemist, Johnson represented, none the less to the life, certain sharpers of the metropolis, reveling in their shrewdness and rascality and in the variety of the stupidity and wickedness of their victims. We may object to the fact that the only person in the play possessed of a scruple of honesty is discomfited, and that the greatest scoundrel of all is approved in the end and rewarded. The comedy is so admirably written and contrived. The personages stand out with such lifelike distinctness in their several kinds, and the whole is animated with such verve and resourcefulness that The Alchemist is a new marvel every time it is read. Lastly of this group comes the tremendous comedy Bartholomew Fair, less clear-cut, less definite, and less structurally worthy of praise than its three predecessors, but full of the keenest and cleverest of satire and inventive to a degree beyond any English comedy save some other of Jonson's own. It is in Bartholomew Fair that we are presented to the immortal caricature of the Puritan, Zealand the land busy, and the little wits that group about him, and it is in this extraordinary comedy that the humor of Johnson, always open to this danger, loosens into the Rabelaisian mode that so delighted King James in The Gypsies Metamorphosed. Another comedy of less merit is The Devil is an Ass, acted in 1616. It was the failure of this play that caused Johnson to give over writing for the public stage for a period of nearly 10 years. Volpone was laid as to scene in Venice. Whether because of the success of Eastward Ho or for other reasons, the other three comedies declare in the words of the prologue to The Alchemist, "Our scene is London, 'cause we would make known no country's mirth is better than our own." Indeed, Johnson went further when he came to revise his plays for collected publication in his folio of 1616. He transferred the scene of every man in his humor from Florence to London also, converting Signor Lorenzo di Pazzi to Old Nawell, Prospero to Master Wellborn, and Hesperida to Dame Kitely, dwelling I the old Jury. In his comedies of London life, despite his trend towards caricature, Johnson has shown himself a genuine realist, drawing from the life about him with an experience and insight rare in any generation. A happy comparison has been suggested between Ben Jonson and Charles Dickens. Both were men of the people, lowly born and hardly bred. Each knew the London of his time as few men knew it, and each represented it intimately and in elaborate detail. Both men were at heart moralists, seeking the truth by the exaggerated methods of humor and caricature, perverse, even wrong-headed at times, but possessed of a true pathos and largeness of heart. And when all has been said, though the Elizabethan ran to satire, the Victorian to sentimentality, leaving the world better for the art that they practiced in it. In 1616, the year of the death of Shakespeare, Johnson collected his plays, his poetry, and his masques for publication in a collective edition. This was an unusual thing at the time, and had been attempted by no dramatist before Johnson. This volume published in a carefully revised text all the plays thus far mentioned, excepting The Case is Altered, which Johnson did not acknowledge, Bartholomew Fair, and The Devil is an Ass, which was written too late. It included likewise a book of some 130-odd epigrams, in which form of brief and pungent writing Johnson was an acknowledged master. The Forest, a smaller collection of lyric and occasional verse, and some 10 masques and entertainments. In this same year, Johnson was made Poet Laureate with a pension of 100 marks a year. This, with his fees and returns from several noblemen, and the small earnings of his plays, must have formed the bulk of his income. The poet appears to have done certain literary hackwork for others, as, for example, parts of the Punic Wars contributed to Raleigh's History of the World. We know from a story, little to the credit of either, that Johnson accompanied Raleigh's son abroad in the capacity of a tutor. In 1618, Johnson was granted the reversion of the office of Master of the Revels, a post for which he was peculiarly fitted, but he did not live to enjoy its perquisites. Johnson was honored with degrees by both universities, though when and under what circumstances is not known. It has been said that he narrowly escaped the honor of knighthood, which the satirists of the day averred King James was wont to lavish with an indiscriminate hand. Worse men were made knights in his day than worthy Ben Jonson. From 1616 to the close of the reign of King James, Johnson produced nothing for the stage. But he prosecuted what he calls his wonted studies with such assiduity that he became in reality, as by report, one of the most learned men of his time. Johnson's theory of authorship involved a wide acquaintance with books and an ability, as he put it, to convert the substance or riches of another poet to his own use. Accordingly, Johnson read not only the Greek and Latin classics down to the lesser writers, but he acquainted himself especially with the Latin writings of his learned contemporaries, their prose as well as their poetry, their antiquities and curious lore as well as their more solid learning. Though a poor man, Johnson was an indefatigable collector of books. He told Drummond that the Earl of Pembroke sent him £20 every first day of the new year to buy new books. Unhappily, in 1623, his library was destroyed by fire, an accident serio-comically described in his witty poem, An Execration upon Vulcan. Yet even now a book turns up from time to time in which is inscribed, in fair large Italian lettering, the name Ben Jonson. With respect to Johnson's use of his material, Dryden said memorably of him, was not only a professed imitator of Horace, but a learned plagiary of all the others. You track him everywhere in their snow. But he has done his robberies so openly that one sees he fears not to be taxed by any law. He invades authors like a monarch, and what would be theft in other poets is only victory in him. And yet, it is but fair to say that Johnson prided himself, and justly, on his originality. In Catiline, he not only uses Sallust's account of the conspiracy, but he models some of the speeches of Cicero on the Roman orator's actual words. In Poetaster, he lifts a whole satire out of Horace and dramatizes it effectively for his purposes. The sophist Libanius suggests the situation of the silent woman, a Latin comedy of Giordano Bruno, Il Candeleo, the relation of the dupes and the sharpers in The Alchemist, the Mostellaria of Plautus, its admirable opening scene. But Johnson commonly bettered his sources, and putting the stamp of his sovereignty on whatever bullion he borrowed, made it thenceforward to all time current and his own. The lyric, and especially the occasional poetry of Johnson, has a peculiar merit. His theory demanded design and the perfection of literary finish. He was furthest from the rhapsodist and the careless singer of an idle day, and he believed that Apollo could only be worthily served in singing robes and laurel-crowned. And yet many of Johnson's lyrics will live as long as the language. Who does not know queen and huntress chaste and fair? Drink to me only with thine eyes, or still to be neat, still to be dressed. Beautiful in form, deft and graceful in expression, with not a word too much or one that bears not its part in the total effect, there is yet about the lyrics of Johnson a certain stiffness and formality, a suspicion that they were not quite spontaneous and unbidden, but that they were carved, so to speak, with disproportionate labor by a potent man of letters whose habitual thought is on greater things. It is for these reasons that Johnson is even better in the epigram and in occasional verse where rhetorical finish and pointed wit less interfere with the spontaneity and emotion which we usually associate with lyrical poetry. There are no such epitaphs as Ben Jonson's. Witness the charming ones on his own children on Salathiel Pavey, the child actor, and many more. And this even though the rigid law of mine and thine must now restore to William Brown of Tavistock the famous lines beginning, underneath this sable hearse. Johnson is unsurpassed, too, in the difficult poetry of compliment, seldom falling into fulsome praise and disproportionate similitude, yet showing again and again a generous appreciation of worth in others, a discriminating taste, and a generous personal regard. There was no man in England of his rank so well known and universally beloved as Ben Jonson. The list of his friends, of those to whom he had written verses, and those who had written verses to him, includes the name of every man of prominence in the England of King James. And the tone of many of these productions discloses an affectionate familiarity that speaks for the amiable personality and sound worth of the laureate. In 1619, growing unwieldy through inactivity, Johnson hit upon the heroic remedy of a journey afoot to Scotland. On his way thither and back, he was hospitably received at the houses of many friends and by those to whom his friends had recommended him. When he arrived in Edinburgh, the burgesses met to grant him the freedom of the city, and Drummond, foremost of Scottish poets, was proud to entertain him for weeks as his guest at Hawthornden. Some of the noblest of Johnson's poems were inspired by friendship. Such is the fine Ode to the Memory of Sir Lucius Carey and Sir Henry Morrison, and that admirable piece of critical insight and filial affection, prefixed to the first Shakespeare folio, to the memory of my beloved master, William Shakespeare, and what he hath left us, to mention only these. Nor can the earlier Epode, beginning not to know vice at all, be matched in stately gravity and gnomic wisdom in its own wise and stately age. But if Johnson had deserted the stage after the publication of his folio, and up to the end of the reign of King James, he was far from inactive. For year after year, his inexhaustible inventiveness continued to contribute to the masking and entertainment at court. In the Golden Age restored, Pallas turns the Iron Age with its attendant evils into statues which sink out of sight. In Pleasure Reconciled to Virtue, Atlas figures represented as an old man, his shoulders covered with snow, and Camus, the god of cheer or the belly, is one of the characters, a circumstance which an imaginative boy of 10 named John Milton was not to forget. Pan's Anniversary, late in the reign of James, proclaimed that Johnson had not yet forgotten how to write exquisite lyrics, and The Gypsies Metamorphosed displayed the old drollery and broad humorous stroke still unimpaired and unmatchable. These, too, and the earlier years of Charles, were the days of the Apollo Room of the Devil Tavern, where Johnson presided, the absolute monarch of English literary Bohemia. We hear of a room blazoned about with Johnson's own judicious, legs convivials in letters of gold, of a company made up of the choicest spirits of the time, devotedly attached to their veteran dictator, his reminiscences, opinions, affections, and enmities. And we hear, too, of valorous potations, but in the words of Herrick addressed to his master, Johnson, at the Devil Tavern, as at the Dog, the Triple Tun, and at the Mermaid, we such clusters had as made us nobly wild, not mad, and yet each verse of thine outdid the meat, outdid the frolic wine. But the patronage of the court failed in the days of King Charles, though Johnson was not without royal favors, and the old poet returned to the stage, producing, between 1625 and 1633, the staple of news, The New Inn, The Magnetic Lady, and The Tale of a Tub, the last doubtless revised from a much earlier comedy. None of these plays met with any marked success, although the scathing generalization of Dryden that designated them, Johnson's dotages, is unfair to their genuine merits. Thus the idea of an office for the gathering, proper dressing, and promulgation of news, wild flight of the fancy in its time, was an excellent subject for satire on the existing absurdities among newsmongers, although as much can hardly be said for the Magnetic Lady, who, in her bounty, draws to her personages of differing humors to reconcile them in the end according to the alternative title, or Humors Reconciled. These last plays of the old dramatist revert to caricature and the hard lines of allegory. The moralist is more than ever present. The satire degenerates into personal lampoon, especially of his sometime friend, Inigo Jones, who appears unworthily to have used his influence at court against the broken-down old poet. And now disease claimed Johnson, and he was bedridden for months. He had succeeded Middleton in 1628 as chronologer to the City of London, but lost the post for not fulfilling its duties. King Charles befriended him and even commissioned him to write still for the entertainment of the court, and he was not without the sustaining hand of noble patrons and devoted friends among the younger poets who were proud to be sealed of the tribe of Ben. Johnson died August 6, 1637, and a second folio of his works, which he had been some time gathering, was printed in 1640, bearing in its various parts dates ranging from 1630 to 1642. It included all the plays mentioned in the foregoing paragraphs, excepting the case is altered. The Masques, some 15, that date between 1617 and 1630. Another collection of lyrics and occasional poetry called Underwoods, including some further entertainments. A translation of Horace's Art of Poetry, also published in a vicimo quarto in 1640, and certain fragments and ingatherings which the poet would hardly have included himself. These last comprise the fragment, less than 70 lines of a tragedy called Mortimer His Fall, and 3 acts of a pastoral drama of much beauty and poetic spirit, The Sad Shepherd. There is also the exceedingly interesting English grammar, made by Ben Jonson for the benefit of all strangers out of his observation of the English language now spoken and in use, in Latin and English, and Timber or Discoveries, made upon men and matter as they have flowed out of his daily reading, or had their reflux to his peculiar notion of the times. The Discoveries, as it is usually called, is a commonplace book such as many literary men have kept, in which their reading was chronicled, passages that took their fancy translated or transcribed, and their passing opinions noted. Many passages of Jonson's Discoveries are literal translations from the authors he chanced to be reading, with the reference, noted or not, as the accident of the moment prescribed. At times he follows the line of Machiavelli's argument as to the nature and conduct of princes. At others, he clarifies his own conception of poetry and poets by recourse to Aristotle. He finds a choice paragraph on eloquence in Seneca the Elder and applies it to his own recollection of Bacon's power as an orator, and another on facile and ready genius, and translates it, adapting it to his recollection of his fellow playwright, Shakespeare. To call such passages which Jonson never intended for publication plagiarism is to obscure the significance of words. To disparage his memory by citing them is a preposterous use of scholarship. Jonson's prose, both in his dramas, in the descriptive comments of his Masques, and in the Discoveries, is characterized by clarity and vigorous directness, nor is it wanting in a fine sense of form or in the subtler graces of diction. When Jonson died, there was a project for a handsome monument to his memory. But the Civil War was at hand, and the project failed. A memorial, not insufficient, was carved on the stone covering his grave in one of the aisles of Westminster Abbey. O rare Ben Jonson. Felixe. Schelling. The College. Philadelphia, USA. To the most noble and most equal sisters. The 2 famous universities. For their love and acceptance, SHEWN to his poem in the presentation. Ben Jonson. The grateful ACKNOWLEDGR. Dedicates both it and himself. Never, most equal sisters, had any man a wit so presently excellent as that it could raise itself, but there must come both matter, occasion, commenders, and favors to it. If this be true, and that the fortune of all writers doth daily prove it, it behoves the careful to provide well towards these accidents, and, having acquired them, to preserve that part of reputation most tenderly, wherein the benefit of a friend is also defended. Hence is it that I now render myself grateful, and am studious to justify the bounty of your act, to which, though your mere authority were satisfying, yet it being an age wherein poetry and the professors of it hear so ill on all sides, there will a reason be looked for in the subject. It is certain, nor can it with any forehead be opposed, that the too much license of poetasters in this time hath much deformed their mistress, that every day their manifold and manifest ignorance doth stick unnatural reproaches upon her. But for their petulancy, it were an act of the greatest injustice, either to let the learned suffer, or so divine a skill, which indeed should not be attempted with unclean hands, to fall under the least contempt. For if men will impartially, and not asquint, look toward the offices and function of a poet, they will easily conclude to themselves the impossibility of any man's being the good poet, without first being a good man. He that is said to be able to inform young men to all good disciplines, inflame grown men to all great virtues, keep old men in their best and supreme state, or, as they decline to childhood, recover them to their first strength. That comes forth the interpreter and arbiter of nature, a teacher of things divine no less than human, a master in manners. and can alone, or with a few, affect the business of mankind. This, I take him, is no subject for pride and ignorance to exercise their railing rhetoric upon. But it will here be hastily answered that the writers of these days are other things, that not only their manners but their natures are inverted, and nothing remaining with them of the dignity of poet, but the abused name which every scribe usurps, that now, especially in dramatic, or, as they term it, stage poetry, nothing but ribaldry, profanation, blasphemy, all license of offense to God and man is practiced. I dare not deny a great part of this, and am sorry I dare not, because in some men's abortive features, and would they had never boasted the light, it is overtrue. But that all are embarked in this bold adventure for hell is a most uncharitable thought, and uttered a more malicious slander. For my particular, can, and from a most clear conscience, affirm that I have ever trembled to think toward the least profaneness, have loathed the use of such foul and unwashed bawdry, as is now made the food of the scene. And howsoever I cannot escape from some, the imputation of sharpness, but that they will say, I have taken a pride or lust to be bitter, and not my youngest infant but hath come into the world with all his teeth. I would ask of these supercilious politics, what nation, society, or general order or state I have provoked? What public person? Whether I have not in all these preserved their dignity, as mine own person safe. My works are read aloud. I speak of those that are entirely mine. Look into them. What broad reproofs have I used? Where have I been particular? Where personal? Except to a mimic, cheater, bawd, or buffoon, creatures for their insolencies worthy to be taxed. Yet to which of these so pointingly, as he might not either ingenuously have confessed, or wisely dissembled his disease. But it is not rumor can make men guilty, much less entitle me to other men's crimes. I know that nothing can be so innocently writ or carried, but may be made obnoxious to construction. Marry, whilst I bear mine innocence about me, I fear it not. Application is now grown a trade with many, and there are that profess to have a key for the deciphering of everything. But let wise and noble persons take heed how they be too credulous, or give leave to these invading interpreters to be overfamiliar with their fames, who cunningly, and often, utter their own virulent malice, under other men's simplest meanings. As for those that will, by faults which charity hath raked up, or common honesty concealed, make themselves a name with the multitude, or, to draw their rude and beastly claps, care not whose living faces they entrench with their petulant styles, may they do it without a rival for me. I choose rather to live graved in obscurity, than share with them in so preposterous a fame. Nor can I blame the wishes of those severe and wise patriots, who, providing the hurts these licentious spirits may do in a state, desire rather to see fools and devils, and those antique relics of barbarism retrieved, with all other ridiculous and exploded follies, than behold the wounds of private men, of princes and nations. For, as Horace makes Trebatius speak among these, sibi quisque timit, quamquam est intactus et odit. And men may justly impute such rages, if continued, to the writer, as his sports. The increase of which lust in liberty, together with the present trade of the stage, in all their miscellaneous interludes, what learned or liberal soul doth not already abhor? Where nothing but the filth of the time is uttered, and with such impropriety of phrase, such plenty of solecisms, such dearth of sense, so bold prolepses, so racked metaphors, with brothelery, able to violate the ear of a pagan, and blasphemy, to turn the blood of a Christian to water. I cannot but be serious in a cause of this nature, wherein my fame, and the reputation of divers honest and learned are the question, when a name so full of authority, antiquity, and all great mark, is, through their insolence, become the lowest scorn of the age, and those men subject to the petulancy of every vernaculous orator, that were wont to be the care of kings and happiest monarchs. This it is that hath not only rapt me to present indignation, but made me studious heretofore, and by all my actions to stand off from them, which may most appear in this my latest work, which you, most learned arbitresses, have seen, judged, and to my crown approved. Wherein I have labored for their instruction and amendment, to reduce not only the ancient forms, but manners of the scene, the easiness, the propriety, the innocence, and last, the doctrine, which is the principal end of poesy, to inform men in the best reason of living. and though my catastrophe may, in the strict rigor of comic law, meet with censure, as turning back to my promise, I desire the learned and charitable critic to have so much faith in me to think it was done of industry. For, with what ease I could have varied it nearer his scale, but that I fear to boast my own faculty, could here insert. But my special aim being to put the snaffle in their mouths, that cry out, we never punish vice in our interludes, etc., took the more liberty. Though not without some lines of example, drawn even in the ancients themselves, the goings out of whose comedies are not always joyful, but oft times the bawds, the servants, the rivals, yea, and the masters are mulcted. And fitly, it being the office of a comic poet to imitate justice, and instruct to life, as well as purity of language, or stir up gentle affections, to which I shall take the occasion elsewhere to speak. For the present, most reverend sisters, as I have cared to be thankful for your affections past, and here made the understanding acquainted with some ground of your favors, let me not despair their continuance to the maturing of some worthier fruits. Wherein, if my muses be true to me, I shall raise the despised head of poetry again, and stripping her out of those rotten and base rags wherewith the times have adulterated her form, restore her to her primitive habit, feature, and majesty, and render her worthy to be embraced and kissed of all the great and master spirits of our world. As for the vile and slothful, who never effected an act worthy of celebration, or are so inward with their own vicious natures as they worthily fear her, and think it an high point of policy to keep her in contempt with their declamatory and windy invectives, she shall out of just rage incite her servants, who are genus irritable, to spout ink in their faces that shall eat farther than their marrow into their fames, and not Cinemus the barber, with his art, shall be able to take out the brands. But they shall live and be read till the wretches die, as things worst deserving of themselves in chief, and then of all mankind. From my house in the Black Friars. This 11th day of February, 1607. The argument. 5 Volpone, childless, rich, feigns sick, despairs. O effers his state to hopes of several heirs. 50 wise languishing, his parasite receives. P resents of all assures deludes, then weaves. O their crass plots, which ope themselves, are told. No tricks for safety are sought, they thrive, when bold. Eoc tempts the other again, and all are sold. Prologue. Now luck yet sends us, and a little wit will serve to make our play hit. According to the palates of the season, here is rhyme, not empty of reason. This we were bid to credit from our poet, whose true scope, if you would know it, in all his poems still hath been this measure, to mix profit with your pleasure, and not as some, whose throats their envy failing, cry hoarsely, all he writes is railing, and when his plays come forth, think they can flout them, with saying, he was a year about them. To this there needs no lie, but this his creature, which was 2 months since no feature, and though he dares give them 5 lives to mend it, 'tis known, 5 weeks fully penned it from his own hand, without a coadjutor, novice, journeyman, or tutor. Yet thus much I can give you as a token of his play's worth. No eggs are broken, nor quaking custards with fierce teeth affrighted, wherewith your rout are so delighted, nor hails he in a gull old ends reciting, to stop gaps in his loose writing, with such a deal of monstrous and forced action, as might make Bethlem a faction, nor made he his play for jests stolen from each table, but makes jests to fit his fable, and so presents quick comedy refined, as best critics have designed. The laws of time, place, persons he observeth, from no needful rule he swerveth. All gall and copperas from his ink he draineth, only a little salt remaineth, wherewith he'll rub your cheeks, till red with laughter, they shall look fresh a week after. ACT 1. Scene 1.1. A room in Volpone's house. Enter Volpone and Mosca. Volp. Good morning to the day, and next, my gold, open the shrine that I may see my saint. Mosca withdraws the curtain, and discovers piles of gold, plate, JWLS, etc. Hail the world's soul, and mine. More glad than is the teeming earth to see the longed-for sun peep through the horns of the celestial ram, am I to view thy splendor darkening his, that lying here, amongst my other hordes, shews like a flame by night, or like the day struck out of chaos, when all darkness fled unto the center. O thou son of Saul, but brighter than thy father, let me kiss, with adoration, thee, and every relic of sacred treasure, in this blessed room. Well did wise poets, by thy glorious name, title that age which they would have the best, thou being the best of things, and far transcending all style of joy in children, parents, friends, or any other waking dream on earth. Thy looks when they to Venus did ascribe, they should have given her 20,000 cupids. Such are thy beauties and our loves. Dear saint, riches, the dumb god, that giv'st all men tongues that canst do not, and yet maxed men do all things, the price of souls, even hell with thee to boot, is made worth heaven. Thou art virtue, fame, honor, and all things else. Who can get thee? He shall be noble, valiant, honest, wise. MOS, and what he will, sir. Riches are in fortune a greater good than wisdom is in nature. VOLP, true, my beloved Mosca. Yet I glory more in the cunning purchase of my wealth than in the glad possession, since I gain no common way. I use no trade, no venture, I wound no earth with plowshares. Fat no beasts to feed the shambles, have no mills for iron, oil, corn, or men to grind them into powder. I blow no subtle glass, expose no ships to threatenings of the furrow-faced sea, I turn no moneys in the public bank, nor use your private. Mose, no sir, nor devour soft prodigals. You shall have some will swallow a melting air as glibly as your Dutch will pills of butter, and ne'er purge for it, tear forth the fathers of poor families out of their beds, and coffin them alive in some kind clasping prison, where their bones may be forthcoming, when the flesh is rotten. But your sweet nature doth abhor these courses, you laud the widows, or the orphans' tears should wash your pavements, or their piteous cries ring in your roofs, and beat the air for vengeance. VOLP, right Mosca, I do laud it. MOS, and besides, sir, you are not like a thresher that doth stand with a huge flail, watching a heap of corn, and hungry dares not taste the smallest grain, but feeds on mallows and such bitter herbs, nor like the merchant, who hath filled his vaults with Romagna and rich candy and wines, yet drinks the lees of Lombard's vinegar. You will not lie in straw, whilst moths and worms feed on your sumptuous hangings and soft beds. You know the use of riches, and dare give now from that bright heap, to me, your poor observer, or to your dwarf, or your hermaphrodite, your eunuch, or what other household trifle your pleasure allows maintenance. VOLP, hold thee, Mosca, take of my hand, thou strickst on truth in all, and they are envious term the parasite. Call forth my dwarf, my eunuch, and my fool, and let them make me sport. What should I do, but cocker up my genius, and live free to all delights my fortune calls me to? I have no wife, no parent, child, ally to give my substance to, but whom I make must be my heir. And this makes men observe me. This draws new clients daily to my house, women and men of every sex and age that bring me presents, send me plate, coin, jewels with hope that when I die, which they expect each greedy minute, it shall then return tenfold upon them. While some, covetous above the rest, seek to engross me whole, and counterwork the one unto the other, contend in gifts as they would seem in love, all which I suffer, playing with their hopes, and am content to coin them into profit, to look upon their kindness and take more and look on that, still bearing them in hand, letting the cherry knock against their lips, and draw it by their mouths and back again. How now? Nan, now, room for fresh gamesters, who do will you to know, they do bring you neither play nor university show, and therefore do entreat you, that whatsoever they rehearse may not fare a whit the worse for the false pace of the verse. If you wonder at this, you will wonder more ere we pass, for know, here is enclosed the soul of Pythagoras, that juggler divine, as hereafter shall follow, which soul, fast and loose, sir, came first from Apollo, and was breathed into Aethalides, Mercurius his son, where it had the gift to remember all that ever was done. From thence it fled forth, and made quick transmigration to Goldie-locked Euphorbus, who was killed in good fashion, at the siege of old Troy, by the cuckold of Sparta. Hermotimus was next, I find it in my charta, to whom it did pass, where no sooner it was missing, but with one Pyrrhus of Delos it learned to go a-fishing, and thence did it enter the sophist of Greece. From Pythagore she went into a beautiful piece, hight Aspasia, the Meretrix, and the next toss of her was again of a whore she became a philosopher, Crates the cynic, as itself doth relate it, since kings, knights, and beggars, knaves, lords, and fools gat it, besides ox and ass, camel, mule, goat, and brock, in all which it hath spoke, as in the cobbler's cock. But I come not here to discourse of that matter, or his 1, 2, or 3, or his graith oath, byqater. His musics, his trigon, his golden thigh, or his telling how elements shift, but I would ask, how of late thou best suffered translation, and shifted thy coat in these days of reformation. And, like one of the reformed, a fool, as you see, counting all old doctrine heresy. Nan, but not on thine own forbid meats hast thou ventured. And on fish, when first a Carthusian I entered. Nan, why then thy dogmatical silence hath left thee? And, of that an obstreperous lawyer bereft me. Nan, O wonderful change, when Sir Lawyer forsook thee. For Pythagoras' sake, what body then took thee? And, a good dull mule. Nan, and how? By that means, thou wert brought to allow of the eating of beans. And, yes. Nan, but from the mule into whom didst thou pass? And, into a very strange beast, by some writers called an ass by others, a precise, pure, illuminate brother of those devour flesh, and sometimes one another, and will drop you forth a libel or a sanctified lie, betwixt every spoonful of a nativity pie. Nan, now quit thee, for heaven, of that profane nation, and gently report thy next transmigration. And to the same that I am. Nan, a creature of delight, and what is more than a fool and hermaphrodite. Now prithee, sweet soul, in all thy variation which body wouldst thou choose, to keep up thy station. And troth this I am in, even here would I tarry. Nan, cause here the delight of each sex thou canst vary. And, alas, those pleasures be stale and forsaken. No, 'tis your fool wherewith I am so taken, the only one creature that I can call blessed, for all other forms I have proved most distressed. Nan, spoke true, as thou wert in Pythagoras still. This learned opinion we celebrate will, fellow eunuch, as behoves us, with all our wit and art, to dignify that whereof ourselves are so great and special a part. Volp, now very, very pretty. Mosca, this was thy invention. Mose, if it please my patron not else. Volp, it doth good Mosca. Mose, then it was, sir. Nano and caesteroini. Fools, they are the only nation worth men's envy or admiration, free from care or sorrow-taking selves and others merry-making. All they speak or do is sterling. Your fool he is your great man's darling, and your lady's sport and pleasure, tongue and bauble are his treasure. E'en his face begetteth laughter, and he speaks truth free from slaughter. He's the grace of every feast, and sometimes the chiefest guest hath his trencher and his stool when wit waits upon the fool. Oh, who would not be he? Volp, who's that? Away. Look, Mosca. Fool, begone. Mose, 'tis Signor Volter, the advocate, I know him by his knock. Volp, fetch me my gown, my furs and nightcaps. Say, my couch is changing, and let him entertain himself a while without I the gallery. Now, my clients begin their visitation. Vulture, kite, raven, and gorkrow, all my birds of prey, that think me turning carcase, now they come. I am not for them yet, how now? The news. Mose, a piece of plate, sir. Volp, of what bigness? Mose, huge, massy, and antique, with your name inscribed and arms engraven. Volp, good. And not a fox stretched on the earth, with fine delusive slights, mocking a gaping crow. Ha, Mosca. Mose, sharp, sir. Volp, give me my furs. Why dost thou laugh so, man? Mose, I cannot choose, sir, when I apprehend what thoughts he has without now as he walks, that this might be the last gift he should give, that this would fetch you. If you died today and gave him all what he should be tomorrow, what large return would come of all his ventures, how he should worshipped be, and reverenced ride with his furs and footcloths, waited on by herds of fools and clients, have clear way made for his mule, as lettered as himself, be called the great and learned advocate. And then concludes, there's not impossible. Volp, yes, to be learned Mosca. Mose, oh no, rich implies it. Hood an ass with reverend purple, so you can hide his too ambitious ears, and he shall pass for a cathedral doctor. Volp, my caps, good Mosca. Fetch him in. Mos, stay, sir, your ointment for your eyes. Volp, that's true, dispatch, I long to have possession of my new present. Mose, that and thousands more I hope to see you lord of. Volp, thanks, kind Mosca. Mos, and that when I am lost in blended dust, and hundreds such as I am in succession. Volp, nay, that were too much, Mosca. Mose, you shall live still, to delude these harpies. Volp, loving Mosca. Tease well, my pillow now, and let him enter. Now my feigned cough, my phthisic, and my gout, my apoplexy, palsy, and catarrhs, help, with your forced functions, this my posture, wherein this 3 year I have milked their hopes. He comes, I hear him Oh. Mose, you still are what you were, sir. Only you of all the rest are he commands his love, and you do wisely to preserve it thus with early visitation and kind notes of your good meaning to him, which I know cannot but come most grateful. Patron. Sir. Here Signor Volter is come. Volp, what say you? Mos, sir, Signor Volter is come this morning to visit you. Volp, I thank him. Mos, and hath brought a piece of antique plate bought of St. Mark, with which he here presents you. Volp, he is welcome. Pray him to come more often. Mos, yes. Volt, what says he? Mose, he thanks you, and desires you see him often. Volp, Mosca. Mos, my patron. Volp, bring him near, where is he? I long to feel his hand. Mose, the plate is here, sir. Volt, how fare you, sir? Volp, I thank you, Signor Volter, where is the plate? Mine eyes are bad. Volt, I'm sorry to see you still thus weak. Mose, that he's not weaker. Volp, you are too munificent. Volt, no, sir. Would to heaven, I could as well give health to you as that plate. Volp, you give, sir, what you can, I thank you. Your love hath taste in this, and shall not be unanswered. I pray you see me often. Volt, yes, I shall, sir. Volp, be not far from me. Mose, do you observe that, sir? Volp, hearken unto me still, it will concern you. Mose, you are a happy man, sir, know you're good. Volp, I cannot now last long. Mose, you are his heir, sir. Volt, am I. Volp, I feel me going, I'm sailing to my port, and I am glad I am so near my haven. Mos, alas, kind gentleman. Well, we must all go. Volt, but Mosca. Mos, age will conquer. Volt, pray thee hear me, am I inscribed his heir for certain? Mose, are you? I do beseech you, sir, you will vouchsafe to write me in your family. All my hopes depend upon your worship. I am lost, except the rising sun do shine on me. Volt, it shall both shine, and warm thee, Mosca. Mos, sir, I am a man that hath not done your love all the worst offices. Here I wear your keys, see all your coffers and your caskets locked, keep the poor inventory of your jewels, your plate and moneys. Am your steward, sir. Husband your goods here. Volt, but am I sole heir. Mose, without a partner, sir, confirmed this morning. The wax is warm yet, and the ink scarce dry upon the parchment. Volt, happy, happy me. By what good chance, sweet Mosca? Mos, your desert, sir, I know no second cause. Volt, thy modesty is not to know it. Well, we shall requite it. Mose, he ever liked your courser, that first took him. I oft have heard him say, how he admired men of your large profession, that could speak to every cause and things mere contraries, till they were hoarse again, yet all be law that, with most quick agility, could turn and return, make knots, and undo them, give forked counsel, take provoking gold on either hand and put it up. These men he knew would thrive with their humility. And for his part, he thought he should be blessed to have his heir of such a suffering spirit, so wise, so grave, of so perplexed a tongue, and loud withal, that would not wag, nor scarce lie still, without a fee. When every word your worship but lets fall is a check when who's that? One knocks, I would not have you seen, sir. And yet pretend you came, and when in haste. I'll fashion an excuse and, gentle sir, when you do come to swim in golden lard, up to the arms in honey, that your chin is borne up stiff, with fatness of the flood think on your vassal. But remember me, I have not been your worst of clients. Volt, Mosca. Mose, when will you have your inventory brought, sir? Or see a copy of the will, anon, I will bring them to you, sir. Away, be gone, put business in your face. Volp, excellent Mosca. Come hither, let me kiss thee. Mos, keep you still, sir. Here is Corbaxio. Volp, set the plate away, the vulture's gone, and the old ravens come. Mos, betake you to your silence and your sleep, stand there and multiply. Now shall we see a wretch who is indeed more impotent than this can feign to be, yet hopes to hop over his grave, Signor Corbaxio. You're very welcome, sir. Corb, how does your patron? Mos, troth as he did, sir, no amends. Corb, what? Mends he? Mos, no, sir, he's rather worse. Corb, that's well. Where is he? Mos, upon his couch, sir, newly fallen asleep. Corb, does he sleep well? Mos, no wink, sir, all this night. Nor yesterday, but slumbers. Corb, good. He should take some counsel of physicians. I have brought him an opiate here, from mine own doctor. Mos, he will not hear of drugs. Corb, why? I myself stood by while it was made, saw all the ingredients, and know it cannot but most gently work, my life for his, 'tis but to make him sleep. Volp, I his last sleep if he would take it. Mos, sir, he has no faith in physic. Corb, say you. Say you. Mos, he has no faith in physic. He does think most of your doctors are the greater danger and worse disease to escape. I often have heard him protest that your physician should never be his heir. Corb, not I his heir. Mos, not your physician, sir. Corb, oh no, I do not mean it. Mos, no, sir, nor their fees he cannot brook. He says they flay a man before they kill him. Corb, right, I do conceive you. Mos, and then they do it by experiment, for which the law not only doth absolve them, but gives them great reward, and he is loth to hire his death so. Corb, it is true they kill with as much license as a judge. Mos, nay more, for he but kills, sir, where the law condemns, and these can kill him too. Corb, I or me or any man. How does his apoplex? Is that strong on him still? Mos, most violent. His speech is broken, and his eyes are set, his face drawn longer than 'twas wont. Corb, how? How? Stronger than he was wont. Mos, no, sir, his face drawn longer than 'twas wont. Corb, oh good. Mos, his mouth is ever gaping, and his eyelids hang. Corb, good. Mos, a freezing numbness stiffens all his joints, and makes the color of his flesh like lead. Corb, 'tis good. Mos, his pulse beats slow and dull. Corb, good symptoms still. Mos, and from his brain. Corb, I conceive you good. Mos, flows a cold sweat, with a continual rheum forth the resolved corners of his eyes. Corb, is't possible. Yet I am better, ha. How does he, with the swimming of his head? Oh, sir, 'tis past the scotomy. He now hath lost his feeling and hath left to snort. You hardly can perceive him, that he breathes. Corb, excellent, excellent. Sure I shall outlast him. This makes me young again, a score of years. Mos, I was a-coming for you, sir. Corb, has he made his will? What has he given me? Mos, no, sir. Corb, nothing. Huh? Mos, he has not made his will, sir. Corb, oh. But what did Voltaire, the lawyer, hear? Mos, he smelt a carcase, sir, when he but heard my master was about his testament, as I did urge him to it for your good. Corb, he came unto him, did he? I thought so. Mos, yes, and presented him this piece of plate. Corb, to be his heir. Mos, I do not know, sir. Corb, true, I know it too. Mos, by your own scale, sir. Corb, well, I shall prevent him yet. See, Mosca, look here, I have brought a bag of bright chequines, will quite weigh down his plate. Mos, yea, marry, sir. This is true physic, this your sacred medicine, no talk of opiates, to this great elixir. Corb, 'tis aurum palpabile if not potabile. Mos, it shall be ministered to him in his bowl. Corb, I do. Mos, most blessed cordial. This will recover him. Corb, yes, do. Mos, I think it were not best, sir. Corb, what? Mose, to recover him. Corb, oh no, by no means. Mose, why sir, this will work some strange effect if he but feel it. Corb, 'tis true, therefore forbear, I'll take my venture, give me it again. Mose, at no hand, pardon me, you shall not do yourself that wrong, sir. I will so advise you, you shall have it all. Corb, how? Mos all, sir, 'tis your right, your own, no man can claim a part. 'Tis yours without a rival, decreed by destiny. Corb, how good Mosca. Mose, I'll tell you, sir. This fit he shall recover. Corb, I do conceive you. Mos, and, on first advantage of his gained sense, will I reimportune him unto the making of his testament, and show him this. Corb, good. Mose, 'tis better yet, if you will hear, sir. Corb, yes, with all my heart. Mose, now would I counsel you, make home with speed there, frame a will, whereto you shall inscribe my master your sole heir. Corb, and disinherit my son. Mose, oh sir, the better, for that color shall make it much more taking. Corb, oh but color. Mose, this will, sir, you shall send it unto me. Now when I come to enforce, as I will do your cares, your watchings, and your many prayers, your more than many gifts, your this day's present, and last, produce your will, where, without thought or least regard, unto your proper issue a son so brave and highly meriting, the stream of your diverted love hath thrown you upon my master, and made him your heir. He cannot be so stupid or stone-dead, but out of conscience and mere gratitude. Corb, he must pronounce me his. Mose, 'tis true. Corb, this plot did I think on before. Mose, I do believe it. Corb, do you not believe it? Mos, yes, sir. Corb, mine own project. Mos, which when he hath done, sir. Corb, published me his heir. Mose, and you so certain to survive him. Corb, I. Mos, being so lusty a man. Corb, 'tis true. Mos, yes, sir. Corb, I thought on that too. See, how he should be the very organ to express my thoughts. Mose, you have not only done yourself a good. Corb, but multiplied it on my son. Mose, 'tis right, sir. Corb, still my invention. Mose, laws, sir. Heaven knows it hath been all my study, all my care, I e'en grow grey withal, how to work things. Corb, I do conceive sweet Mosca. Mose, you are he for whom I labor here. Corb, I do, all straight about it. Mose, rook go with you, raven. Corb, I know the honest. Mose, you do lie, sir. Corb, and Mose, your knowledge is no better than your ears, sir. Corb, I do not doubt to be a father to thee. Mose, nor I to gull my brother of his blessing. Corb, I may have my youth restored to me, why not? Mose, your worship is a precious ass. Corb, what say'st thou? Mose, I do desire your worship to make haste, sir. Corb, 'tis done, I go. Volp, oh, I shall burst. Let out my sides, let out my sides. Mose, contain your flux of laughter, sir. You know this hope is such a bait, it covers any hook. Volp, oh, but thy working and thy placing it. I cannot hold, good rascal, let me kiss thee, I never knew thee in so rare a humor. Mose, alas, sir, I but do as I am taught. Follow your grave instructions, give them words, pour oil into their ears, and send them hence. Volp, 'tis true. What a rare punishment is avarice to itself. Mose, I with our help, sir. Volp, so many cares, so many maladies, so many fears attending on old age, yea, death so often called on, as no wish can be more frequent with them, their limbs faint, their senses dull, their seeing, hearing, going, all dead before them. Yea, their very teeth, their instruments of eating, failing them, yet this is reckoned life. Nay, here was one, is now gone home, that wishes to live longer. Feels not his gout, nor palsy, feigns himself younger by scores of years, flatters his age with confident belying it, hopes he may, with charms like Æson, have his youth restored, and with these thoughts so battens, as if fate would be as easily cheated on, as he, and all turns heir. Who's that there now? A third. Mose, close to your couch again, I hear his voice, it is Corvino, our spruce merchant. Volp, dead. Mose, another bout, sir, with your eyes. Who's there? Signor Corvino. Come most wished for. Oh, how happy were you, if you knew it now. Corv, why? What? Wherein? Mose, the tardy hour is come, sir. Corv, he is not dead. Mose, not dead, sir, but is good, he knows no man. Corv, how shall I do then? Mose, why, sir? Corv, I have brought him here a pearl. Mose, perhaps he has so much remembrance left as to know you, sir. He still calls on you, nothing but your name is in his mouth. Is your pearl orient, sir? Corv, Venice was never owner of the like. Volp, Signor Corvino. Mos, hark. Volp, Signor Corvino. Mose, he calls you. Step and give it him, he's here, sir, and he has brought you a rich pearl. Corv, how do you, sir? Tell him it doubles the 12th carat. Mos, sir, he cannot understand, his hearing's gone, and yet it comforts him to see you. Corv, say I have a diamond for him too. Mose, best show it, sir, put it into his hand. 'Tis only there he apprehends, he has his feeling yet. See how he grasps it. Corv, laws, good gentleman. How pitiful the sight is. Mose, tut. Forget, sir. The weeping of an heir should still be laughter under a visor. Corv, why am I his heir? Mos, sir, I am sworn I may not show the will till he be dead. But here has been Corbaxio, here has been Volter, here were others too, I cannot number 'em, they were so many all gaping here for legacies. But I, taking the vantage of his naming you, Signor Corvino, took paper and pen and ink, and there I asked him whom he would have his heir. Corvino, who should be executor. Corvino, and to any question he was silent too, I still interpreted the nods he made, through weakness for consent, and sent home others nothing bequeathed them, but to cry and curse. Corv, oh my dear Mosca. Does he not perceive us? Mose, no more than a blind harper. He knows no man, no face of friend, nor name of any servant, who 'twas that fed him last, or gave him drink, not those he hath begotten or brought up can he remember. Corv, has he children? Mose, bastards, some dozen or more, that he begot on beggars, gypsies, and Jews and blackmoors when he was drunk. Knew you not that, sir? 'Tis the common fable. The dwarf, the fool, the eunuch, are all his, he's the true father of his family, in all save me, but he has given them nothing. Corv, that's well, that's well. Art sure he does not hear us? Mose, sure, sir. Why look you, credit your own sense. The pox approach, and add to your diseases, if it would send you hence the sooner, sir, for your incontinence it hath deserved it thoroughly, and the plague to boot. You may come near, sir, would you would once close those filthy eyes of yours, that flow with slime, like 2 frog pits, and those same hanging cheeks, covered with hide instead of skin, nay help, sir, that look like frozen dishclouts, set on end. Corv, or like an old smoked wall, on which the rain ran down in streaks. Mose, excellent. Sir, speak out, you may be louder yet. A culverin discharged in his ear would hardly bore it. Corv, his nose is like a common sewer, still running. Mose, 'tis good. And what is mouth? Corv, a very draught. Mose, oh, stop it up. Corv, by no means. Mose, pray you let me. Faith, I could stifle him, rarely with a pillow, as well as any woman that should keep him. Corv, do as you will, but I'll be gone. Mose, be so, it is your presence makes him last so long. Corv, I pray you, use no violence. Mose, no, sir. Why? Why should you be thus scrupulous, pray you, sir? Corv, nay, at your discretion. Mose, well, good sir, begone. Corv, I will not trouble him now to take my pearl. Mose, pah. Nor your diamond. What a needless care is this afflicts you. Is not all here yours? Am not I here, whom you have made your creature? That owe my being to you. Corv, grateful Mosca. Thou art my friend, my fellow, my companion, my partner, and shalt share in all my fortunes. Mos, excepting one. Corv, what's that? Mos, your gallant wife, sir, now is he gone, we had no other means to shoot him hence but this. Volp, my divine Mosca. Thou hast today outgone thyself. Who's there? I will be troubled with no more. Prepare me music, dances, banquets, all delights. The Turk is not more sensual in his pleasures than will Volpone. Let me see a pearl, a diamond, plate, chequins. Good morning's purchase. Why, this is better than rob churches, yet, or fat by eating once a month a man. Who is't? Mose, the beauteous lady would be, sir. Wife to the English knight, Sir Politic would be. This is the style, sir, is directed me. Hath sent to know how you have slept tonight, and if you would be visited. VOLP, not now, some 3 hours hence. Mose, I told the squire so much. VOLP, when I am high with mirth and wine, then? For heaven, I wonder at the desperate valor of the bold English, that they dare let loose their wives to all encounters. MOS, sir, this knight had not his name for nothing, he is politic, and knows, howe'er his wife affect strange airs, she hath not yet the face to be dishonest. But had she Signor Corvino's wife's face? VOLP, has she so rare a face? Mose, oh sir, the wonder, the blazing star of Italy. A wench of the first year. A beauty ripe as harvest. Whose skin is whiter than a swan all over, than silver, snow, or lilies. A soft lip would tempt you to eternity of kissing, and flesh that melteth in the touch to blood. Bright as your gold, and lovely as your gold. VOLP, why had not I known this before? MOS, alas, sir, myself but yesterday discovered it. VOLP, how might I see her? Mose, oh, not possible, she's kept as warily as is your gold, never does come abroad, never takes air, but at a window. All her looks are sweet, as the first grapes or cherries, and are watched as near as they are. VOLP, I must see her. MOS, sir, there is a guard of spies 10 thick upon her, all his whole household, each of which is set upon his fellow, and have all their charge, when he goes out, when he comes in, examined. VOLP, I will go see her, though but at her window. Mose, in some disguise then. VOLP, that is true, I must maintain mine own shape still the same, will think. ACT2. Scene 2.1. St. Mark's Place, a retired corner before Corvino's house. Enter SIR Politic would-be, and Peregrine. SIRP, sir, to a wise man all the world's his soil. It is not Italy, nor France, nor Europe, that must bound me if my fates call me forth. Yet I protest, it is no salt desire of seeing countries, shifting a religion, nor any disaffection to the state where I was bred, and unto which I owe my dearest plots, hath brought me out. Much less, that idle, antique, stale, grey-headed project of knowing men's minds and manners with Ulysses. But a peculiar humor of my wife's laid for this height of Venice, to observe, to quote, to learn the language, and so forth. I hope you travel, sir, with license. Yes. SIRP, I dare the safelier converse how long, sir, since you left England? 7 weeks. SIRP, so lately. You have not been with my Lord Ambassador? Not yet, sir. SIRP, pray you what news, sir, vents our climate? I heard last night a most strange thing reported by some of my lord's followers, and I long to hear how 'twill be seconded. What was't, sir? SIRP, marry, sir, of a raven that should build in a ship royal of the king's. This fellow does he gull me trow? Or is gulled? Your name, sir? SIRP, my name is Politic would-be. Oh, that speaks him. A knight, sir. SIRP, a poor knight, sir. Your lady lies here in Venice, for intelligence of tires and fashions and behavior among the courtesans. The fine lady would-be. SIRP, yes, sir, the spider and the bee oft times suck from one flower. Good Sir Politic, I cry you mercy, I have heard much of you. 'Tis true, sir, of your raven. SIRP, on your knowledge. Yes, and your lions whelping in the tower. SIRP, another whelp. Another, sir. SIRP, now heaven. What prodigies be these? The fires at Berwick. And the new star. These things concurring, strange, and full of omen. Saw you those meteors? I did, sir. SIRP, fearful. Pray you, sir, confirm me, were there 3 porpoises seen above the bridge as they give out? Per, 6 and a sturgeon, sir. SIRP, I am astonished. Per, nay, sir, be not so. I'll tell you a greater prodigy than these. SIRP, what should these things portend? Per, the very day, let me be sure, that I put forth from London, there was a whale discovered in the river, as high as Woolwich that had waited there, few know how many months, for the subversion of the stowed fleet. SIRP, is't possible. Believe it, 'twas either sent from Spain or the Archduke's. Spinola's whale, upon my life, my credit. Will they not leave these projects? Worthy sir, some other news. Per, faith, Stone the fool is dead, and they do lack a tavern fool extremely. SIRP, is Mass Stone dead? Per, he's dead, sir. Why, I hope you thought him not immortal. Oh, this knight, were he well known, would be a precious thing to fit our English stage. He that should write but such a fellow should be thought to feign extremely, if not maliciously. SIRP, Stone dead. Per, dead lord. How deeply, sir, you apprehend it. He was no kinsman to you. SIRP, that I know of. Well, that same fellow was an unknown fool. Per, and yet you knew him, it seems. SIRP, I did so. Sir, I knew him one of the most dangerous heads living within the state, and so I held him. Per, indeed, sir. SIRP, while he lived in action. He has received weekly intelligence, upon my knowledge, out of the Low Countries for all parts of the world in cabbages, and those dispensed again to ambassadors in oranges, muskmelons, apricots, lemons, pome citrons, and such like. Sometimes in Colchester oysters and your Selsey cockles. Per, you make me wonder. SIRP, sir, upon my knowledge. Nay, I've observed him, at your public ordinary, take his advertisement from a traveller a concealed statesman, in a trencher of meat, and instantly, before the meal was done, convey an answer in a toothpick. Per, strange. How could this be, sir? SIRP, why, the meat was cut so like his character, and so laid, as he must easily read the cipher. Per, I have heard, he could not read, sir. SIRP, so 'twas given out in policy by those that did employ him, but he could read and had your languages, and taught, as sound a noddle. Per, I have heard, sir, that your baboons were spies, and that they were a kind of subtle nation near to China. SIRP, I your mamulucci. Faith, they had their hand in a French plot or two, but they were so extremely given to women as they made discovery of all. Yet, I had my advices here, on Wednesday last. From one of their own coat, they were returned, made their relations, as the fashion is, and now stand fair for fresh employment. Per, heart. This Sir Paul will be ignorant of nothing. It seems, sir, you know all. SIRP, not all, sir, but I have some general notions. I do love to note and to observe. Though I live out, free from the active torrent, yet I'd mark the currents and the passages of things for mine own private use, and know the ebbs and flows of state. Per, believe it, sir, I hold myself in no small tie unto my fortunes, for casting me thus luckily upon you, whose knowledge, if your bounty equal it, may do me great assistance in instruction for my behavior and my bearing, which is yet so rude and raw. SIRP, why came you forth empty of rules for travel? Per, faith, I had some common ones from out that vulgar grammar, which he that cried Italian to me taught me. SIRP, why this it is that spoils all our brave bloods, trusting our hopeful gentry unto pedants, fellows of outside and mere bark. You seem to be a gentleman of ingenuous race. I not profess it, but my fate hath been to be, where I have been consulted within this high kind, touching some great men's sons, persons of blood and honor. Enter MOSCA and Nano disguised, followed by persons with materials for erecting a stage. Per, who be these, sir? Mose, under that window there must be. The same. SIRP, fellows to mount a bank. Did your instructor in the dear tongues never discourse to you of the Italian mountebanks? Per, yes, sir. SIRP, why here shall you see one. Per, they are quacksalvers, fellows that live by venting oils and drugs. SIRP, was that the character he gave you of them? Per, as I remember. SIRP, pity his ignorance. They are the only knowing men of Europe. Great general scholars, excellent physicians, most admired statesmen, professed favorites, and cabinet counselors to the greatest princes, the only languaged men of all the world. And I have heard they are most lewd impostors, made all of terms and shreds, no less beliers of great men's favors than their own vile medicines, which they will utter upon monstrous oaths, selling that drug for 2 pence, ere they part, which they have valued at 12 crowns before. SIRP, sir, calumnies are answered best with silence. Yourself shall judge who is it mounts, my friends. MOS, Scoto of Mantua, sir. SIRP, ist he. Nay, then I'll proudly promise, sir, you shall behold another man than has been fancied to you. I wonder yet that he should mount his bank, here in this nook, that has been wont to appear in face of the piazza, here he comes. Enter Volpone, disguised as a mountebank doctor, and followed by a crowd of people. VOLP, Mount Zany. Mab, follow. SIRP, see how the people follow him. He's a man may write 10,000 crowns in bank here. Note, mark but his gesture, I do use to observe the state he keeps in getting up. T's worth it, sir. VOLP, most noble gentlemen and my worthy patrons. It may seem strange that I, your Scoto Mantuano, who is ever wont to fix my bank in face of the public piazza, near the shelter of the portico to the Procuratia, should now, after 8 months' absence from this illustrious city of Venice, humbly retire myself into an obscure nook of the piazza. SIRP, did not I now object the same? Per piece, sir. VOLP, let me tell you, I am not, as your Lombard proverb saith, cold on my feet, or content to part with my commodities at a cheaper rate than I accustomed, look not for it. Nor that the calumnious reports of that impudent detractor, and shame to our profession, Alessandro Button, I mean, who gave out, in public, I was condemned at Sforzato to the galleys, for poisoning the Cardinal Bembo's cook, hath at all attached, much less dejected me. No, worthy gentlemen, to tell you true, I cannot endure to see the rabble of these ground sire Latani, that spread their cloaks on the pavement, as if they meant to do feats of activity, and then come in lamely, with their mouldy tails out of Boccaccio, like stale Tabarine, the fabulist. Some of them discoursing their travels, and of their tedious captivity in the Turks' galleys, when indeed, were the truth known, they were the Christians' galleys, where very temperately they eat bread, and drunk water, as a wholesome penance, enjoined them by their confessors, for base pilferys. SIRP, note but his bearing and contempt of these. VOLP, these turdy-facey nasty pady-lousy farticle rogues, with one poor groat's worth of unprepared antimony, finely wrapped up in several scartoxios, are able very well to kill their 20 a week, and play. Yet these meager, starved spirits, who have half stopped the organs of their minds with earthy oppilations, want not their favorers among your shriveled salad-eating artisans, who are overjoyed that they may have their half-peth of physic. Though it purge them into another world, it makes no matter. SIRP, excellent. Have you heard better language, sir? VOLP, well, let them go. And gentlemen, honorable gentlemen, know that for this time our bank, being thus removed from the clamors of the Canaglia, shall be the scene of pleasure and delight. For I have nothing to sell, little or nothing to sell. SIRP, I told you, sir, his end. You did so, sir. VOLP, I protest I and my 6 servants are not able to make of this precious liquor, so fast as it is fetched away from my lodging by gentlemen of your city, strangers of the terra firma, worshipful merchants. I and senators too, who, ever since my arrival, have detained me to their uses by their splendidest liberalities. And worthily, for what avails your rich man to have his magazines stuffed with moscadelli, or of the purest grape, when his physicians prescribe him, on pain of death, to drink nothing but water concocted with aniseeds. Oh, health! The blessing of the rich, the riches of the poor. Who can buy thee at too dear a rate, since there is no enjoying this world without thee? Be not then so sparing of your purses, honorable gentlemen, as to abridge the natural course of life. You see his end. SIRP, is not good. VOLP, for when a humid flux or catarrh by the mutability of air falls from your head into an arm or shoulder or any other part, take you a ducat or your chequin of gold and apply to the place affected. see what good effect it can work. No, no, 'tis this blessed ungento, this rare extraction, that hath only power to disperse all malignant humours, that proceed either of hot, cold, moist, or windy causes. I would he had put in dry too. SIRP, pray you observe. VOLP, to fortify the most indigest and crude stomach, I word of one that, through extreme weakness, vomited blood, applying only a warm napkin to the place, after the unction and fricace, for the vertigen in the head, putting but a drop into your nostrils, likewise behind the ears, a most sovereign and approved remedy. The malcajuco, cramps, convulsions, paralyses, epilepsies, tremorcordia, retired nerves, ill vapors of the spleen, stopping of the liver, the stone, the strangury, hernia ventosa, iliaca passio, stops a dysenteria immediately, easeth the torsion of the small guts, and cures melancholia hypochondriaca, being taken and applied according to my printed receipt. For this is the physician, this the medicine, this counsels, this cures, this gives the direction, this works the effect. And in sum, both together may be termed an abstract of the theoric and practic in the Aesculapian art. 'Twill cost you 8 crowns. And Zan frittata, prithee sing a verse extempore in honor of it. SIRP, how do you like him, sir? Most strangely I. SIRP, is not his language rare. But alchemy, I never heard the like, or Broughton's books. Nano had old Hippocrates or Galen, that to their books put medicines all in, but known this secret they had never, of which they will be guilty ever, been murderers of so much paper, or wasted many a hurtless taper. No Indian drug had e'er been famed, tobacco, sassafras not named, ni yet of guacum one small stick, sir, nor Raymond Lully's great elixir. Ni had been known the Danish Gonswort, or Paracelsus, with his longsword. All this yet will not do, 8 crowns is high. VOLP. No more, gentlemen, if I had but time to discourse to you the miraculous effects of this my oil, surnamed Aglio del Scoto, with the countless catalogue of those I have cured of the aforesaid, and many more diseases, the patents and privileges of all the princes and commonwealths of Christendom, or but the depositions of those that appeared on my part before the signory of the Sanita and most learned College of Physicians, where I was authorized, upon notice taken of the admirable virtues of my medicaments, and mine own excellency in matter of rare and unknown secrets, not only to disperse them publicly in this famous city, but in all the territories that happily joy under the government of the most pious and magnificent states of Italy. But may some other gallant fellow say, "Oh, there be divers that make profession to have as good and as experimented receipts as yours." Indeed, very many have assayed, like apes, in imitation of that, which is really and essentially in me, to make of this oil. Bestowed great cost in furnaces, stills, alembics, continual fires, and preparation of the ingredients, as indeed there goes to it 600 several simples, besides some quantity of human fat, for the conglutination which we buy of the anatomists. But when these practitioners come to the last decoction, blow, blow, puff, puff, and all flies in fumo, ha, ha, ha. Poor wretches! I rather pity their folly and indiscretion than their loss of time and money, for these may be recovered by industry, but to be a fool born is a disease incurable. For myself, I always from my youth have endeavored to get the rarest secrets, and book them, either in exchange or for money. I spared nor cost nor labor, where anything was worthy to be learned. And gentlemen, honorable gentlemen, I will undertake, by virtue of chemical art, out of the honorable hat that covers your head, to extract the 4 elements. That is to say, the fire, air, water, and earth, and return you your felt without burn or stain. For, whilst others have been at the Balu, I have been at my book, and am now past the craggy paths of study, and come to the flowery plains of honor and reputation. SIRP, I do assure you, sir, that is his aim. VOLP, but to our price. And that withal, Sir Paul. VOLP, you all know, honorable gentlemen, I never valued this ampulla or vial at less than 8 crowns, but for this time I am content to be deprived of it for 6. 6 crowns is the price. Unless, in courtesy, I know you cannot offer me, take it, or leave it howsoever, both it and I am at your service. I ask you not as the value of the thing, for then I should demand of you 1,000 crowns, So the Cardinals Montalto, Farnese, the great Duke of Tuscany, my gossip, with divers other princes, have given me. But I despise money. Only to show my affection to you, honorable gentlemen, and your illustrious state here, I have neglected the messages of these princes, mine own offices, framed my journey hither, only to present you with the fruits of my travels, tune your voices once more to the touch of your instruments, and give the honorable assembly some delightful recreation. What monstrous and most painful circumstance is here, to get some 3 or 4 gazettes, some 3 pence in the whole. For that 'twill come to. Nano, you that would last long, list to my song, make no more coil, but buy of this oil. Would you be ever fair and young, stout of teeth and strong of tongue, tart of palate, quick of ear, sharp of sight, of nostril clear, moist of hand, and light of foot? Or I will come nearer taught, would you live free from all diseases? Do the act your mistress pleases, yet fright all aches from your bones. Here's a medicine for the nones. Volp. Well, I am in a humor at this time to make a present of the small quantity my coffer contains, to the rich in courtesy, and to the poor for God's sake. Wherefore now mark, I asked you 6 crowns, and 6 crowns at other times you have paid me. You shall not give me 6 crowns, nor 5, nor 4, nor 3, nor 2, nor 1, nor half a ducat. No, nor a moxenigo. 6pence it will cost you, or £600 expect no lower price. For, by the banner of my front, I will not bate a bagatine, that I will have only a pledge of your loves to carry something from amongst you, to show I am not contemned by you. Therefore now toss your handkerchiefs cheerfully, and be advertised that the first heroic spirit that deigns to grace me with a handkerchief, I will give it a little remembrance of something beside, shall please it better, than if I had presented it with a double pistolet. Will you be that heroic spark, Sir Paul? Oh, see, the window has prevented you. Volp. Lady, I kiss your bounty. And for this timely grace you have done your poor Scoto of Mantua, I will return you, over and above my oil, a secret of that high and inestimable nature, shall make you forever enamored on that minute, wherein your eye first descended on so mean, yet not altogether to be despised, an object. Here is a powder concealed in this paper, of which, if I should speak to the worth, 9,000 volumes were but as 1 page, that page as a line, that line as a word. So short is this pilgrimage of man, which some call life, to the expressing of it. Would I reflect on the price? Why, the whole world is but as an empire, that empire as a province, that province as a bank, that bank as a private purse to the purchase of it. I will only tell you, it is the powder that made Venus a goddess given her by Apollo, that kept her perpetually young, cleared her wrinkles, firmed her gums, filled her skin, colored her hair, from her derived to Helen, and at the sack of Troy unfortunately lost. Till now, in this our age, it was as happily recovered by a studious antiquary out of some ruins of Asia, who sent a moiety of it to the court of France, but much sophisticated, wherewith the ladies there now color their hair. The rest, at this present, remains with me, extracted to a quintessence, so that, wherever it but touches, in youth it perpetually preserves, in age restores the complexion, seats your teeth, did they dance like virginal jacks, firm as a wall, makes them white as ivory that were black as Cor, Spito the devil and my shame. Come down here, come down, no house but mine to make your scene. Signor Flaminio, will you down, sir? Down. What, is my wife your Francisina, sir? No windows on the whole piazza here, to make your properties but mine. But mine. Heart. Ere tomorrow I shall be new christened, and called the Pantalone di Bisagniosi, about the town. What should this mean, Sir Paul? SIRP, some trick of state, believe it. I will home. It may be some design on you. SIRP, I know not. I'll stand upon my guard. It is your best, sir. SIRP, this 3 weeks all my advices, all my letters, they have been intercepted. Indeed, sir. Best have a care. SIRP, nay, so I will. This night, I may not lose him for my mirth till night. Scene 2.2. A room in Volpone's house. Enter Volpone and Mosca. Volp, oh, I am wounded. Mose, where, sir? VOLP, not without those blows were nothing, I could bear them ever. But angry Cupid, bolting from her eyes, hath shot himself into me like a flame, where now he flings about his burning heat, as in a furnace an ambitious fire, whose vent is stopped. The fight is all within me. I cannot live except thou help me, Mosca, my liver melts, and I, without the hope of some soft air from her refreshing breath, am but a heap of cinders. Mose, laws, good sir, would you had never seen her. VOLP, nay, would thou hadst never told me of her. Mose, sir, 'tis true, I do confess I was unfortunate, and you unhappy, but I'm bound in conscience, no less than duty, to effect my best to your release of torment, and I will, sir. VOLP, dear Mosca, shall I hope? MOS, sir, more than dear, I will not bid you to despair of aught within a human compass. VOLP, oh, there spoke my better angel. Mosca, take my keys, gold, plate, and jewels, all's at thy devotion. Employ them how thou wilt. Nay, coin me too, so thou in this, but crown my longings, Mosca. MOS, use but your patience. VOLP, so I have. Mose, I doubt not to bring success to your desires. VOLP, nay then I not repent me of my late disguise. Mose, if you can horn him, sir, you need not. VOLP, true, besides I never meant him for my heir, is not the color of my beard and eyebrows to make me known. Mose, no jot. VOLP, I did it well. MOS, so well would I could follow you in mine with half the happiness. And yet I would escape your epilogue. VOLP, but were they gulled with a belief that I was Scoto? MOS, sir, Scoto himself could hardly have distinguished. I have not time to flatter you now, we'll part, and as I prosper, so applaud my art. Scene 2.3. A room in Corviano's house. Enter Corviano, with his sword in his hand, dragging in CELA. CORV, death of mine honor with the city's fool. A juggling, tooth-drawing, prating mountebank. And at a public window, where, whilst he, with his strained action and his dole of faces, to his drug lecture draws your itching ears, a crew of old, unmarried, noted lechers stood leering up like satyrs. And you smile most graciously, and fan your favors forth to give your hot spectators satisfaction. What was your mountebank their call? Their whistle? Or were you enamored on his copper rings, his saffron jewel with the toadstone int, or his embroidered suit with the cope stitch made of a hearse cloth? Or his old tilt feather? Or his starched beard? Well, you shall have him, yes. He shall come home, and minister unto you the fricase for the mother. Or let me see, I think you'd rather mount. Would you not mount? Why, if you'll mount, you may. Yes, truly, you may, and so you may be seen down to the foot. Get you a cittern, Lady Vanity, and be a dealer with the virtuous man, make one. I'll but protest myself a cuckold, and save your dowry. I'm a Dutchman, I. For if you thought me an Italian, you would be damned, ere you did this, you whore. Thou'dst tremble to imagine that the murder of father, mother, brother, all thy race, should follow, as the subject of my justice. Sell, good sir, have passions. CORV, what couldst thou propose less to thyself, than in this heat of wrath and stung with my dishonor, I should strike this steel into thee, with as many stabs, as thou wert gazed upon with goatish eyes. Sell, alas, sir, be appeased. I could not think my being at the window should more now move your impatience than at other times. CORV, no. Not to seek and entertain a parley with a known knave before a multitude. You were an actor with your handkerchief, which he most sweetly kissed in the receipt, and might, no doubt, return it with a letter, and point the place where you might meet. Your sisters, your mothers, or your aunts might serve the turn. Sell, why, dear sir, when do I make these excuses, or ever stir abroad but to the church? And that so seldom. CORV, well, it shall be less, and thy restraint before was liberty to what I now decree, and therefore mark me. First, I will have this body light dammed up, and til't be done, some 2 or 3 yards off I'll chalk a line. O'er which if thou but chance to set thy desperate foot, more hell, more horror, more wild remorseless rage shall seize on thee, than on a conjurer that had heedless left his circle's safety ere his devil was laid. Then here's a lock which I will hang upon thee, and now I think on't I will keep thee backwards, thy lodging shall be backwards, thy walks backwards, thy prospect all be backwards, and no pleasure that thou shalt know but backwards. Nay, since you force my honest nature, no, it is your own being too open makes me use you thus. Since you will not contain your subtle nostrils in a sweet room, but they must snuff the air of rank and sweaty passengers. 1 knocks. Away and be not seen, pain of thy life, nor look toward the window. If thou dost nay, stay, hear this let me not prosper, whore, but I will make thee an anatomy, dissect thee mine own self, and read a lecture upon thee to the city and in public. Away. Who's there? Serve, T. Signor Mosca, sir. Corv, let him come in. His master's dead, there's yet some good to help the bad, my Mosca welcome. I guess your news. Mose, I fear you cannot, sir. Corv, ist not his death. Mose, rather the contrary. Corv, not his recovery. Mos, yes, sir. Corv, I am cursed, I am bewitched, my crosses meet to vex me. Ow. 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 Mose, why, sir, with Scodo's oil, Corbaxio and Volter brought of it, whilst I was busy in an inner room. Corv, death. That damned mountebank, but for the law now I could kill the rascal. It cannot be, his oil should have that virtue. Have not I known him a common rogue, come fiddling into the osteria with a tumbling whore, and when he has done all his forced tricks, been glad of a poor spoonful of dead wine, with flies in't. It cannot be. All his ingredients are a sheep's gall, a roasted bitch's marrow, some few sod earwigs pounded caterpillars, a little capon's grease and fasting spittle. I know them to a dram. Mose, I know not, sir, but some aunt there, they poured into his ears, some in his nostrils, and recovered him, applying but the fricase. Corv, poxo that fricase. Mos, and since, to seem the more officious and flattering of his health, there they have had at extreme fees the College of Physicians consulting on him how they might restore him, where one would have a cataplasm of spices, another a flayed ape clapped to his breast. A third would have it a dog, a fourth an oil with wild cat skins. At last they all resolved that to preserve him was no other means, but some young woman must be straight sought out, lusty and full of juice to sleep by him. And to this service, most unhappily, and most unwillingly am I now employed, which here I thought to preacquaint you with for your advice, since it concerns you most, because I would not do that thing might cross your ends, on whom I have my whole dependence, sir. Yet, if I do it not, they may delate my slackness to my patron, work me out of his opinion, and there all your hopes, ventures, or whatsoever are all frustrate. I do but tell you, sir. Besides, they are all now striving, who shall first present him, therefore I could entreat you, briefly conclude somewhat, prevent them if you can. Corv, death to my hopes, this is my villainous fortune. Best to hire some common courtesan. Mose, I thought on that, sir, but they are all so subtle, full of art and age again doting and flexible, so as I cannot tell we may, perchance, light on a queen may cheat us all. Corv, 'tis true. Mose, no, it must be one that has no tricks, sir, some simple thing a creature made unto it, some wench you may command. Have you no kinswoman? Also think, sir. 1 the doctors offered there his daughter. Corv, how? Mos, yes, Signor Lupo the physician. Corv, his daughter. Mos, and a virgin, sir. Why? Alas, he knows the state of's body, what it is, that naught can warm his blood, sir, but a fever, nor any incantation raise his spirit. A long forgetfulness hath seized that part. Besides, sir, who shall know it? Someone or two. Corv, I prithee give me leave. If any man but I had this luck the thing in self, I know, is nothing wherefore should not I as well command my blood and my affections as this dull doctor. In the point of honor, the cases are all one of wife and daughter. Mose, I hear him coming. Corv, she shall dot, 'tis done. Slight. If this doctor, who is not engaged, unless 't be for his counsel, which is nothing, offer his daughter, what should I that am so deeply in? I will prevent him, wretch. Covetous wretch Mosca, I have determined. Mose, how, sir? Corv will make all sure. The party you wot of shall be mine own wife, Mosca. Mos, sir, the thing but that I would not seem to counsel you, I should have motioned to you, at the first, and make your count, you have cut all their throats. Why? 'Tis directly taking a possession. And in his next fit, we may let him go. 'Tis but to pull the pillow from his head, and he is throttled. It had been done before, but for your scrupulous doubts. Corv, I a plague on't, my conscience fools my wit. Well, I'll be brief, and so be thou, lest they should be before us. Go home, prepare him, tell him with what zeal and willingness I do it. Swear it was on the first hearing, as thou mayst do, truly, mine own free motion. Mos, sir, I warrant you, I'll so possess him with it, that the rest of his starved clients shall be banished all, and only you received. But come not, sir, until I send, for I have something else to ripen for your good, you must not note. Corv, but do not you forget to send now. Mos, fear not. Corv, where are you, wife? My Celia. Wife? What blubbering? Come, dry those tears. I think thou thought'st me in earnest, ha? By this light I talk so, but to try thee. Methinks the lightness of the occasion should have confirmed thee. Come, I am not jealous. Cell no. Corv, faith I am not I, nor never was, it is a poor unprofitable humor. Do not I know, if women have a will, they'll do, gainst all the watches of the world, and that the fiercest spies are tamed with gold. Tut, I am confident in thee, thou shalt seat, and see I'll give thee cause too, to believe it. Come kiss me. Go and make thee ready, straight. In all thy best attire, thy choicest jewels, put them all on, and, with them, thy best looks, we are invited to a solemn feast, at old Volpone's, where it shall appear how far I am free from jealousy or fear. ACT 3. Scene 3.1. A street. Enter Mosca. Mose, I fear I shall begin to grow in love with my dear self, and my most prosperous parts, they do so spring and burgeon. I can feel a whimsy in my blood, I know not how, success hath made me wanton. I could skip out of my skin now like a subtle snake, I am so limber. Oh, your parasite is a most precious thing, dropped from above, not bred mongst clods and clodpoles here on earth. I muse, the mystery was not made a science, it is so liberally professed. Almost all the wise world is little else in nature, but parasites or sub-parasites, and yet, I mean not those that have your bare town art, to know who's fit to feed them, have no house, no family, no care, and therefore mold tales for men's ears to bait that sense, or get kitchen invention and some stale receipts to please the belly and the groin, nor those with their court dog tricks that can fawn and fleer, make their revenue out of legs and faces, echo my lord, and lick away a moth. But your fine elegant rascal, that can rise and stoop almost together like an arrow, shoot through the air as nimbly as a star turns short as doth a swallow, and be here, and there and here and yonder all at once, present to any humor, all occasion, and change a visor, swifter than a thought. This is the creature had the art born with him, toils not to learn it, but doth practice it out of most excellent nature. And such sparks are the true parasites, others but their zanies. Mose, who's this? Benario, old Corbaxio's son. The person I was bound to seek, fair sir, you are happily met. Bon, that cannot be by thee. Mose, why, sir? Bon, nay, pray thee know thy way, and leave me. I would be loth to interchange discourse with such a mate as thou art. Mose, courteous sir, scorn not my poverty. Bon, not I, by heaven, but thou shalt give me leave to hate thy baseness. Mose, baseness. Bon, I answer me, is not thy sloth sufficient argument? Thy flattery. Thy means of feeding. Mose, heaven be good to me. These imputations are too common, sir, and easily stuck on virtue when she's poor. You are unequal to me, and however your sentence may be righteous, yet you are not that, ere you know me, thus proceed in censure. Saint Mark bear witness gainst you, 'tis inhuman. Bon, what? Does he weep? The sign is soft and good, I do repent me that I was so harsh. Mose, 'tis true that, swayed by strong necessity, I am enforced to eat my careful bread with too much obsequy. 'Tis true, beside, that I am fain to spin mine own poor raiment out of my mere observance, being not born to a free fortune. But that I have done base offices, in rending friends asunder, dividing families, betraying counsels, whispering false lies, or mining men with praises, trained their credulity with perjuries, corrupted chastity, or am in love with mine own tender ease, but would not rather prove the most rugged and laborious course that might redeem my present estimation. Let me here perish, in all hope of goodness. Bon, this cannot be a personated passion. I was to blame, so to mistake thy nature. Prithee, forgive me, and speak out thy business. Mos, sir, it concerns you, and though I may seem at first to make a main offence in manners, and in my gratitude unto my master, yet, for the pure love which I bear all right, and hatred of the wrong, I must reveal it. This very hour your father is in purpose to disinherit you. Bon, how? Mos, and thrust you forth as a mere stranger to his blood. 'Tis true, sir, the work no way engageth me, but as I claim an interest in the general state of goodness and true virtue, which I hear to abound in you, and for which mere respect, without a second aim, sir, I have done it. Bon, this tale hath lost thee much of the late trust thou hadst with me. It is impossible. I know not how to lend it any thought. My father should be so unnatural. Mose, it is a confidence that well becomes your piety, and formed, no doubt, it is from your own simple innocence, which makes your wrong more monstrous and abhorred. But, sir, I now will tell you more. This very minute, it is or will be doing, and if you shall be but pleased to go with me, I'll bring you, I dare not say where you shall see, but where your ear shall be a witness of the deed. Hear yourself written bastard, and profess the common issue of the earth. Bon, I am amazed. Mos, sir, if I do it not, draw your just sword and score your vengeance on my front and face. Mark me your villain. You have too much wrong, and I do suffer for you, sir. My heart weeps blood in anguish. Bon, lead, I follow thee. Scene 3.2. A room in Volpone's house. Enter Volpone. Volp, Mosca stays long, methinks. Bring forth your sports, and help to make the wretched time more sweet. Nan, dwarf, fool, and eunuch, well met here we be. A question it were now, whether of us three, being all the known delicates of a rich man in pleasing him, claim the precedency can. Cas, I claim for myself. And so doth the fool. Nan, 'tis foolish indeed, let me set you both to school. First for your dwarf, he's little and witty, and everything as it is little is pretty. Else why do men say to a creature of my shape, so soon as they see him, it's a pretty little ape? And why a pretty ape, but for pleasing imitation of greater men's actions, in a ridiculous fashion? Beside, this feat body of mine doth not crave half the meat, drink, and cloth, one of your bulks will have. Admit your fool's face be the mother of laughter, yet, for his brain, it must always come after, and though that do feed him, 'tis a pitiful case, his body is beholding to such a bad face. Volp, who's there? My couch, away. Look. Nano, see, give me my caps, first go enquire. Now Cupid send it be Mosca, and with fair return. Nan, it is the beauteous madam. Volp, would be is it? Nan, the same. Volp, now torment on me. Squire her in, for she will enter or dwell here forever, nay, quickly. That my fit were past. I fear a second hell too, that my lothing this will quite expel my appetite to the other. Would she were taking now her tedious leave. Lord, how it threats me what I am to suffer. Lady P, I thank you, good sir. Pray you signify unto your patron, I am here this band shows not my neck enough I trouble you, sir. Let me request you, bid one of my women come hither to me in good faith. I am dressed most favorably today. It is no matter, 'tis well enough, look, see, these petulant things how they have done this. Volp, I do feel the fever entering in at mine ears, oh, for a charm to fright it hence. Lady P, come nearer, is this curl in his right place or this? Why is this higher than all the rest? You have not washed your eyes yet. Or do they not stand even in your head? Where is your fellow? Call her. Nan, now, St. Mark deliver us. Anon she will beat her women, because her nose is red. Lady P, I pray you view this tire forsooth, are all things apt or no? Wom, one hair a little here sticks out forsooth. Lady P, does so forsooth. And where was your dear sight, when it did so forsooth? What now? Bird-eyed. And you too. Pray you, both approach and mend it. Now by that light, I muse you are not ashamed. I that have preached these things so oft unto you, read you the principles, argued all the grounds, disputed every fitness, every grace, called you to counsel of so frequent dressings. Nan, more carefully than of your fame or honor. Lady P, made you acquainted, what an ample dowry the knowledge of these things would be unto you, able, alone, to get you noble husbands at your return, and you thus to neglect it. Besides, you seeing what a curious nation the Italians are, what will they say of me? The English lady cannot dress herself. Here's a fine imputation to our country. Well, go your ways and stay in the next room. This Fucus was too coarse too, it's no matter. Good sir, you will give them entertainment. VOLP, the storm comes toward me. Lady P, how does my Volpone? VOLP, troubled with noise, I cannot sleep. I dreamt that a strange fury entered now my house, and with the dreadful tempest of her breath did cleave my roof asunder. Lady P, believe me, and I had the most fearful dream, could I remember't. VOLP, out on my fate. I have given her the occasion how to torment me, she will tell me hers. Lady P, methought the golden mediocrity, polite and delicate. VOLP, oh, if you do love me no more, I sweat and suffer at the mention of any dream, feel how I tremble yet. Lady P, alas, good soul. The passion of the heart. Seed pearl were good now, boiled with syrup of apples, tincture of gold, and coral, citron pills, your alicampane root, myrobalins. VOLP, ah me, I have ta'en a grasshopper by the wing. Lady P, burnt silk and amber, you have muscatel good in the house. VOLP, you will not drink and part. Lady P, no, fear not that. I doubt we shall not get some English saffron, half a dram would serve, your 16 cloves, a little musk, dried mince, bugloss, and barley meal. VOLP, she's in again. Before I feigned diseases, now I have one. Lady P, and these applied with a right scarlet cloth. VOLP, another flood of words. A very torrent. Lady P, shall I, sir, make you a poultice? VOLP, no, 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 I am very well, you need prescribe no more. Lady P, I have a little studied physic, but now I'm all for music, save in the forenoons an hour or two for painting. I would have a lady indeed to have all letters and arts, be able to discourse, to write, to paint, but principle as Plato holds your music, and so does wise Pythagoras, I take it, is your true rapture, when there is consent in face, in voice, and clothes, and is indeed our sex's chiefest ornament. VOLP, the poet as old in time as Plato, and as knowing, says that your highest female grace is silence. Lady P, which of your poets? Petrarch or Tasso or Dante? Guarini, Ariosto, Aretine, Psychodihadria. I have read them all. VOLP, is everything a cause to my destruction? Lady P, I think I have 2 or 3 of them about me. VOLP, the sun, the sea will sooner both stand still than her eternal tongue, nothing can scape it. Lady P, here's Pastor Fido. VOLP, profess obstinate silence, that's now my safest. Lady P, all our English writers, I mean such as are happy in the Italian, will deign to steal out of this author mainly, almost as much as from Montaigne, he has so modern and facile a vein, fitting the time and catching the courtier. Your Petrarch is more passionate, yet he, in days of sonneting, trusted them with much. Dante is hard, and few can understand him. But for a desperate wit, there's Aretine, only, his pictures are a little obscene, you mark me not. VOLP, alas, my mind is perturbed. Lady P, why in such cases we must cure ourselves, make use of our philosophy. VOLP, oh me. Lady P, and as we find our passions do rebel, encounter them with reason or divert them by giving scope unto some other humor of lesser danger. As in politic bodies there's nothing more doth overwhelm the judgment, and cloud the understanding, than too much settling and fixing, and, as twere, subsiding upon one object. For the incorporating of these same outward things into that part, which we call mental, leaves some certain feces that stop the organs, and as Plato says, assassinate our knowledge. VOLP, now the spirit of patience help me. Lady P, come in faith, I must visit you more a days, and make you well, laugh and be lusty. VOLP, my good angel save me. Lady P, There was but one sole man in all the world, with whom I e'er could sympathize, and he would lie you often 3-4 hours together to hear me speak, and be sometimes so rapt, as he would answer me quite from the purpose, like you, and you are like him just. I'll discourse, an't be but only, sir, to bring you asleep, how we did spend our time and loves together for some 6 years. VOLP, oh. Lady P, for we were coetanae and brought up. VOLP, some power, some fate, some fortune rescue me. Mose, God save you, madam. Lady P, good sir. VOLP, Mosca. Welcome, welcome to my redemption. Mose, why sir? VOLP, oh, rid me of this my torture, quickly there. My madam, with the everlasting voice, the bells in time of pestilence, ne'er made like noise, or were in that perpetual motion. The cockpit comes not near it. All my house, but now, steamed like a bath with her thick breath. A lawyer could not have been heard, nor scarce another woman, such a hail of words she has let fall. For hell's sake, rid her hence. Mose has she presented. VOLP, oh, I do not care, I'll take her absence, upon any price with any loss. Mose, madam. Lady P, I have brought your patronne toy, a cap here, of mine own work. Mose, 'tis well. I had forgot to tell you, I saw your knight, where you would little think it. Lady P, where? Mose, Mary, where yet, if you make haste, you may apprehend, rowing upon the water in a gondol, with the most cunning courtesan of Venice. Lady P, is true. Mose, pursue them, and believe your eyes, leave me to make your gift. I knew 'twould take, for lightly they that use themselves most license, are still most jealous. VOLP, Mosca, hearty thanks for thy quick fiction and delivery of me. Now to my hopes, what say'st thou? Lady P, but do you hear, sir? VOLP, again. I fear a paroxysm. Lady P, which way rode they together? Mose, toward the Rialto. Lady P, I pray you lend me your dwarf. Mose, I pray you take him. Your hopes, sir, are like happy blossoms, fair, and promise timely fruit, if you will stay but the maturing, keep you at your couch. Corbaxio will arrive straight with the will, when he is gone, I'll tell you more. VOLP, my blood, my spirits are returned. I am alive, and like your wanton gamester at Primero, whose thought had whispered to him, not go less, methinks I lie, and draw for an encounter. Scene 3.3. The passage leading to VOLPONES chamber. Enter MOSCA and BONRIO. MOS, sir, here concealed you may hear all. But pray you, have patience, sir, the same's your father knocks, I am compelled to leave you. Bon, do so yet, cannot my thought imagine this a truth. Scene 3.4. Another part of the same. Enter MOSCA and Ciorviano, CELIA following. Mose, death on me. You are come too soon, what meant you? Did not I say I would send? CORV, yes, but I feared you might forget it, and then they prevent us. Mose, prevent. Did e'er man haste so, for his horns? A courtier would not ply it so, for a place. Well, now there's no helping it, stay here, I'll presently return. CORV, where are you, Celia? You know not wherefore I have brought you hither. Cel, not well, except you told me. CORV, now I will hark hither. Scene 3.5. A closet opening into a gallery. Enter MOSCA and BONRIO. MOS, sir, your father hath sent word. It will be half an hour ere he come, and therefore, if you please to walk the while into that gallery at the upper end, there are some books to entertain the time, and I'll take care no man shall come unto you, sir. Bon, yes, I will stay there. I do doubt this fellow. Mose there, he is far enough, he can hear nothing, and for his father I can keep him off. Scene 3.6. VOLPONES, chamber VOLPONE on his couch. MOSCA sitting by HIM. Enter CORVNO, forcing in CELIA. CORV, nay, now there is no starting back, and therefore resolve upon it, I have so decreed. It must be done. Nor would I move it afore, because I would avoid all shifts and tricks, that might deny me. Cel, sir, let me beseech you, affect not these strange trials. If you doubt my chastity, why lock me up forever? Make me the heir of darkness. Let me live, where I may please your fears, if not your trust. CORV, believe it, I have no such humor, I. All that I speak I mean, yet I'm not mad nor horn mad, see you. Go to, show yourself obedient and a wife. Sell, O heaven. Corv, I say it do so. Sell, was this the train? Corv, I've told you reasons what the physicians have set down, how much it may concern me, what my engagements are, my means, and the necessity of those means for my recovery. Wherefore, if you be loyal and mine, be one, respect my venture. Sell before your honor. Corv, honor. Tut a breath, there's no such thing in nature, a mere term invented to awe fools. What is my gold the worse, for touching, clothes for being looked on? Why, this is no more. An old decrepit wretch that has no sense, no sinew, takes his meat with others' fingers, only knows to gape, when you do scald his gums, a voice, a shadow, and what can this man hurt you? Sell, Lord. What spirit is this hath entered him? Corv, and for your fame that's such a jig, as if I would go tell it, cry it on the piazza. Who shall know it, but he that cannot speak it, and this fellow, whose lips are in my pocket? Save yourself, if you'll proclaim't you may, I know no other shall come to know it. Sell, are heaven and saints then nothing? Will they be blind or stupid? Corv, how? Sell, good sir, be jealous still, emulate them, and think what hate they burn with toward every sin. Corv, I grant you, if I thought it were a sin I would not urge you. Should I offer this to some young Frenchman or hot Tuscan blood that had read Aretine, conned all his prints, knew every quirk within lust's labyrinth, and were professed critic in lechery, and I would look upon him and applaud him this were a sin. But here, 'tis contrary, a pious work, mere charity for physic and honest polity to assure mine own. Sell, O heaven. Canst thou suffer such a change? Volp. Thou art mine honor, Mosca, and my pride, my joy, my tickling, my delight. Go bring them. Mose, please you draw near, sir. Corv, come on, what you will not be rebellious. By that light. Mos, sir, Signor Corvino here is come to see you. Volp, oh. Mos, and hearing of the consultation had, so lately for your health is come to offer, or rather, sir, to prostitute. Corv, thanks, sweet Mosca. Mose, freely unasked or unentreated. Corv, well. Mose, as the true fervent instance of his love, his own most fair and proper wife, the beauty only of price in Venice. Corv, 'tis well urged. Mose, to be your comfortress and to preserve you. Volp, alas, I am past already. Pray you thank him for his good care and promptness, but for that, 'tis a vain laboring to fight gainst heaven, applying fire to stone making a dead leaf grow again. I take his wishes gently, though, and you may tell him what I have done for him. Mary, my state is hopeless. Will him to pray for me, and to use his fortune with reverence when he comes taught. Mose, do you hear, sir? Go to him with your wife. Corv, heart of my father. Wilt thou persist thus? Come, I pray thee, come. Thou seest 'tis nothing, Celia. By this hand, I shall grow violent. Come, I say. Sell, sir, kill me rather. I will take down poison, eat burning coals, do anything. Corv, be damned. Heart, I'll drag thee hence home, by the hair cry thee a strumpet through the streets, rip up thy mouth unto thine ears, and slit thy nose like a raw rochet. Do not tempt me. Come, yield, I am loth death. I will buy some slave whom I will kill, and bind thee to him, alive, and at my window hang you forth. Devising some monstrous crime, which I, in capital letters, will eat into thy flesh with aquafortes, and burning corsives on this stubborn breast. Now, by the blood thou hast incensed, I'll do it. Sell, sir, what you please you may, I am your martyr. Corv, be not thus obstinate, I have not deserved it, think who it is entreats you. Prithee, sweet, good faith, thou shalt have jewels, gowns, attires, what thou wilt think and ask. Do but go kiss him. Or touch him but for my sake at my suit, this once know. Not. I shall remember this. Will you disgrace me thus? Do you thirst my undoing? Mos, nay, gentle lady, be advised. Corv, no. She has watched her time. Odds precious, this is scurvy, 'tis very scurvy, and you are. Mos, nay, good sir. Corv, an errant locust, by heaven a locust. Whore crocodile, that hast thy tears prepared, expecting how thou'lt bid them flow. Mos, nay pray you sir. She will consider. Sell, would my life would serve to satisfy. Corv, s death. If she would but speak to him, and save my reputation, it were somewhat, but spitefully to effect my utter ruin. Mose, I now you have put your fortune in her hands. Why I faith it is her modesty, I must quit her. If you were absent, she would be more coming, I know it, and dare undertake for her. What woman can before her husband? Pray you, let us depart and leave her here. Corv, sweet Celia, thou mayst redeem all yet. I'll say no more, if not, esteem yourself as lost, nay, stay there. Sell, O God, and his good angels. Whither, is shame fled human breasts? That with such ease, men dare put off your honors and their own. Is that which ever was a cause of life, now placed beneath the basest circumstance, and modesty and exile made for money? Volp. I in Corvino and such earth-fed minds, that never tasted the true heaven of love. Assure thee, Celia, he that would sell thee only for hope of gain, and that uncert, he would have sold his part of paradise for ready money, had he met a copeman. Why art thou mazed to see me thus revived? Rather applaud thy beauty's miracle, tease thy great work. That hath, not now alone, but sundry times raised me in several shapes, and but this morning like a mountebank to see thee at thy window. I, before I would have left my practice, for thy love, in varying figures, I would have contended with the blue Proteus or the horned flood. Now art thou welcome. Sell, sir. Volp, nay, fly me not. Nor let thy false imagination that I was bedrid make thee think I am so, thou shalt not find it. I am now as fresh, as hot, as high, and in as jovial plight, as when in that so celebrated scene, at recitation of our comedy, for entertainment of the great Valois, I acted young Antinous, and attracted the eyes and ears of all the ladies present, to admire each graceful gesture, note, and footing. Come, my Celia, let us prove, while we can, the sports of love, time will not be ours forever. He at length our good will sever, spend not then his gifts in vain. Suns, that set, may rise again, but if once we loose this light, tease with us perpetual night. Why should we defer our joys? Fame and rumor are but toys. Cannot we delude the eyes of a few poor household spies? Or his easier ears beguile, thus removed by our wile? 'Tis no sin love's fruits to steal, but the sweet thefts to reveal, to be taken, to be seen, these have crimes accounted been. Sell, some serene blast me, or dire lightning strike this my offending face. Volp, why droops my Celia? Thou hast, in place of a base husband, found a worthy lover. Use thy fortune well, with secrecy and pleasure. See, behold, what thou art queen of, not an expectation as I feed others, but possessed and crowned. See here a rope of pearl, and each more orient than that the brave Egyptian queen caroused, dissolve and drink them. See, a carbuncle may put out both the eyes of our St. Mark. A diamond would have bought Lalia Paulina, when she came in like starlight, hid with jewels that were the spoils of provinces, take these, and wear and lose them. Yet remains an earring to purchase them again, and this whole state. A gem but worth a private patrimony is nothing, we will eat such at a meal. The heads of parrots, tongues of nightingales, the brains of peacocks and of ostriches shall be our food, and could we get the phoenix, though nature lost her kind, she were our dish. Sell, good sir, these things might move a mind affected with such delights, but I, whose innocence is all I can think wealthy or worth enjoying, and which, once lost, I have not to lose beyond it, cannot be taken with these sensual baits if you have conscience. Volp, tease the beggar's virtue if thou hast wisdom, hear me, Celia. Thy baths shall be the juice of July flowers, spirit of roses, and of violets, the milk of unicorns and panther's breath gathered in bags and mixed with Cretan wines. Our drink shall be prepared gold and amber, which we will take, until my roof whirl round with the vertigo. And my dwarf shall dance, my eunuch sing, my fool make up the antic. Whilst we, in changed shapes, act Ovid's tales, thou like Europa now, and I like Jove, then I like Mars, and thou like Eurycene, so of the rest, till we have quite run through, and wearied all the fables of the gods. Then will I have thee in more modern forms, attired like some sprightly dame of France, brave Tuscan lady or proud Spanish beauty, sometimes unto the Persian Sophie's wife or the grand Signier's mistress. And for change, to one of our most artful courtesans or some quick Negro or cold Russian, and I will meet thee in as many shapes, where we may so transfuse our wandering souls out at our lips and score up sums of pleasures that the curious shall not know how to tell them as they flow. And the envious, when they find what their number is, be pined. Sell, if you have ears that will be pierced or eyes that can be opened, a heart that may be touched, or any part that yet sounds man about you, if you have touch of holy saints or, heaven do me the grace to let me scape, if not, be bountiful and kill me. You do know I am a creature hither ill betrayed, by one whose shame I would forget it were, if you will deign me neither of these graces, yet feed your wrath, sir, rather than your lust. It is a vice comes nearer manliness, and punish that unhappy crime of nature, which you miscall my beauty. Flay my face, or poison it with ointments, for seducing your blood to this rebellion. Rub these hands with what may cause an eating leprosy, and to my bones and marrow. Anything that may disfavor me, save in my honor, and I will kneel to you, pray for you, pay down 1,000 hourly vows, sir, for your health, report, and think you virtuous. VOLP. Think me cold, frozen, and impotent, and so report me. That I had Nestor's hernia, thou wouldst think. I do degenerate, and abuse my nation to play with opportunity thus long. I should have done the act, and then have parleyed. Yield, or I'll force thee. Sell, oh. Just God. VOLP, in vain. Bon, forbear, foul ravisher, libidinous swine. Free the forced lady, or thou deest impostor. But that I'm loth to snatch thy punishment out of the hand of justice, thou shouldst, yet, be made the timely sacrifice of vengeance before this altar, and this dross thy idol. Lady, let's quit the place, it is the den of villainy. Fear not, you have a guard, and he, ere long, shall meet his just reward. VOLP, fall on me roof, and bury me in ruin. Become my grave, that wert my shelter. Oh, I am unmasked, unspirited, undone, betrayed to beggary, to infamy. Mose, where shall I run, most wretched shame of men, to beat out my unlucky brains? VOLP, here. What? Dost thou bleed? Mose, oh that his well-driven sword had been so courteous to have cleft me down unto the navel. Ere I lived to see my life, my hopes, my spirits, my patron, all thus desperately engaged by my error. VOLP, woe on thy fortune. MOS, and my follies, sir. VOLP, thou hast made me miserable. MOS, and myself, sir. Who would have thought he would have hearkened so? VOLP, what shall we do? Mose, I know not. If my heart could expiate the mischance, I'd pluck it out. Will you be pleased to hang me? Or cut my throat? And I'll requite you, sir. Let us die like Romans, since we have lived like Grecians. VOLP, hark. Who's there? I hear some footing. Officers, the Safi come to apprehend us. I do feel the brand hissing already at my forehead. Now, mine ears are boring. Mose, to your couch, sir. You make that place good, however. Guilty men, suspect what they deserve still. Signor Corbaxio. CORB, why how now Mosca? Mose, oh undone, amazed, sir. Your son, I know not by what accident, acquainted with your purpose to my patron, touching your will, and making him your heir, entered our house with violence, his sword drawn sought for you, called you wretch, unnatural, vowed he would kill you. CORB, me. MOS, yes, and my patron. CORB, this act shall disinherit him indeed, here is the will. Mose, 'tis well, sir. CORB, right and well, be you as careful now for me. MOS, my life, sir, is not more tendered, I am only yours. CORB, how does he? Will he die shortly, think'st thou? Mose, I fear he'll outlast May. CORB, today. Mose, no, last out May, sir. CORB, couldst thou not give him a dram? Mose, oh, by no means, sir. CORB, nay, I'll not bid you. Volt, this is a knave, I see. Mose, how? Signor Volter. Did he hear me? Volt, parasite. Mose, who's that, O sir, most timely welcome. Volt, scarce, to the discovery of your tricks I fear. You are his only. And mine also. are you not? Mose, who? I, sir. Volt, you, sir. What device is this about a will? Mose, a plot for you, sir. Volt, come, put not your foists upon me, I shall send them. Mos, did you not hear it? Volt, yes, I hear Corbaxio hath made your patron there his heir. Mose, 'tis true, by my device, drawn to it by my plot with hope. Volt, your patron should reciprocate. And you have promised. Mose, for your good I did, sir. Nay more, I told his son hid him here, where he might hear his father pass the deed, being persuaded to it by this thought, sir, that the unnaturalness first of the act, and then his father's oft disclaiming in him, which I did mean help on, would sure enrage him to do some violence upon his parent, on which the law should take sufficient hold, and you be stated in a double hope, truth be my comfort, and my conscience, my only aim was to dig you a fortune out of these two old rotten sepulchres. Volt, I cry thee mercy, Mosca. Mose, worth your patience, and your great merit, sir. And see the change. Volt, why what success? Mose, most hapless. You must help, sir. Whilst we expected the old raven, in comes Corvino's wife, sent hither by her husband. Volt, what with a present? Mose, no, sir, on visitation. I'll tell you how anon. And staying long, the youth he grows impatient, rushes forth, seizeth the lady, wounds me, makes her swear, or he would murder her, that was his vow to affirm my patron to have done her rape, which how unlike it is, you see. And hence with that pretext he's gone, to accuse his father, defame my patron, defeat you. Volt, where is her husband? Let him be sent for straight. Mos, sir, I'll go fetch him. Volt, bring him to the scrutinio. Mos, sir, I will. Volt, this must be stopped. Mose, oh, you do nobly, sir. Alas, 'twas labored all, sir, for your good, nor was there want of counsel in the plot. But fortune can, at any time, o'erthrow the projects of 100 learned clerks, sir. Corb, what's that? Volt, wilt please you, sir, to go along. Mose, patron, go in and pray for our success. Volp, need makes devotion, heaven your labor bless. ACT 4. Scene 4.1. A street. SIRP, I told you, sir, it was a plot. You see what observation is. You mentioned me for some instructions. I will tell you, sir. Since we are met here in this height of Venice, some few particulars I have set down only for this meridian, fit to be known of your crude traveler, and they are these. I will not touch, sir, at your phrase or clothes, for they are old. Per, sir, I have better. SIRP, pardon, I meant as they are themes. Per, oh, sir, proceed. I'll slander you no more of wit, good sir. SIRP, first for your garb, it must be grave and serious, very reserved and locked. Not tell a secret on any terms, not to your father. Scarce a fable, but with caution, make sure choice both of your company and discourse. Beware you never speak a truth. Per, how? SIRP, not to strangers, for those be they you must converse with, most. Others I would not know, sir, but at distance, so as I still might be a saver in them, you shall have tricks else passed upon you hourly. And then, for your religion, profess none, but wonder at the diversity of all. And, for your part, protest, were there no other but simply the laws o' the land, you could content you nick. Machiavel and Monsieur Baudin, both were of this mind. Then must you learn the use and handling of your silver fork at meals, the metal of your glass. These are main matters with your Italian, and to know the hour when you must eat your melons and your figs. Per, is that a point of state too? SIRP, here it is for your Venetian, if he see a man preposterous in the least, he has him straight. He strips him. I'll acquaint you, sir, I now have lived here. 'Tis some 14 months within the first week of my landing here, all took me for a citizen of Venice. I knew the forms so well. Per, and nothing else. SIRP, I had read Contarin, took me a house, dealt with my Jews to furnish it with movables well, if I could but find one man to mine own heart, whom I durst trust, I would. Per, what, sir? SIRP, make him rich, make him a fortune, he should not think again. I would command it. Per, as how? SIRP, with certain projects that I have, which I may not discover. Per, if I had but one to wager with, I would lay odds now. He tells me instantly. SIRP, One is, and that I care not greatly who knows, to serve the state of Venice with red herrings for 3 years, and at a certain rate from Rotterdam, where I have correspondence. There's a letter, sent me from one of the states, and to that purpose. He cannot write his name, but that's his mark. He's a chandler. SIRP, no, a cheesemonger. There are some others, too, with whom I treat about the same negotiation, and I will undertake it. For, 'tis thus. I'll dot with ease, I have cast it all. Your hoy carries but 3 men in her, and a boy, and she shall make me 3 returns a year, so, if there come but one of 3, I save, if 2, I can defalk. But this is now, if my main project fail. Then you have others. SIRP, I should be loth to draw the subtle air of such a place, without my 1,000 aims. I'll not dissemble, sir. Where'er I come, I love to be considerative, and 'tis true I have at my free hours thought upon some certain goods unto the state of Venice, which I do call my cautions. And, sir, which I mean, in hope of pension, to propound to the great council, then unto the 40, so to the 10. My means are made already. By whom? SIRP, sir, one that though his place be obscure, yet he can sway, and they will hear him. He's a commendator. What? A common sergeant. SIRP, sir, such as they are, put it in their mouths what they should say sometimes, as well as greater. I think I have my notes to show you. Good sir. SIRP, but you shall swear unto me on your gentry not to anticipate. Aye, sir. SIRP, nor reveal a circumstance my paper is not with me. Oh, but you can remember, sir. SIRP, my first is concerning tinder boxes. You must know, no family is here without its box. Now, sir, it being so portable a thing, put case, that you or I were ill affected unto the state, sir, with it in our pockets, might not I go into the arsenal, or you, come out again, and none the wiser? Except yourself, sir. SIRP, go to then. I therefore advertise to the state, how fit it were, that none but such as were known patriots, sound lovers of their country, should be suffered to enjoy them in their houses, and even those sealed at some office, and at such a bigness as might not lurk in pockets. Admirable. SIRP, my next is how to inquire and be resolved, by present demonstration, whether a ship newly arrived from Soria or from any suspected part of all the Levant, be guilty of the plague. And where they used to lie out 40, 50 days, sometimes, about the lazaretto, for their trial, I'll save that charge and loss unto the merchant, and in an hour clear the doubt. Indeed, sir. SIRP, or I will lose my labor. My faith, that's much. SIRP, nay, sir, conceive me. It will cost me in onions, some 30 livers. Which is £1 sterling. SIRP, beside my waterworks, for this I do, sir. First, I bring in your ship, twixt 2 brick walls, but those the state shall venture. On the one eye strain me a fair tarpauling, and in that eye stick my onions, cut in halves. The other is full of loopholes, out at which I thrust the noses of my bellows, and those bellows I keep, with waterworks, in perpetual motion, which is the easiest matter of 100. Now, sir, your onion, which doth naturally attract the infection, and your bellows blowing the air upon him, will show, instantly, by his changed color, if there be contagion, or else remain as fair as at the first. Now it is known, 'tis nothing. You are right, sir. SIRP, I would I had my note. Faith, so would I, but you have done well for once, sir. SIRP, were I false, or would be made so, I could show you reasons how I could sell this state now to the Turk, spite of their galleys or there. Pray you, Sir Paul. SIRP, I have them not about me. That I feared. They are there, sir. SIRP, no. This is my diary, wherein I note my actions of the day. Pray you, let's see, sir. What is here? No tandem, a rat had gnawed my spur leathers, notwithstanding, I put on new and did go forth. But first I threw 3 beans over the threshold. I went and bought 2 toothpicks, whereof one eye burst immediately, in a discourse with a Dutch merchant, bout Rajan del Stato. From him I went and paid a moxinigo for piecing my silk stockings, by the way I cheapened sprats, and at St. Mark's I urined. Faith, these are politic notes. SIRP, sir, I do slip no action of my life, but thus I quote it. Per, believe me it is wise. SIRP, nay sir, read forth. Enter, at a distance, Lady Politic would be, Nano, and 2 waiting women. Lady P, where should this loose knight be, tro? Sure he's housed. Nan, why then he's fast. Lady P, aye he plays both with me. I pray you stay. This heat will do more harm to my complexion than his heart is worth. I do not care to hinder but to take him. How it comes off. WOM, my master's yonder. Lady P, where? WOM, with a young gentleman. Lady P, that same's the party, in man's apparel. Pray you, sir, jog my knight. I'll be tender to his reputation, however he demerit. SIRP, my lady. Per, where? SIRP, 'tis she indeed, sir, you shall know her. She is, were she not mine, a lady of that merit for fashion and behavior, and for beauty I durst compare. Per, it seems you are not jealous, that dare commend her. SIRP, nay, and for discourse. Per, being your wife, she cannot miss that. SIRP, madam, here is a gentleman, pray you, use him fairly. He seems a youth, but he is. Lady P, none. SIRP, yes, one has put his face as soon into the world. Lady P, you mean as early. But today. SIRP, how's this? Lady P, why, in this habit, sir. You apprehend me? Well, master would-be, this doth not become you. I had thought the odor, sir, of your good name had been more precious to you, that you would not have done this dire massacre on your honor, one of your gravity and rank besides. But knights, I see, care little for the oath they make to ladies, chiefly their own ladies. SIRP, now by my spurs, the symbol of my knighthood. Per, lord, how his brain is humbled for an oath. SIRP, I reach you not. Lady P, right, sir, your policy may bear it through thus. Sir, a word with you. I would be loth to contest publicly with any gentlewoman, or to seem froward or violent, as the courtier says. It comes too near rusticity in a lady, which I would shun by all means. And however I may deserve from master would-be, yet have one fair gentlewoman thus be made the unkind instrument to wrong another, and one she knows not, aye, and to persevere, in my poor judgment, is not warranted from being a solecism in our sex, if not in manners. Per, how is this? SIRP, sweet madam, come nearer to your aim. Lady P, marry and will, sir. Since you provoke me with your impudence, and laughter of your light land siren here, your sporus, your hermaphrodite. Per, what's here? Poetic fury and historic storms. SIRP, the gentlemen believe it is of worth and of our nation. Lady P, I your Whitefriars nation. Come, I blush for you, master would-be, I, and am ashamed you should have no more forehead, than thus to be the patron or Saint George to a lewd harlot, a base forcatress, a female devil in a male outside. SIRP, nay, and you be such a one, I must bid adieu to your delights. The case appears too liquid. Lady P, I, you may carrot clear with your state face, but for your carnival concupiscence, who here is fled for liberty of conscience from furious persecution of the marshal, her will I display. Per, this is fine, I faith. And do you use this often? Is this part of your wits' exercise, gainst you have occasion? Madam. Lady P, go to, sir. Per, do you hear me, lady? Why, if your knight have set you to beg shirts, or to invite me home, you might have done it a nearer way, by far. Lady P, this cannot work you out of my snare. Per, why am I in it then? Indeed, your husband told me you were fair, and so you are, only your nose inclines, that side that's next the sun, to the queen apple. Lady P, this cannot be endured by any patience. Mose, what is the matter, madam? Lady P, if the Senate write not my quest in this, I'll protest them to all the world, no aristocracy. Mose, what is the injury, lady? Lady P, why the callet you told me of, here I have tan disguised. Mose, who? This. What means your ladyship? The creature I mentioned to you is apprehended now, before the Senate. You shall see her. Lady P, where? Mose, I'll bring you to her. This young gentleman, I saw him land this morning at the port. Lady P, is't possible? How has my judgment wandered? Sir, I must blushing say to you I have erred, and plead your pardon. What more changes yet? Lady P, I hope you have not the malice to remember a gentlewoman's passion. If you stay in Venice here, please you to use me, sir. Mose, will you go, madam? Lady P, pray you, sir, use me. In faith, the more you see me, the more I shall conceive you have forgot our quarrel. This is rare. Sir Politic would be. No, Sir Politic bod. To bring me thus acquainted with his wife. Well, why, Sir Paul, since you have practiced thus upon my freshmanship, I'll try your salthead. What proof it is against a counterplot. Scene 4.2. The Scrutino, or Senate House. Enter Volturi, Corbcio, Corvino, and Mosca. Volt, well, now you know the carriage of the business, your constancy is all that is required unto the safety of it. Mose, is the lie safely conveyed amongst us? Is that sure? Knows every man his burden. Corv, yes. Mos, then shrink not. Corv, but knows the advocate the truth. Mose, oh sir, by no means. I devised a formal tale that salved your reputation. But be valiant, sir. Corv, I fear no one but him, that this his pleading should make him stand for a coer. Mos, cohalter. Hang him, we will but use his tongue, his noise, as we do croakers here. Corv, what shall he do? Mose, when we have done, you mean? Corv, yes. Mose, why will think sell him for mummia, he's half dust already. Do not you smile, to see this buffalo, how he does sport it with his head. I should, if all were well and past. Sir, only you are he that shall enjoy the crop of all, and these not know for whom they toil. Corb, peace. Mose, but you shall eat it. Much. Worshipful sir, Mercury sit upon your thundering tongue, or the French Hercules, and make your language as conquering as his club, to beat along, as with a tempest, flat our adversaries, but much more yours, sir. Volt, here they come have done. Mose, I have another witness, if you need, sir, I can produce. Volt, who is it? Mos, sir, I have her. Enter Avoctri and take their SEATS, Binario, CELIA, NOTARIO, COMMANDADURI, SAFFI, and other officers of justice. AVOC, the like of this the Senate never heard of. AVOC, 'twill come most strange to them when we report it. AVOC, the gentlewoman has been ever held of unreproved name. AVOC, so has the youth. AVOC, the more unnatural part that of his father. AVOC, more of the husband. AVOC, I not know to give his act a name, it is so monstrous. AVOC, but the impostor, he's a thing created to exceed example. AVOC, and all after times. AVOC, I never heard a true voluptuary described but him. AVOC, appear yet those were cited. Not all but the old magnifico Volpone. AVOC, why is not he here? Mose, please your fatherhoods, here is his advocate, himself so weak, so feeble. AVOC, what are you? Bon, his parasite, his knave, his pandar, I beseech the court, he may be forced to come, that your grave eyes may bear strong witness of his strange impostures. Volt, upon my faith and credit with your virtues, he is not able to endure the air. AVOC, bring him however. AVOC, we will see him. AVOC, fetch him. Volt, your fatherhood's fit pleasures be obeyed, but sure, the sight will rather move your pities than indignation. May it please the court, in the meantime, he may be heard in me, I know this place most void of prejudice, and therefore crave it, since we have no reason to fear our truth should hurt our cause. AVOC, speak free. Volt, then know, most honored fathers, I must now discover to your strangely abused ears the most prodigious and most frontless piece of solid impudence and treachery, that ever vicious nature yet brought forth to shame the state of Venice. This lewd woman, that wants no artificial looks or tears to help the visor she has now put on, hath long been known a close adulteress to that lascivious youth there, not suspected, I say, but known and taken in the act with him, and by this man, the easy husband, pardoned, whose timeless bounty makes him now stand here, the most unhappy, innocent person that ever man's own goodness made accused. for these not knowing how to owe a gift of that dear grace, but with their shame, being placed so above all powers of their gratitude, began to hate the benefit, and, in place of thanks, devised to extirp the memory of such an act. Wherein I pray your fatherhoods to observe the malice, yea, the rage of creatures discovered in their evils. And what heart such take, even from their crimes, but that anon will more appear this gentleman, the father, hearing of this foul fact, with many others, which daily struck at his too tender ears, and grieved in nothing more than that he could not preserve himself a parent, his son's ills growing to that strange flood, at last decreed to disinherit him. Avoc, these be strange turns. Avoc, the young man's fame was ever fair and honest. Volt, so much more full of danger is his vice, that can beguile so under shade of virtue. But as I said, my honored sires, his father having this settled purpose, by what means to him betrayed, we know not, and this day appointed for the deed. That parricide, I cannot style him better, by confederacy preparing this his paramour to be there, entered Volpone's house. Who was the man your fatherhoods must understand, designed for the inheritance, there sought his father. But with what purpose sought he him, my lords? I tremble to pronounce it, that a son unto a father, and to such a father, should have so foul, felonious intent. It was to murder him, when being prevented by his more happy absence, what then did he? Not check his wicked thoughts, no, now new deeds. Mischief doth ever end where it begins, an act of horror fathers. He dragged forth the aged gentleman that had there lain bedrid 3 years and more, out of his innocent couch, naked upon the floor, there left him, wounded his servant in the face. And with this strumpet the stale to his forged practice, who is glad to be so active. I shall here desire your fatherhoods to note but my collections, as most remarkable, thought at once to stop his father's ends. Discredit his free choice in the old gentleman, redeem themselves, by laying infamy upon this man, to whom, with blushing, they should owe their lives. Avoc, what proofs have you of this? Bon, most honored fathers, I humbly crave there be no credit given to this man's mercenary tongue. Avoc, forbear. Bon, his soul moves in his fee. Avoc, oh sir. Bon, this fellow for 6 souls more, would plead against his maker. Avoc, you do forget yourself. Volt, nay, grave fathers, let him have scope. Can any man imagine that he will spare his accuser that would not have spared his parent? Avoc, well, produce your proofs. Sell, I would I could forget I were a creature. Volt, signor corbaxio. Avoc, what is he? Volt, the father. Avoc, has he had an oath? Not, yes. Corb, what must I do now? Not, your testimonies craved. Corb, speak to the knave. I'll have my mouth first stopped with earth. My heart abhors his knowledge, I disclaim in him. Avoc, but for what cause? Corb, the mere portent of nature. He is an utter stranger to my loins. Bon, have they made you to this? Corb, I will not hear thee, monster of men, swine, goat, wolf, parricide. Speak not, thou viper. Bon, sir, I will sit down, and rather wish my innocence should suffer, than I resist the authority of a father. Volt, signor Corvino. Avoc, this is strange. Avoc, who's this? Not the husband. Avoc, is he sworn? Not he is. Avoc, speak then. Corv, this woman, please your fatherhoods, is a whore, of most hot exercise, more than a partridge upon record. Avoc, no more. Corv, neighs like a jennet. Not, preserve the honor of the court. Corv, I shall, and modesty of your most reverend ears. And yet I hope that I may say, these eyes have seen her glued unto that piece of cedar, that fine well-timbered gallant, and that here the letters may be read, through the horn, that make the story perfect. Mose, excellent. Sir. Corv, there's no shame in this now, is there? Mose, none. Corv, or if I said, I hope that she were onward to her damnation, if there be a hell greater than whore and woman. A good Catholic may make the doubt. Avoc, his grief hath made him frantic. Avoc, remove him hence. Avoc, look to the woman. Corv, rare. Prettily feigned again. Avoc, stand from about her. AVOC, give her the air. AVOC, what can you say? MOS, my wound, may it please your wisdoms, speaks for me, received in aid of my good patron, when he missed his sought-for father, when that well-taught dame had her cue given her, to cry out a rape. Bon, O most laid impudence. Fathers AVOC, sir, be silent. You had your hearing free, so must they theirs. AVOC, I do begin to doubt the imposture here. AVOC, this woman has too many moods. Volt, grave fathers, she is a creature of a most professed and prostituted lewdness. Corv, most impetuous, unsatisfied grave fathers. Volt, may her feignings not take your wisdoms. But this day she baited a stranger, a grave knight, with her loose eyes and more lascivious kisses. This man saw them together on the water in a gondola. Mose, here is the lady herself that saw them too, without, who then had in the open streets pursued them, but for saving her knight's honor. AVOC, produce that lady. AVOC, let her come. AVOC, these things they strike with wonder. AVOC, I am turned to stone. Mose, be resolute, madam. Lady P, I the same as she. Out, thou chameleon harlot. Now thine eyes vie tears with the hyena. Darst thou look upon my wronged face? I cry your pardons. I fear I have forgettingly transgressed against the dignity of the court AVOC. No, madam. Lady P, and been exorbitant AVOC, you have not, lady. AVOC, these proofs are strong. Lady P, surely, I had no purpose to scandalize your honors or my sexes. AVOC, we do believe it. Lady P, surely you may believe it. AVOC, madam, we do. Lady P, indeed you may, my breeding is not so coarse AVOC, we know it. Lady P, to offend with pertinacy AVOC, lady. Lady P, such a presence. No, surely. AVOC, we well think it. Lady P, you may think it. AVOC, let her o'ercome. What witnesses have you to make good your report? Bon, our consciences. Cell and heaven, that never fails the innocent. AVOC, these are no testimonies. Bon, not in your courts where multitude and clamor overcomes. AVOC, nay, then you do wax insolent. Volt, here, the testimony comes that will convince, and put to utter dumbness their bold tongues. See here, grave fathers, here's the ravisher, the writer on men's wives, the great impostor, the grand voluptuary. Do you not think these limbs should affect venery? Or these eyes covet a concubine? Pray you mark these hands, are they not fit to stroke a lady's breasts? Perhaps he doth dissemble. Bon, so he does. Volt, would you have him tortured? Bon, I would have him proved. Volt, best try him then with goads or burning irons, put him to the strappado. I have heard the rack hath cured the gout. Faith, give it him, and help him of a malady, be courteous. I'll undertake, before these honored fathers, he shall have yet as many left diseases, as she has known adulterers or thou strumpets. Oh, my most equal hearers, if these deeds, acts of this bold and most exorbitant strain, may pass with sufferance. What one citizen but owes the forfeit of his life, yea, fame, to him that dares traduce him? Which of you are safe, my honored fathers? I would ask, with leave of your grave fatherhoods, if their plot have any face or color like to truth. Or if, unto the dullest nostril here, it smell not rank, and most abhorred slander. I crave your care of this good gentleman, whose life is much endangered by their fable. And as for them, I will conclude with this, that vicious persons, when they're hot and fleshed in impious acts, their constancy abounds. Damned deeds are done with greatest confidence. AVOC, take them to custody and sever them. AVOC, 'tis pity too such prodigies should live. AVOC, let the old gentleman be returned with care, I'm sorry our credulity hath wronged him. AVOC, these are two creatures. AVOC, I've an earthquake in me. AVOC, their shame, even in their cradles, fled their faces. AVOC, you have done a worthy service to the state, sir, in their discovery. AVOC, you shall hear, ere night, what punishment the court decrees upon them. Volt, we thank your fatherhoods how like you it. MOS, rare. I'd have your tongue, sir, tipped with gold for this. I'd have you be the heir to the whole city, the earth I'd have want men, ere you want living. They are bound to erect your statue in St. Mark's. Signor Corvino, I would have you go and show yourself that you have conquered. Corv, yes. Mose, it was much better that you should profess yourself a cuckold thus, than that the other should have been proved. Corv, nay, I considered that, now it is her fault. Mose, then it had been yours. Corv, true, I do doubt this advocate still. Mose, I faith you need not, I dare ease you of that care. Corv, I trust thee, Mosca. Mose, as your own soul, sir. Corb, Mosca. Mose, now for your business, sir. Corb, how? Have you business? Mos, yes, yours, sir. Corb, oh, none else. Mose, none else, not I. Corb, be careful then. Mose, rest you with both your eyes, sir. Corb, dispatch it. Mos, instantly. Corb, and look that all whatever be put in, jewels, plate, moneys, household stuff, bedding, curtains. Mose, curtain rings, sir. Only the advocate's fee must be deducted. Corb, I'll pay him now, you'll be too prodigal. Mos, sir, I must tender it. Corb, 2 check-wines as well. Mose, no 6, sir. Corb, tease too much. Mose, he talked a great while, you must consider that, sir. Corb, well, there's 3. Mose, I'll give it him. Corb, do so, and there's for thee. Mose, bountiful bones. What horrid strange offence did he commit, gainst nature, in his youth worthy this age? You see, sir, how I work unto your ends, take you no notice. Volt, no, I'll leave you. Mose, all is yours, the devil and all. Good advocate, madam, I'll bring you home. Lady P, no, I'll go see your patron. Mose, that you shall not, I'll tell you why. My purpose is to urge my patron to reform his will, and for the zeal you have shewn today, whereas before you were but 3rd or 4th, you shall be now put in the 1st, which would appear as begged if you were present. Therefore, Lady P, you shall sway me. ACT 5. Scene 5.1. A room in Volpone's house. Enter Volpone. Volp, well, I am here, and all this brunt is past. I ne'er was in dislike with my disguise till this fled moment. Here 'twas good in private, but in your public cave whilst I breathe. For God, my left leg began to have the cramp, and I apprehended straight some power had struck me with a dead palsy. Well, I must be merry, and shake it off. A many of these fears would put me into some villainous disease, should they come thick upon me. I'll prevent 'em. Give me a bowl of lusty wine, to fright this humor from my heart. Tum tum tum. Tea's almost gone already, I shall conquer. Any device, now, of rare ingenious knavery, that would possess me with a violent laughter, would make me up again. So. This heat is life, tea's blood by this time Mosca. Mose, how now, sir? Does the day look clear again? Are we recovered, and wrought out of error into our way, to see our path before us? Is our trade free once more? Volp, exquisite Mosca. Mose, was it not carried learnedly? Volp, and stoutly, good wits are greatest in extremities. Mose, it were a folly beyond thought, to trust any grand act unto a cowardly spirit. You are not taken with it enough, methinks. Volp, oh, more than if I had enjoyed the wench, the pleasure of all womankind's not like it. Mose, why now you speak, sir? We must here be fixed, here we must rest. This is our masterpiece, we cannot think to go beyond this. Volp, true. Thou hast played thy prize, my precious Mosca. Mos, nay, sir, to gull the court. Volp, and quite divert the torrent upon the innocent. Mos, yes, and to make so rare a music out of discords. Volp, right. That yet to me's the strangest, how thou hast borne it. That these, being so divided mongst themselves, should not sense somewhat, or in me or thee, or doubt their own side. Mose, true, they will not seat. Too much light blinds them, I think. Each of them is so possessed and stuffed with his own hopes, that anything unto the contrary, never so true, or never so apparent, never so palpable, they will resist it. Volp, like a temptation of the devil. Mose, right, sir. Merchants may talk of trade, and your great signors of land that yields well. But if Italy have any glebe more fruitful than these fellows, I am deceived. Did not your advocate rare? Volp. O my most honored fathers, my grave fathers, under correction of your fatherhoods, what face of truth is here? If these strange deeds may pass, most honored fathers, I had much ado to forbear laughing. Mose, it seemed to me you sweat, sir. Volp. In troth I did a little. Mos, but confess, sir, were you not daunted? Volp. In good faith I was a little in a mist, but not dejected, never but still myself. Mose, I think it, sir. Now, so truth help me, I must needs say this, sir, and out of conscience for your advocate he has taken pains, in faith, sir, and deserved. In my poor judgment, I speak it under favor, not to contrary you, sir, very richly well to be cozened. Volp. Troth, and I think so too, by that I heard him in the latter end. Mose, oh, but before, sir, had you heard him first draw it to certain heads, then aggravate, then use his vehement figures, I looked still when he would shift a shirt, and doing this out of pure love, no hope of gain. Volp. 'Tis right. I cannot answer him, Mosca, as I would not yet, but for thy sake, at thy entreaty, I will begin, even now to vex them all, this very instant. Mose, good sir. Volp. Call the dwarf and eunuch forth. Mos, Castro Nano. Nano, here. Volp. Shall we have a jig now? Mose, what you please, sir. Volp. Go straight give out about the streets, you two, that I am dead. Do it with constancy, sadly, do you hear? Impute it to the grief of this late slander. Mose, what do you mean, sir? Volp. Oh, I shall have instantly my vulture, crow, raven come flying hither, on the news to peck for carrion, my she-wolf, and all greedy, and full of expectation. Mos, and then to have it ravished from their mouths. Volp. 'Tis true. I will have thee put on a gown, and take upon thee, as thou wert mine heir, show them a will, open that chest, and reach forth one of those that has the blanks. I'll straight put in thy name. Mose, it will be rare, sir. Volp. I when they even gape and find themselves deluded. Mos, yes. Volp. And thou use them scurvily. Dispatch, get on thy gown. Mose, but what, sir, if they ask after the body? Volp. Say it was corrupted. Mose, I'll say it stunk, sir, and was fain to have it coffined up instantly and sent away. Volp. Anything what thou wilt. Hold, here's my will. Get thee a cap, account book, pen and ink, papers afore thee. Sit as thou wert taking an inventory of parcels. I'll get up behind the curtain on a stool and hearken, sometime peep over, see how they do look, with what degrees their blood doth leave their faces, oh, 'twill afford me a rare meal of laughter. Mos, your advocate will turn stark dull upon it. Volp. It will take off his oratory's edge. Mos, but your clarissimo, old roundback, he will crump you like a hoglouse with the touch. Volp. And what Corvino? Mose, oh sir, look for him tomorrow morning with a rope and dagger, to visit all the streets. He must run mad. My lady too, that came into the court, to bear false witness for your worship. Volp. Yes, and kissed me for the fathers, when my face flowed all with oils. Mos, and sweat, sir. Why, your gold is such another medicine, it dries up all those offensive savors. It transforms the most deformed, and restores them lovely, as 'twere the strange poetical girdle. Jove could not invent tea, himself a shroud more subtle to pass Acrisius guards. It is the thing makes all the world her grace, her youth, her beauty. Volp. I think she loves me. Mose, who? The lady, sir. She's jealous of you. Volp. Dost thou say so? Mos, hark, there's some already. Volp. Look. Mose, it is the vulture, he has the quickest scent. Volp. I'll to my place, thou to thy posture. Mose, I am set. Volp. But Mosca play the artificer now, torture them rarely. Volt, how now my Mosca? Mose, turkey carpets 9. Volt, taking an inventory. That is well. Mose, 2 suits of bedding tissue. Volt, where's the will? Let me read that the while. Corb, so set me down and get you home. Volt, is he come now to trouble us? Mose, of cloth of gold 2 more. Corb, is it done Mosca? Mose, of several velvets 8. Volt, I like his care. Corb, dost thou not hear? Corb, ha. Is the hour come Mosca? Volp, I now they muster. Corv, what does the advocate hear, or this Corbaxio? Corb, what do these hear? Lady P, Mosca. Is his thread spun? Mose, 8 chests of linen. Volp, oh my fine dame would be too. Corv, Mosca, the will that I may show it these, and rid them hence. Mose, 6 chests of diaper, 4 of damask, there. Corb, is that the will? Mose, down beds and bolsters. Volp, rare. Be busy still. Now they begin to flutter, they never think of me. Look, see. How their swift eyes run over the long deed, unto the name, and to the legacies what is bequeathed them there. Mose, 10 suits of hangings. Volp, I in their garters Mosca. Now their hopes are at the gasp. Volt, Mosca the air. Corb, what's that? Volp, my advocate is dumb, look to my merchant. He has heard of some strange storm, a ship is lost, he faints, my lady will swoon. Old glazen eyes, he hath not reached his despair yet. Corb, all these are out of hope, I am sure the man. Corv, but Mosca. Mose, 2 cabinets. Corv, is this in earnest? Mose, 1 of ebony. Corv, or do you but delude me? Mos, the other, mother of pearl, I am very busy. Good faith, it is a fortune thrown upon me. Item, 1 salt of agate not my seeking. Lady P, do you hear, sir? Mose, a perfumed box pray you forbear, you see I'm troubled maid of an onyx. Lady P, how? Mose, tomorrow or next day, I shall be at leisure to talk with you all. Corv, is this my large hope's issue? Lady P, sir, I must have a fairer answer. Mos, madam. Marry and shall, pray you, fairly quit my house. Nay, raise no tempest with your looks, but hark you, remember what your ladyship offered me to put you in an air. Go to, think on it, and what you said in your best madams did for maintenance, and why not you? Enough. Go home and use the poor Sir Paul your knight, well for fear I tell some riddles. Go, be melancholy. Volp, oh my fine devil. Corv, Mosca, pray you a word. Mos, lord. Will you not take your dispatch hence yet? Methinks, of all, you should have been the example. Why should you stay here? With what thought? What promise? Hear you, do not you know, I know you an ass, and that you would most fain have been a wittol, if fortune would have let you. That you are a declared cuckold, on good terms. This pearl, you'll say, was yours. Right this diamond. I'll not den it, but thank you. Much here else. It may be so. Why, think that these good works may help to hide your bad. I'll not betray you, although you be but extraordinary, and have it only in title, it sufficeth. Go home, be melancholy too, or mad. Volp, rare Mosca. How his villainy becomes him. Volt, certain he doth delude all these for me. Corb, Mosca the air. Volp, oh his 4 eyes have found it. Corb, I am cozened cheated by a parasite slave harlot, thou hast gulled me. Mos, yes sir. Stop your mouth, or I shall draw the only tooth is left. Are not you he, that filthy covetous wretch, with the 3 legs that here in hope of prey, have any time this 3 years snuffed about with your most groveling nose, and would have hired me to the poisoning of my patron, sir? Are not you he that have today in court professed the disinheriting of your son? Perjured yourself? Go home and die and stink. If you but croak a syllable, all comes out, away and call your porters. Go, stink. Volp, excellent varlet. Volt, now my faithful Mosca, I find thy constancy. Mos, sir. Volt, sincere. Mose, a table of porphyry I marl, you'll be thus troublesome. Volp, nay, leave off now, they are gone. Mose, why? Who are you? What? Who did send for you? Oh, cry you mercy, reverend sir. Good faith, I am grieved for you that any chance of mine should thus defeat your, I must needs say, most deserving travails. But I protest, sir, it was cast upon me, and I could almost wish to be without it. But that the will o' the dead must be observed, Mary, my joy is that you need it not, you have a gift, sir. Thank your education, will never let you want, while there are men and malice to breed causes. Would I had but half the like, for all my fortune, sir. If I have any suits, as I do hope, things being so easy and direct, I shall not. I will make bold with your obstreperous aid, conceive me for your fee, sir. In meantime, you that have so much law, I know have the conscience, not to be covetous of what is mine. Good sir, I thank you for my plate, 'twill help to set up a young man. Good faith, you look as you were costive, best go home and purge, sir. Volp, bid him eat lettuce well. My witty mischief, let me embrace thee. Oh, that I could now transform thee to a Venus. Mosca, go straight take my habit of Clarissimo and walk the streets. Be seen, torment them more, we must pursue as well as plot. Who would have lost this feast? Mose, I doubt it will lose them. Volp, oh, my recovery shall recover all. That I could now but think on some disguise to meet them in, and ask them questions. How I would vex them still at every turn. Mos, sir, I can fit you. Volp, canst thou? Mos, yes, I know one o' the commendatory, sir, so like you, him will I straight make drunk and bring you his habit. Volp, a rare disguise and answering thy brain. Oh, I will be a sharp disease unto them. Mos, sir, you must look for curses. Volp, till they burst, the fox fares ever best when he is cursed. Scene 5.2. A hall in Sir Politics House. Enter Peregrine disguised, and 3 merchants. Am I enough disguised? I warrant you. All my ambition is to fright him only. If you could ship him away, 'twere excellent. To Zant or to Aleppo. Yes, and have his adventures put the book of voyages. And his galled story registered for truth. Well, gentlemen, when I am in a while, and that you think us warm in our discourse, know your approaches. Trust it to our care. Save you, fair lady. Is Sir Paul within? I do not know, sir. Pray you say unto him, here is a merchant upon earnest business, desires to speak with him. I will see, sir. Pray you, I see the family is all female here. He says, sir, he has weighty affairs of state, that now require him whole, some other time you may possess him. Pray you say again, if those require him whole, these will exact him, whereof I bring him tidings. What might be his grave affair of state now? How to make Bolognian sausages here in Venice, sparing the ingredients. Sir, he says he knows by your word tidings, that you are no statesman, and therefore wills you stay. Sweet, pray you return him, I have not read so many proclamations, and studied them for words, as he has done but here he deigns to come. Sir, I must crave your courteous pardon. There hath chanced today unkind disaster, twixt my lady and me, and I was penning my apology to give her satisfaction as you came now. Sir, I am grieved I bring you worse disaster. The gentleman you met at the port today, that told you, he was newly arrived. I was a fugitive punk. No, sir, a spy set on you, and he has made relation to the Senate, that you profess to him to have a plot to sell the state of Venice to the Turk. Oh me. For which, warrants are signed by this time to apprehend you, and to search your study for papers. Alas, sir, I have none but notes drawn out of playbooks. All the better, sir. And some essays. What shall I do? Sir, best convey yourself into a sugar chest, or, if you could lie round, a frail were rare, and I could send you aboard. Sir, I but talk so for discourse sake merely. Hark. They are there. I am a wretch. What will you do, sir? Have you ne'er a current but to leap into? They'll put you to the rack, you must be sudden. Sir, I have an engine Sir Politic would be. Where is he? That I have thought upon before time. What is it? I shall ne'er endure the torture. Marry, it is, sir, of a tortoise shell fitted for these extremities. Pray you, sir, help me. Here I've a place, sir, to put back my legs, please you to lay it on, sir, with this cap and my black gloves. I'll lie, sir, like a tortoise, till they are gone. Purr, and call you this an engine. SIRP, mine own device, good sir, bid my wife's women to burn my papers. MER, where is he hid? MER, we must, and we'll sure find him. MER, which is his study. MER, what are you, sir? Purr, I am a merchant, that came here to look upon this tortoise. MER, how? MER, St. Mark. What beast is this? Purr, it is a fish. MER, come out here. Purr, nay, you may strike him, sir, and tread upon him, he'll bear a cart. MER, what, to run over him? Purr, yes, sir. MER, let's jump upon him. MER, can he not go? Purr, he creeps, sir. MER, let's see him creep. Purr, no, good sir, you will hurt him. MER, heart, I will see him creep or prick his guts. MER, come out here. Purr, pray you, sir. Creep a little. MER, forth. MER, yet farther. Purr, good sir, creep. MER, we'll see his legs. MER, odd so he has garters. MER, eye and gloves. MER, is this your fearful tortoise? Purr, now, Sir Paul, we are even, for your next project I shall be prepared. I am sorry for the funeral of your notes, sir. MER, 'twere a rare motion to be seen in Fleet Street. MER, I in the term. MER, or Smithfield in the fair. MER, methinks 'tis but a melancholy sight. Purr, farewell, most politic tortoise. SIRP, where's my lady? Knows she of this? WOM, I know not, sir. SIRP, enquire. Oh, I shall be the fable of all feasts, the freight of the Gazette, shipboy's tale and, which is worst, even talk for ordinaries. WOM, my lady's come most melancholy home, and says, sir, she will straight to sea, for physic. SIRP, and I to shun this place and climb for ever creeping with house on back, and think it well to shrink my poor head in my politic shell. Scene 5.3. A room in Volpone's house. Enter MOSCA in the habit of a CLARISSIMO, and Volpone in that of a COMMANDADORE. VOLP, am I then like him? Mose, oh sir, you are he, no man can sever you. VOLP, good. MOS, but what am I? VOLP, for heaven, a brave Clarissimo, thou becomst it. Pity thou wert not born one. Mose, if I hold my maid one, 'twill be well. VOLP, I'll go and see what news first at the court. MOS, do so. My fox is out of his hole, and ere he shall re-enter, I'll make him languish in his borrowed case, except he come to composition with me, Androgino, Castro Nano. All here. MOS, go recreate yourselves abroad, go sport, so now I have the keys and am possessed. Since he will needs be dead afore his time, I'll bury him or gain by him. I am his heir, and so will keep me, till he share at least. To cousin him of all were but a cheat well placed. No man would construe it a sin, let his sport pay for it. This is called the fox trap. Scene 5.4. A street. Enter CORB CIO and CORVNO. CORB, they say the court is set. Corv, we must maintain our first tale good, for both our reputations. CORB, why mine's no tale, my son would there have killed me. Corv, that's true, I had forgot, mine is, I am sure. But for your will, sir. CORB, I'll come upon him for that hereafter, now his patron's dead. VOLP, Signor Corvino. And Corbaxio. Sir, much joy unto you. CORV, of what? VOLP, the sudden good dropped down upon you. CORB, where? VOLP, and none knows how from old Volpone, sir. CORB, out errant knave. VOLP, let not your too much wealth, sir, make you furious. CORB, away thou varlet. VOLP, why, sir? CORB, dost thou mock me? VOLP, you mock the world, sir, did you not change wills? CORB, out harlot. VOLP, oh. Belike you are the man, Signor Corvino. Faith, you carry it well, you grow not mad withal. I love your spirit, you are not over-leavened with your fortune. You should have some would swell now, like a wine fat, with such an autumn did he give you all, sir. Corb, avoid you rascal. Volp, troth, your wife has shewn herself a very woman. But you are well, you need not care, you have a good estate to bear it out, sir. Better by this chance, except Corbaxio have a share. Corv, hence varlet. Volp, you will not be known, sir, why 'tis wise. Thus do all gamesters at all games dissemble, no man will seem to win. Here comes my vulture, heaving his beak up in the air and snuffing. Volt, outstripped thus by a parasite. A slave would run on errands and make legs for crumbs. Well, what I'll do. Volp, the court stays for your worship. I e'en rejoice, sir, at your worship's happiness, and that it fell into so learned hands that understand the fingering. Volt, what do you mean? Volp, I mean to be a suitor to your worship for the small tenement out of reparations, that to the end of your long row of houses, by the Piscaria. It was, in Volpone's time, your predecessor, ere he grew diseased, a handsome, pretty, customed body house, as any was in Venice, none dispraised, but fell with him, his body and that house decayed together. Volt, come, sir, leave your prating. Volp, why, if your worship give me but your hand, that I may have the refusal I have done. 'Tis a mere toy to you, sir, candle rents, as your learned worship knows. Volt, what do I know? Volp, marry, no end of your wealth, sir, God decrease it. Volt, mistaking knave. What mockst thou my misfortune? Volp, his blessing on your heart, sir, would tweer more, now to my first again, at the next corner. Scene 5.5. Another part of the street. Enter Corbaccio and Corvino. Mosca passes over the stage before them. Corb, see in our habit. See the impudent varlet. Corv, that I could shoot mine eyes at him like gunstones. Volp, but is this true, sir, of the parasite? Corb, again to afflict us. Monster. Volp, in good faith, sir, I'm heartily grieved, a beard of your grave length should be so overreached. I never brooked that parasite's hair, methought his nose should cousin, there still was somewhat in his look, did promise the bane of a clarissimo. Corb, knave. Volp, methinks yet you, that are so traded in the world, a witty merchant, the fine bird, Corvino, that have such moral emblems on your name, should not have sung your shame, and dropped your cheese to let the fox laugh at your emptiness. Corv, sirrah, you think the privilege of the place, and your red saucy cap, that seems to me nailed to your jolt head with those 2 checkwines, can warrant your abuses. Come you hither, you shall perceive, sir, I dare beat you. Approach. Volp, no haste, sir, I do know your valor well, since you durst publish what you are, sir. Corv, tarry, I'd speak with you. Volp, sir, another time. Corv, nay now. Volp, O lord, sir. I were a wise man, would stand the fury of a distracted cuckold. Corb, what come again? Volp, upon him Mosca, save me. Corb, the air's infected where he breathes. Corv, let's fly him. Volp, excellent basilisk. Turn upon the vulture. Volt, well, fleshfly, it is summer with you now, your winter will come on. Mose, good advocate, prithee not rail, nor threaten out of place thus. Thou'lt make a solecism, as madam says. Get you a big un more, your brain breaks loose. Volt, well, sir. Volp, would you have me beat the insolent slave, throw dirt upon his first good clothes? Volt, this same is doubtless some familiar. Volp, sir, the court in troth stays for you. I am mad, a mule that never read Justinian should get up, and ride an advocate. Had you no quirk to avoid gullage, sir, by such a creature? I hope you do but jest, he has not done it, 'tis but confederacy to blind the rest. You are the heir. Volt, a strange, officious, troublesome knave. Thou dost torment me. Volp, I know it cannot be, sir, that you should be cozened, 'tis not within the wit of man to do it, you are so wise, so prudent, and 'tis fit that wealth and wisdom still should go together. Scene 5.6. The Scrutnio or Senate House. Enter AVOC2RI, NOTARIO, BONARIO, CLIA Corbaxio, CORVINO, COMMANDIORI, SAFFI, etc. AVOC. Are all the parties here? Not all but the advocate. AVOC, and here he comes. Avoc, then bring them forth to sentence. Volt, O my most honored fathers, let your mercy once win upon your justice, to forgive I am distracted. Volp, what will he do now? Volt, O I know not which to address myself to first, whether your fatherhoods or these innocents. Corv, will he betray himself? Volt, whom equally I have abused, out of most covetous ends. Corv, the man is mad. Corb, what's that? Corv, he is possessed. Volt, for which now struck in conscience here, I prostrate myself at your offended feet for pardon. 2 Avoc, arise. Sel, O heaven, how just thou art. Volp, I am caught in mine own noose. Corv, be constant, sir, not now can help but impudence. Avoc, speak forward. Calm, silence. Volt, it is not passion in me, reverend fathers, but only conscience, my good sires, that makes me now tell truth. That parasite, that knave, hath been the instrument of all. Avoc, where's that knave? Fetch him. Volp, I go. Corv, grave fathers, this man's distracted. He confessed it now, for hoping to be old Volpone's heir, who now is dead. Avoc, how? Avoc, is Volpone dead? Corv, dead since grave fathers. Bon, O sure vengeance. Avoc, stay then he was no deceiver. Volt, oh no none, the parasite grave fathers. Corv, he does speak out of mere envy, 'cause the servants made the thing he gaped for. Please your fatherhoods, this is the truth, though I'll not justify the other, but he may be some deal faulty. Volt, I to your hopes as well as mine, Corvino, but I'll use modesty. Pleaseth your wisdoms, to view these certain notes and but confer them, as I hope favor, they shall speak clear truth. Corv, the devil has entered him. Bon, or bides in you. Avoc, we have done ill by a public officer, to send for him if he be heir. Avoc, for whom? Avoc, him that they call the parasite. Avoc, 'tis true he is a man of great estate, now left. Avoc, go you and learn his name, and say, the court entreats his presence here, but to the clearing of some few doubts. Avoc, this same's a labyrinth. Avoc, stand you unto your first report. Corv, my state, my life, my fame. Bon, where is it? Corv, are at the stake. Avoc, is yours so too? Corb, the advocate's a knave and has a forked tongue. Avoc, speak to the point. Corb, so is the parasite too. Avoc, this is confusion. Volt, I do beseech your fatherhoods, read but those. Corv, and credit nothing the false spirit hath writ, it cannot be but he's possessed grave fathers. Scene 5.7. A street. Enter Volpone. Volp, to make a snare for mine own neck, and run my head into it wilfully. With laughter. When I had newly scaped, was free and clear, out of mere wantonness. Oh, the dull devil was in this brain of mine when I devised it, and Mosca gave it second. He must now help to sear up this vein, or we bleed dead. How now? Who let you loose? Whither go you now? What, to buy gingerbread? Or to drown kittlings? Nan, sir, Master Mosca called us out of doors, and bid us all go play, and took the keys. And, yes. Volp, did Master Mosca take the keys? Why so? I'm farther in. These are my fine conceits. I must be merry, with a mischief to me. What a vile wretch was I, that could not bear my fortune soberly. I must have my crotchets, and my conundrums. Well, go you, and seek him, his meaning may be truer than my fear. Bid him he straight come to me to the court, thither will I, and, if 't be possible, unscrew my advocate, upon new hopes. When I provoked him, then I lost myself. Scene 5.8. The Scrutino, or Senate House. Avoctri, Bonari, CLAA, Corbccio, Corvno Commendadori, SAFFI, etc., as before. Avoc, these things can ne'er be reconciled. He here professeth that the gentleman was wronged, and that the gentlewoman was brought thither, forced by her husband, and there left. Volt, most true. Sel, how ready is heaven to those that pray. Avoc, but that Volpone would have ravished her, he holds utterly false, knowing his impotence. Corv, grave fathers, he's possessed, Again I say possessed, nay if there be possession and obsession he has both. AVOC, here comes our officer. VOLP, the parasite will straight be here, grave fathers. AVOC, you might invent some other name, Sir Varlet. AVOC, did not the notary meet him? VOLP, not that I know. AVOC, his coming will clear all. AVOC, yet it is misty. Volt, mate please your fatherhoods. VOLP, sir, the parasite willed me to tell you that his master lives, that you are still the man, your hopes the same, and this was only a jest. Volt, how? VOLP, sir, to try if you were firm and how you stood affected. Volt, art sure he lives. VOLP, do I live, sir? Volt, oh me. I was too violent. VOLP, sir, you may redeem it, they said you were possessed. Fall down and seem so, I'll help to make it good. God bless the man, stop your wind hard and swell. See. He vomits crooked pins. His eyes are set, like a dead hare's hung in a poulter's shop. His mouth's running away. Do you see, Signor? Now it is in his belly. CORV, I the devil. VOLP, now in his throat. CORV, I perceive it plain. VOLP, twill out. Stand clear. See where it flies, in shape of a blue toad with a bat's wings. Do you not see it, sir? CORB, what? I think I do. CORV, 'tis too manifest. VOLP, look. He comes to himself. Volt, where am I? VOLP, take good heart, the worst is past, sir. You are dispossessed. AVOC, what accident is this? AVOC, sudden and full of wonder. AVOC, if he were possessed, as it appears, all this is nothing. Corv, he has been often subject to these fits. AVOC, show him that writing, do you know it, sir? VOLP, deny it, sir, forswear it, know it not. Volt, yes, I do know it well, it is my hand, but all that it contains is false. Bon, O practice. AVOC, what maze is this? AVOC, is he not guilty then, whom you there name the parasite? Volt, grave fathers, no more than his good patron, old Volpone. AVOC, why he is dead. Volt, oh no, my honored fathers, he lives. AVOC, how? Lives. Volt, lives. AVOC, this is subtler yet. AVOC, you said he was dead. Volt, never. AVOC, you said so. CORV, I heard so. AVOC, here comes the gentleman, make him way. AVOC, a stool. AVOC, a proper man, and were Volpone dead a fit match for my daughter. AVOC, give him way. VOLP, Mosca, I was almost lost, the advocate had betrayed all. But now it is recovered all's on the hinge again, say, I am living. Mose, what busy knave is this? Most reverend fathers, I sooner had attended your grave pleasures, but that my order for the funeral of my dear patron did require me. VOLP, Mosca. MOS, whom I intend to bury like a gentleman. VOLP, I quick and cousin me of all. AVOC, still stranger. More intricate. AVOC, and come about again. AVOC, it is a match my daughter is bestowed. Mose, will you give me half? VOLP, first I'll be hanged. Mose, I know your voice is good, cry not so loud. AVOC, demand the advocate, sir, did not you affirm Volpone was alive? VOLP, yes, and he is, this gentleman told me so. Thou shalt have half. MOS, whose drunkard is this same. Speak some that know him, I never saw his face. I cannot now afford it you so cheap. VOLP, no. AVOC, what say you? Volt, the officer told me. VOLP, I did grave fathers and will maintain he lives with mine own life. And that this creature told me. I was born, with all good stars my enemies. Mose, most grave fathers, if such an insolence as this must pass upon me, I am silent. 'Twas not this for which you sent, I hope. AVOC, take him away. VOLP, Mosca. AVOC, let him be whipped. VOLP, wilt thou betray me? Cousin me. AVOC, and taught to bear himself toward a person of his rank. Avoc, away. Mose, I humbly thank your fatherhoods. Volp, soft, soft, whipped. And lose all that I have. If I confess, it cannot be much more. Avoc, sir, are you married? Volp, they will be allied anon, I must be resolute, the fox shall hear uncase. Mose, patron. Volp, nay now my ruins shall not come alone, your match I'll hinder sure. My substance shall not glue you nor screw you into a family. Mose, why patron? Volp, I am Volpone, and this is my knave, this, his own knave, this, Avarice's fool, this, a chimera of whittle, fool, and knave. And, reverend fathers, since we all can hope not but a sentence, let's not now despair it. You hear me brief. Corv, may it please your fatherhoods. Calm, silence. Avoc, the knot is now undone by miracle. Avoc, nothing can be more clear. Avoc, or can more prove these innocent. Avoc, give them their liberty. Bon, heaven could not long let such gross crimes be hid. Avoc, if this be held the highway to get riches, may I be poor. Avoc, this is not the gain but torment. Avoc, these possess wealth, as sick men possess fevers, which trulier may be said to possess them. Avoc, disrobe that parasite. Corv, most honored fathers, Avoc, can you plead aught to stay the course of justice? If you can speak. Corv, Volt, we beg favor. Sell and mercy. Avoc, you hurt your innocence, suing for the guilty. Stand forth and first the parasite. You appear to have been the chiefest minister, if not plotter, in all these lewd impostures, and now, lastly, have with your impudence abused the court, and habit of a gentleman of Venice, being a fellow of no birth or blood, for which our sentence is, first, thou be whipped, then live perpetual prisoner in our galleys. Volt, I thank you for him. Mos, bane to thy wolvish nature. Avoc, deliver him to the Sapphi. Thou, Volpone, by blood and rank a gentleman, canst not fall under like censure. But our judgment on thee is, that thy substance all be straight confiscate to the hospital of the incurably, and, since the most was gotten by imposture, by feigning lame, gout, palsy, and such diseases, thou art to lie in prison, cramped with irons, till thou beest he sick, and lame indeed remove him. Volp, this is called mortifying of a fox. Avoc, thou, Volter, to take away the scandal thou hast given all worthy men of thy profession, art banished from their fellowship, and our state. Corbaxio, bring him near we here possess thy son of all thy state, and confine thee to the monastery of San Spirito, where, since thou knewest not how to live well here, thou shalt be learned to die well. Corb, ah. What said he? And you shall know anon, sir. Avoc, thou, Corvino, shalt be straight embarked from thine own house, and rode round about Venice, through the grand canal, wearing a cap with fair long ass's ears instead of horns, and so to mount, a paper pinned on thy breast to the berlina. Corv, yes, and have mine eyes beat out with stinking fish, bruised fruit, and rotten eggs teas well. I am glad I shall not see my shame yet. Avoc, and to expiate thy wrongs done to thy wife, thou art to send her home to her father, with her dowry trebled, and these are all your judgments. All honored fathers Avoc, which may not be revoked. Now you begin, when crimes are done and past, and to be punished, to think what your crimes are, away with them. Let all that see these vices thus rewarded, take heart and love to study 'em. Mischiefs feed like beasts, till they be fat and then they bleed. Volpone, the seasoning of a play is the applause. Now though the fox be punished by the laws, he yet doth hope, there is no suffering due for any fact which he hath done gainst you. If there be, censure him, here he doubtful stands. If not, fare jovially and clap your hands. Glossary. Abate, cast down, subdue. Abhorring, repugnant, to, at variance. Abject, base, degraded thing, outcast. Abrse, smooth, blank. Absolute lie, faultless, lie. Abstracted, abstract, abstruse. Abuse, deceive, insult, dishonor, make ill use of. Acater, caterer. Cates. Acceptive, willing, ready to accept, receive. Accommodate, fit, befitting. The word was a fashionable one, and used on all occasions. See Henry IV, pt. 2 Roman 3. 4. Accost, draw near, approach. ACKNOWN, confessedly acquainted with. Acme, full maturity. ADALANTADO, Lord Deputy or Governor of a Spanish province. ADJ addition. Admiration, astonishment. Admire, wonder, wonder at. ADROP, philosopher's stone, or substance from which obtained. ADSRIV, subscribe. Adulterate, spurious, counterfeit. Advance, lift. Advertise, inform, give intelligence. Advertised, be it known to you. Advertisement, intelligence. Advise, consider, bethink oneself, deliberate. Advised, informed, aware, are you? Have you found that out? Affect, love, like aim at, move. Affected, disposed, beloved. Affectionate, obstinate, prejudiced. Affects, affections. Affront, give the face. AFFY, have confidence in, betroth. After the manner of. Again, against, in anticipation of. Aggravate, increase, magnify, enlarge upon. AGNOMINATION. See paranamesi. AIRY, nest, brood. Aim, guess. All hid, children's cry at hide and seek. Altio, completely, entirely, all to be laden. Allowance, approbation, recognition. YELAMACNTARAS, astronomy, parallels of altitude. ALMAIN, name of a dance. ALMUTEN, planet of chief influence in the horoscope. Alone, unequaled, without peer. Aludels, subliming pots. Amazed, confused, perplexed. Amber, AMBRE, ambergris. AMBRE, Mary, a woman noted for her valor at the Siege of Ghent, 1458. Amesace, lowest throw at dice. Amphiboles, ambiguities. Amused, bewildered, amazed. If. Anatomy, skeleton or dissected body. Andirons, fire dogs. Angel, gold coin worth 10 shillings, stamped with the figure of the Archangel Michael. ANNISHCLERE, spring known as Agnes Leclerc. Answer, return hit in fencing. Antic, antique, clown, buffoon. Antic, like a buffoon. ANTIPRISDSIS, an opposition which enhances the quality it opposes. APOZEM, decoction. APPRIL, peril. Apple John, apple squire, pimp, pander. Apply, attach. Apprehend, take into custody. Apprehensive, quick of perception, able to perceive and appreciate. Approve, prove, confirm. Apt, suit, adapt, train, prepare, dispose, incline. Apt lie, suitable why, opportune lies. Aptitude, suitableness. Arbor, make the, cut up the game, Gifford. Arches, court of arches. ARCHIE, Archibald Armstrong, jester to James I. And Charles I. ARGALE, argil, crust or sediment in wine casks. Argent VIVE, quicksilver. Argument, plot of a drama, theme, subject, matter in question, token, proof. ARIDE, please. ARSEDINE, mixture of copper and zinc, used as an imitation of gold leaf. Arthur, prince, reference to an archery show by a society who assumed arms, etc. of Arthur's knights. Article, item. Artificially, artfully. Ascension, evaporation, distillation. Aspire, try to reach, obtain, long for. ASSALTO, Italian, assault. Assay, draw a knife along the belly of the deer, a ceremony of the hunting field. Issoil, salve. Assure, secure possession or reversion of. Athanor, a digesting furnace, calculated to keep up a constant heat. Atone, reconcile. Attach, attack, seize. Audacious, having spirit and confidence. Authentic al, of authority, authorized, trustworthy, genuine. Avisamianti, reflection, consideration. Avoid, begone. Get rid of. Away with, endure. AZOCH, Mercurius Philosophorum. BABHON, baboon. Baby doll. Backside, back premises. Baffle, treat with contempt. BAGTINE, Italian coin, worth about the third of a farthing. BAIARD, horse of magic powers known to old romance. BALDRACK, belt worn across the breast to support bugle, etc. Bale of dice, pair. Balk, overlook, pass by, avoid. BLLACE, ballast. Ballo, game at ball. Balneum, Bainmarie. A vessel for holding hot water in which other vessels are stood for heating. Banbry, brother of Puritan. Bandug, dog-tied or chained up. Bane, woe, ruin. Banquet, a light repast, dessert. Barb, to clip gold. Barbel, freshwater fish. Bear, mere, bareheaded. It was a particular mark of state and grandeur for the coachman to be uncovered. Gifford. Barley break, game somewhat similar to base. Base, game of prisoner's base. Bases, richly embroidered skirt reaching to the knees, or lower. Basilisk, fabulous reptile, believed to slay with its eye. Basket, used for the broken provision collected for prisoners. Bason, basins, etc., were beaten by the attendant mob when bad characters were carted. Bait be reduced, abate reduce. Baton, baton, stick. Batten, feed, grow fat. Bawson, badger. Beadsman, prayerman, one engaged to pray for another. Beagle, small hound, fig. Spy. Bear in hand, keep in suspense, deceive with false hopes. Berwrd, bear leader. Bdphri. See fear. Bdstaff, wooden pin in the side of the bedstead for supporting the bedclothes. Johnson, one of the sticks or laths, a stick used in making a bed. Beetle, heavy mallet. Beg, eyed him. The custody of minors and idiots was begged for, likewise property fallen forfeit to the crown. Your house had been begged. Bellman, night watchman. Benjamin, an aromatic gum. Brline, pillory. Bsumbr, defile. Bslav, beslabber. Bsogeno, beggar. Bsbwle, bespatter. Bethlehem Gabor, Transylvanian hero, proclaimed king of Hungary. Bvar, drinking. Bvis, sir, knight of romance whose horse was equally celebrated. Bwry, reveal, make known. Bezant, heraldic term, small gold circle. Bezoar stone, a remedy known by this name, was a supposed antidote to poison. Bidstand, highwayman. Biggin, cap, similar to that worn by the Beguines, nightcap. Biliv, belive, with haste. Bilk, nothing, empty talk. Bill, kind of pike. Billet, woodcut for fuel, stick. Birding, thieving. Black sanctus, burlesque hymn, any unholy riot. Blank, originally a small French coin. Blank white. Blanket, toss in a blanket. Blaze, outburst of violence. Blaze her, blazon, publish abroad. Blazon, armorial bearings, fig. All that pertains to good birth and breeding. Blin, without ceasing. Blow, puff-up. Blue, color of servant's livery, hence order, waiters. Blusht, blushing one. Bob jest, taunt. Bob beat, thump. Bodg, measure. Bodkin, dagger, or other short, pointed weapon, long pin with which the women fastened up their hair. Bolt, roll of material. Bolt, dislodge, rout out, sift, bolting tub. Bolt's head, long, straight-necked vessel for distillation. Bombard, slops, padded, puffed-out breeches. Bonaroba, good, wholesome, plum-cheeked wench. Johnson, not always used in compliment. Bonnie clabber, sour buttermilk. Bokhlder, prompter. Boot, too, into the bargain. No, of no avail. Bioricichio, bottle made of skin. Bordello, brothel. Born it, conducted, carried it through. Bottle of hay, bundle, truss. Bottom, skein or ball of thread, vessel. Boord, jest. Bovoli, snails or cockles dressed in the Italian manner, Gifford. Beaupot, flower vase or pot. Boys, terrible, angry, roistering young bucks. See naries. Brabbles, brabbilish, brawls. Brach, bitch. Bradiamante, a heroine in Orlando Furioso. Bradley, Arthur O.F., a lively character commemorated in ballads. Brake, frame for confining a horse's feet while being shod, or strong curb or bridle. Trap. Branched with detached sleeve ornaments, projecting from the shoulders of the gown. Gifford. Brandish, flourish of weapon. Brash, brace. Brave, bravado, braggart speech. Brave adv, gaily, finely apparelled. Braveries, gallants. Bravery, extravagant gaiety of apparel. Bravo, bravado, swaggerer. Brazen head, speaking head made by Roger Bacon. Breathe, pause for relaxation, exercise. Breath upon, speak dispraisingly of. Brnd, burns. Bridal, wedding feast. Brief, abstract, muse, breve. Brisk, smartly dressed. Briz, breeze, gadfly. Broad seal, state seal. Brock, badger, term of contempt. Broke, transact business as a broker. Brook, endure, put up with. Brugton, Hugh, an English divine and Hebrew scholar. Brute, rumor. Buck, wash. Buckle, bend. Buff, leather made of buffalo skin, used for military insurgents' coats, etc. Bufo, black tincture. Bugle, long-shaped bead. Bulled, bold, swelled. Bullion's, trunk hose. Bully, term of familiar endearment. Bungy, Friar Bungay, who had a familiar in the shape of a dog. Burden, refrain, chorus. Burgonet, closely fitting helmet with visor. Burgulion, braggadocio. Burn, mark wooden measures, ing of cans. Burugh, pled, security. Buskin, half boot, foot gear reaching high up the leg. Butt shaft, barbless arrow for shooting at butts. Butter, nathnil, staple of news, a compiler of general news. C. Cunningham. Buttery hatch, half door shutting off the buttery, where provisions and liquors were stored. By, he bought me, formerly the guardianship of wards could be bought. Buz, exclamation to enjoin silence. Buzzard, simpleton. By and by, at once. By on the, incidentally, as of minor or secondary importance at the side. Bywchop, byblow, bastard. Caduceus, Mercury's wand. Caliver, light kind of musket. Calt, woman of ill repute. Callot, coif worn on the wigs of our judges or sergeants at law, Gifford. Clvrd, crimped or sliced and pickled. C. nares. Cmusicio, wretch, knave. Cmusd, flat. Can, nose. Candle rent, rent from house property. Candle waster, one who studies late. Cantor, sturdy beggar. Cap of maintnce, an insignia of dignity, a cap of state borne before kings at their coronation, also an heraldic term. Capable, able to comprehend, fit to receive instruction, impression. Capnus, one of the 7 against Thebes. Carect, carat, unit of weight for precious stones, etc., value, worth. Caranza, Spanish author of a book on dueling. Carcanet, jeweled ornament for the neck. Care, take care, object. Crosh, coach, carriage. Carpet, table cover. Carriage, bearing, behavior. Carwhit, quip, pun. Casmata, casemate, fortress. Case, a pair. Case, in condition. Cassock, soldier's loose overcoat. Cast, flight of hawks, couple. Cast, throw dice, vomit, forecast, calculate. Cast, cashiered. Casting glass, bottle for sprinkling perfume. Castriel, kestrel, falcon. Cat, structure used in sieges. Catamite, old form of Ganymede. Catastrophe, conclusion. Catchpole, sheriff's officer. Kate's dainties, provisions. Catso, rogue, cheat. Cutilius, crafty, artful. Censure, criticism, sentence. Censure, criticize, past sentence, doom. Ceruse, cosmetic containing white lead. Assess. Change, hunt, follow a fresh scent. Chapman, retail dealer. Character, handwriting. Charge, expense. Charm, subdue with magic, lay a spell on, silence. Charming, exercising magic power. Chrtl, challenge. Cheap, bargain, market. Chear, cheer, comfort, encouragement, food, entertainment. Check at, aim, reproof at. Chqin, gold Italian coin. Chvril, from kidskin, which is elastic and pliable. Chiaus, Turkish envoy, used for a cheat, swindler. Childrmss day, innocence day. Choke bail, action which does not allow of bail. Chrysopua, alchemy. Chrysosbrm, ways of producing gold. Cibation, adding fresh substances to supply the waste of evaporation. CIMICI bugs. CINOPER cinnabar. COPPNI chopin lady's high shoe. Circling boy, a species of roarer, one who in some way drew a man into a snare to cheat or rob him, nares. Circumstance, circumlocution, beating about the bush. Ceremony, everything pertaining to a certain condition. Detail, particular. Citroniacy, turn citron color. Cittern, kind of guitar. City WRES, woman of fashion, who made use of wires for hair and dress. Civil, legal. Clap, clack, chatter. Clapperdudgeon, downright beggar. Claps his dish, a clap or clack, dish with a movable lid, was carried by beggars and lepers to show that the vessel was empty and to give sound of their approach. CLARIDNA, heroine of an old romance. CLARSSIMO, Venetian noble. CLEM, starve. Click-it, latch. CLIMO, the CLUGHS, etc., wordy heroes of romance. Climate, country. Close, secret, private, secretive. Closeness, secrecy. Cloth, heiress, hangings. Clout, mark shot at bullseye. Clown, countryman, clodhopper. Coach leaves, folding blinds. Coals, bear no, submit to no affront. Coat armor, coat of arms. Coat card, court card. Cob herring, herring cob, a young herring. Cob swan, male swan. Cockay hoop, denoting unstinted jollity, thought to be derived from turning on the tap that all might drink to the full of the flowing liquor. Cockatrice, reptile supposed to be produced from a cock's egg, and to kill by its eye used as a term of reproach for a woman. Cock-brained, giddy, wild. COCKR, pamper. Coxcomb, fool's cap. Cockstone, stone said to be found in a cock's gizzard, and to possess particular virtues. Codling, softening by boiling. Coffin, raised crust of a pie. Cogs, sheet, wheedle. Coil, turmoil, confusion, ado. COKLY, master of a puppet show, wally. COKS, fool, gull. Cold, conceited, having cold opinion of, coldly affected towards. Coal harbor, a retreat for people of all sorts. Collection, composure, deduction. Collop, small slice, piece of flesh. COLY, blacken. Color, pretext. COLURS, fear no, no enemy, quibble. COLSTFF, cowl staff, pole for carrying a cowl equals tub. Come about, charge, turn round. Comfortable bread, spice, gingerbread. Coming, forward, ready to respond, complacent. Comment, commentary. Sometime it is taken for a lie or feigned tale, Bullicar, 1616. Commodity, current for. Allusion to practice of moneylenders, who forced the borrower to take part of the loan in the shape of worthless goods on which the latter had to make money if he could. Communicate, share. Compass, in, within the range, sphere. Complement, completion, completement, anything required for the perfecting or carrying out of a person or affair, accomplishment. Complexion, natural disposition, constitution. Complement, see complement. Complementaries, masters of accomplishments. Composition, constitution, agreement, contract. Composure, composition. COMPTER, counter, debtor's prison. Concealment, a certain amount of church property had been retained at the dissolution of the monasteries. Elizabeth sent commissioners to search it out, and the courtiers begged for it. Conceit, idea, fancy, witty invention, conception, opinion. Conceit, apprehend. Conceited, fancifully, ingeniously devised or conceived. Possessed of intelligence, witty, ingenious, hence well conceited, etc., disposed to joke. Of opinion, possessed of an idea. Conceive, understand. CONCNT, harmony, agreement. Conclude, infer, prove. Concoct, assimilate, digest. Condent, probably conducted. Conduct, escort, conductor. Coneycatch, cheat. Confect, sweetmeat. Confer, compare. CONGIS, bows. Connive, give a look, wink, of secret intelligence. Consort, company, concert. Constancy, fidelity, ardor, persistence. Constant, confirmed, persistent, faithful. Constantly, firmly, persistently. Contend, strive. Continent, holding together. Control the point, bear or beat down. Convent, assembly, meeting. Convert, turn oneself. Convey, transmit from one to another. Convince, evince, prove, overcome, overpower, convict. Cop, head, top, tuft on head of birds. A cop may have reference to one or other meaning. Gifford and others interpret as conical, terminating in a point. Copeman, chapman. Copesmate, companion. Copy, lat. Copia, abundance, copiousness. Corn, powder, grained. Corollary, finishing part or touch. Corsive, corrosive. Cortne, curtain, arch, wall between two towers, etc. Coryat, famous for his travels, published as Coriat's Crudities. Cosset, pet lamb, pet. Costard, head. Costardemo in GER, apple seller, costermonger. Costds, ribs. Coat, hut. Cothernal from cothurnus, a particular boot worn by actors in Greek tragedy. Cotqan, hussy. Counsel, secret. Countenance means necessary for support, credit, standing. Counter. Compteur. Counter, pieces of metal or ivory, for calculating at play. Counter, hunt, follow scent in reverse direction. Counterfeit, false coin. Counterpane, one part or counterpart of a deed or indenture. Counterpoint, opposite, contrary point. Quart dish, a kind of drinking cup, Halliwell, any 500. Quotes from BP. Goodman's Court of James I, the king, caused his carver to cut him out a quart dish, that is, something of every dish, which he sent him as part of his reversion. But this does not sound like short allowance or small receptacle. Court door, fool. Courtau, curdle, small horse with dock tail. Courtship, courtliness. Covtic, avarice. Cowshrd, cow dung. Coxcomb, fool's cap, fool. Coy shrink, disdain. Costiriel, low varlet. Cousin, cheat. Crack, lively young rogue, wag. Crack up, boast, come to grief. Cram, game of crambo, in which the players find rhymes for a given word. Cranch, craunch. Cranion, spider-like. Also fairy appellation for a fly, Gifford, who refers to lines in Drayton's Nymphidia. Crimp, game at cards. Crancle, draw back, turn aside. Crisbed, with curled or waved hair. Crops, gather, reap. Cropshre, a kind of herring. Any 500. Cross, any piece of money, many coins being stamped with a cross. Cross and pile, heads and tails. Crosslet, crucible. Crowd, fiddle. Crudities, undigested matter. Crumped, curl up. Crusado, Portuguese gold coin marked with a cross. Cry, he that cried Italian, speak in a musical cadence, intone, or declaim, cry up. Cuckng stool, used for the ducking of scolds, etc. Curbite, a gourd-shaped vessel used for distillation. Curpo, in undress. Culalice, broth. Culaliwen, base fellow, coward. Culalicien, badge worn on their arm by servants. Culverin, kind of cannon. Cunning, skill. Cunning, skillful. Cunning man, fortune teller. Cure, care for. Curious, lie, scrupulous, particular, elaborate, elegant, lie, dainty, lie, hence incurious. Cursed, shrewish, mischievous. Curdle, dog with dock tail, of inferior sort. Custard, quaking, politic, reference to a large custard which formed part of a city feast and afforded huge entertainment, for the fool jumped into it, and other like tricks were played. See all's well, etc. Roman 2. 540. Cutwork, embroidery, openwork. Cypres, cypress. Quibble, cypress or cypress being a transparent material, and when black used for mourning. Dagger, frumity, name of tavern. Dargison, apparently some person known in ballad or tale. Dauphin my boy, refrain of old comic song. Daunt, dead lift, desperate emergency. Dear, applied to that which in any way touches us nearly. Decline, turn off from, turn away, aside. Dflk, deductibate. Defend, forbid. Degenerus, degenerate. Degrees, steps. Delate, accuse. Miculverin, cannon carrying a ball of about 10 pounds. Denier, the smallest possible coin, being the 12th part of a sou. Depart, part with. DPNDNCE, ground of quarrel in Duolo language. Desert, reward. Designamienti, design. Desperate, rash, reckless. Detect, allow to be detected, betray, inform against. Determine, terminate. Detract, drawback, refuse. Device, mask, show, a thing moved by wires, etc. puppet. Devise, exact in every particular. DEVISED, invented. DIAPASM, powdered aromatic herbs made into balls of perfumed paste. C. Pomander. Dibble, mustache, NE 500, dagger, Cunningham. Diffused, disordered, scattered, irregular. Dite, dressed. Dildo, refrain of popular songs, vague term of low meaning. Diambeli, dingle, ravine. Diminusum, stated allowance. Disbse, debase. Discern, distinguish, show a difference between. Discharge, settle for. Discipline, reformation, ecclesiastical system. Disclaim, renounce all part in. Discourse, process of reasoning, reasoning faculty. Discourtship, discourtesy. Discover, betray, reveal, display. Disfavor, disfigure. Disparagement, legal term applied to the unfitness, in any way of a marriage arranged for in the case of wards. Dispense with, grant dispensation for. Display, extend. Display, discipline, teach by the whip. Disposed, incline to merriment. Diaspusuri, disposal. Diaspirasi, depreciate. Diaspunct, not punctilious. Disquisition, search. Dissolved, enervated by grief. Distance, proper measure. Distaste, offense, cause of offense. Distaste, render distasteful. Distempered, upset, out of humor. Division, muse, variation, modulation. Dogbolt, term of contempt. Dole, given in dole, charity. Dole of faces, distribution of grimaces. Doom, verdict, sentence. DOP, dip, low bow. Door, beetle, buzzing insect, drone, idler. Door, buzz, give the, make a fool of. Dosser, pannier, basket. Dotes, endowments, qualities. Dotterel, plever, gull, fool. Double, behave deceitfully. Doxy, wench, mistress. Dram, Greek silver coin. Dress, groom, curry. Dressing, coiffure. Drift, intention. Drwfot, track by mere scent of foot. Ducking, punishment for minor offenses. Doll, grieve. Dumps, melancholy, originally a mournful melody. Durandna, Orlando's sword. Dwindle, shrink away, be overawed. Ean, yin, bring forth young. Easiness, readiness. Ebiolition, ebullition. Edge, sword. Isch, eke. Egregious, eminently excellent. Eke, also moreover. ELA, highest note in the scale. Eggs on the spit, important business on hand. ELF lock, tangled hair, supposed to be the work of elves. Emmet, ant. Engage, involve. Engicelli. See ingle. Engicelli, cajole, fondle. Engine, device, contrivance, agent, ingenuity, wit. Engineer, engineer, deviser, plotter. Ingenious, crafty, full of devices, witty, ingenious. Engross, monopolize. ENS, an existing thing, a substance. ENSIGNS, tokens, wounds. Insure, assure. Entertain, take into service. Entreat, plead. Entreaty, entertainment. Entry, place where a deer has lately passed. Envoy, denouement, conclusion. Envy, spite, calumny, dislike, odium. Ephemerides, calendars. Equal, just, impartial. Erection, elevation in esteem. Eringo, candied root of the sea holly, formerly used as a sweetmeat and aphrodisiac. Errant, errant. Essentiate, become assimilated. Estimation, esteem. Estich, ostrich. Ethnic heathen. Euripus, flux and reflux. Even, just equable. Event, fate, issue. Event, ed, issue, d. Evert, overturn. Exasuate, sharpen. Exampelius, without example or parallel. Excalibur, King Arthur's sword. Exemplify, make an example of. Exempt, separate, exclude. Exequies, obsequies. Exhale, drag out. Exhibition, allowance for keep, pocket money. Exorbitant, exceeding limits of propriety or law, inordinate. Exornation, ornament. Expect, wait. Expiate, terminate. Explicate, explain, unfold. Extemporal, extempore, unpremeditated. Extraction, essence. Extraordinary, employed for a special or temporary purpose. Extrude, expel. Eyes in view. Eyebright, a malt liquor in which the herb of this name was infused, or a person who sold the same, Gifford. Eye-tinge, least shade or gleam. Face, appearance. Face is about, military word of command. Facianorous, extremely wicked. Facicangias, faith. Fact, deed, act, crime. Factious, seditious, belonging to a party, given to party feeling. Feces, dregs. Fajoli, French beans. Feign, forced, necessitated. Faithful, believing. Fall, rough or band turned back on the shoulders, or veil. Falsify, feign, fencing term. Fame, report. Familiar, attendant spirit. Fantastical, capricious, whimsical. Var's, stuff. Varfet. Zfet. Fartchangiel, whooped petticoat. Faucet, tapster. Fault, lack, loss, break in line of scent, for, in default of. Fautor, partisan. Fayles, old table game similar to backgammon. Fear, ed, affright, ed. Feat, activity, operation, deed, action. Feet, elegant, trim. Fee, in by feudal obligation. Feiza, beat, belabor. Fellow, term of contempt. Fennel, emblem of flattery. Fere, companion, fellow. Fern seed, supposed to have power of rendering invisible. Vet, fetched. Vetch, trick. Feutrer, fr. Vautrier, dog keeper. Fewmets, dung. Fico, fig. Figgum, jugglery. Figment, fiction, invention. Firk, frisk, move suddenly or in jerks. Up, stir up, rouse. Firks, mad, suddenly behaves like a madman. Fit, pay when out, punish. Fitness, readiness. Fitton, lie, invention. 5 and 50, highest number to stand on at prime row, Gifford. Flag, to fly low and waveringly. Flag and chain, for hanging a smelling bottle, fr. Flacken, round the neck. See any 500. Flapdragon, game similar to snapdragon. Flasket, some kind of basket. Flaw, sudden gust or squall of wind. Flawn, custard. Flea, catch fleas. Fleer, sneer, laugh derisively. Flesh, feed a hawk or dog with flesh to incite it to the chase. Initiate in bloodshed, satiate. Flicker, mouse, bat. Flight, light arrow. Flittermouse, bat. Flout, mock, speak and act contemptuously. Flowers, pulverized substance. Fly, familiar spirit. Foil, weapon used in fencing, that which sets anything off to advantage. Foist, cut purse, sharper. Fond lie, foolish lie. Footcloth, housings of ornamental cloth, which hung down on either side a horse to the ground. Footing, foothold, footstep, dancing. Foppery, foolery. Force, failing, for fear of failing. Forbear, bear with, abstain from. Force, hunt at, run the game down with dogs. Forehead, modesty, face, assurance, effrontery. Foreslow, delay. Foresbk, bewitch, foretell. Foretop, front lock of hair, which fashion required to be worn upright. Forged, fabricated. Form, state formally. Formal, shapely, normal, conventional. Forthcoming, produced when required. Founder, disable with overriding. Fourm, form, lair. Fox, sword. Frail, rush basket in which figs or raisins were packed. Frmpull, peevish, sour-tempered. Frapler, blusterer, wrangler. Fraying, a stag is said to fray his head when he rubs it against a tree too. Cause the outward coat of the new horns to fall off, Gifford. Freight of the Gazette, burden of the newspapers. Frequent, full. Fricac, rubbing. Frictric, woman of low character. Frippery, old clothes shop. Frock, smock, frock. Frolics, humorous verses circulated at a feast, NE 500. Couplets wrapped round sweetmeats, Cunningham. Frontless, shameless. Frauded, rubbed. Frumty, hulled wheat boiled in milk and spiced. Frump, flout, sneer. Fucus, die. Fugnd, figent, fidgety, restless, NE 500. Fullam, false dice. Fulamerty, polecat. Fulsome, foul, offensive. Furibund, raging, furious. Galley foist, city barge, used on Lord Mayor's day, when he was sworn into his office at Westminster, Whalley. Galliard, lively dance in triple time. Gape, be eager after. Garagntue, rable giant. Garb, sheaf, fr. Gerb, manner, fashion, behavior. Gard, guard, trimming, gold or silver lace or other ornament. Garded, faced or trimmed. Garnish, fee. Gavel, kind, name of a land tenure existing chiefly in Kent. From 16th century, often used to denote custom of dividing a deceased man's property equally among his sons, NE 500. Gazette, small Venetian coin worth about 3 farthings. Gance, jaunt errand. Ger, stuff, matter, affair. Jellied, frozen. Gemonis, steps from which the bodies of criminals were thrown into the river. General, free, affable. Genius, attendant spirit. Gentry, gentleman, manners characteristic of gentry, good breeding. Gibcat, tomcat. Gigantuamachiz, start a giant's war. Gigilot, wanton. Giambility, gimlet. Ging, gang. Glass, taking in of shadows, etc., crystal or barrel. Glek, card game played by 3, party of 3, trio, side glance. Glick, glek, jest, jibe. Glidder, glaze. Gloriously, of vain glory. Godwit, bird of the snipe family. Gold End man, a buyer of broken gold and silver. Goll, hand. GonaphaloNIR, standard bearer, chief magistrate, etc. Good, sound in credit. Good year, good luck. Goosturd, color of. Sea turd. Georcero W, carrion crow. Gorget, neck armor. Gossip, godfather. Gowked, from gawk, to stand staring and gaping like a fool. Grnnam, grandam. Grass, grease fat. Grateful, agreeable, welcome. Gratify, give thanks to. Gratitude, gratuity. Gratulate, welcome, congratulate. Gravity, dignity. Gray, badger. Grice, cub. Grief, grievance. Gripe, vulture, griffin. Gripe's egg, vessel in shape of. Groat, fourpence. Grogran, coarse stuff made of silk and mohair, or of coarse silk. Groom porter, officer in the royal household. Grope, handle, probe. Ground, pit, hence, grounded judgments. Guard, caution, heed. Gardent, heraldic term, turning the head only. Guilder, Dutch coin worth about 4d. Gules, gullet, throat, heraldic term for red. Gull, simpleton, dupe. Gus, taste. Hab, nab, by on chance. Habergeon, coat of mail. Haggard, wild female hawk, hence coy, wild. Halberd, combination of lance and battle-axe. Hall, a cry to clear the room for the dancers. Handsel, first money taken. Hanger, loop or strap on a sword belt from which the sword was suspended. Hap, fortune, luck. Happily, haply. Happiness, appropriateness, fitness. Happy, rich. Harbor, track, trace, an animal to its shelter. Hard-favored, harsh-featured. Harpocrates, Horus the child, son of Osiris, figured with a finger pointing to his mouth, indicative of silence. Harrington, a patent was granted to Lord H. For the coinage of tokens, QV. Harot, herald. Harry Nicholas, founder of a community called the Family of Love. Hay, net for catching rabbits, etc. Hey. It'll. Hi, you have it, a fencing term. Hay in his horn, ill-tempered person. Hazard, game at dice, that which is staked. Head first, young deer with antlers first sprouting, fig. A newly ennobled man. Hadbrugh, constable. Hearken after, inquire. Hearken out, find, search out. Hearten, encourage. Heaven and hell, alchemist, names of taverns. Hectic fever. Hedge in include. Helm, upper part of a retort. Hernseu, Hernshaw, heron. Hieronimo, Jeronimo, hero of kids, Spanish tragedy. Hobby nag. Hobby horse, imitation horse of some light material, fastened round the waist of the Morris dancer, who imitated the movements of a skittish horse. Hoddy, fool. Hoiden, hoiden, formerly applied to both sexes, ancient term for leveret. Gifford. Holland, name of two famous chemists. Hone and honero, wailing expressions of lament or discontent. Hoodwink 500, blindfolded. Horary, hourly. Hornmad, stark mad, quibble. Horn thumb, cut purses were in the habit of wearing a horn shield on the thumb. Horse bread eating, horses were often fed on coarse bread. Horse courser, horse dealer. Hospital, Christ hospital. Howleglas, Eulenspiegel, the hero of a popular German tale which relates his buffooneries and knavish tricks. Huff, hectoring, arrogance. Huff it, swagger. Husher, fr. Huissier, usher. Hum, beer and spirits mixed together. Humanitan, humanist, scholar. Humorous, capricious, moody, out of humor, moist. Humor, a word used in and out of season in the time of Shakespeare and Ben Jonson, and ridiculed by both. Humorous, manners. Humphrey, Duke, those who were dinnerless spent the dinner hour in a part of St. Paul's where stood a monument said to be that of the Dukes. Hence, dine with Duke Humphrey, to go hungry. Huartelius, harmless. Idle, useless, unprofitable. Ill-affected, ill-disposed. Illechebatidi, unhealthy. Illustrate, illuminate. Imbibition, saturation, steeping. Iambirocta, fencing term, a thrust in tierce. Impair, impairment. Impart, give money. Imparter, anyone ready to be cheated and to part with his money. Impeach, damage. Impertinencies, irrelevancies. Impertinent, lie, irrelevant, lie, without reason or purpose. Imposition, duty imposed by. Impotently, beyond power of control. Impress, money in advance. Impulsion, incitement. In, a game played by 2 or 3 persons with 4 dice. Incense, incite, stir up. Incretion, act of covering with wax, or reducing a substance to softness of wax. Inch, to their ease, according to their stature, capabilities. Inchpin, sweet bread. Inconvenience, inconsistency, absurdity. Incony, delicate, rare, used as a term of affection. Incube, incubus. Incubus, evil spirit that oppresses us in sleep, nightmare. Incurious, unfastidious, uncritical. Indent, enter into engagement. Indifferent, tolerable, passable. Indigestd, shapeless, chaotic. Induce, introduce. Indue, supply. Inexorable, relentless. Infantade, born, produced. Inflame, augment charge. Ingenious, used indiscriminately for ingenuous. Intelligent, talented. Ingenuity, ingenuousness. Ingenuous, generous. Ingene. See engine. Ingenier, engineer. See engineer. Ingle or enghl, bosom friend, intimate minion. Inhabitable, uninhabitable. Injury, insult, affront. Inmate, resident, indwelling. Innate, natural. Innocent, simpleton. Inquest, jury, or other official body of inquiry. Inquisition, inquiry. Instant, immediate. Instrument, legal document. Insure, assure. Integrate, complete, perfect. Intelligence, secret information, news. Intend, note carefully, attend, give ear to, be occupied with. Intendment, intention. Intent, intention, wish. Intention, concentration of attention or gaze. Intentive, attentive. Intrsscd, implicated. Intrude, bring in forcibly or without leave. Invincibly, invisibly. Inward, intimate. Irpe, uncertain, a fantastic grimace or contortion of the body. Gifford. Jack-o, the clock automaton figure that strikes the hour, jacquelant, puppet thrown at in Lent. Jack, key of a virginal. Jacob a staff, an instrument for taking altitudes and distances. Jade befool. Jealousy, jealous, suspicion, suspicious. JRKNG, lashing. Jew's trump, Jew's harp. Jig, merry ballad or tune. A fanciful dialogue or light comic act introduced at the end or during an interlude of a play. JOINED, joint stool, folding stool. JOLL, jowl. JOLTCHAD, blockhead. Jump, agree, tally. Just year, no one was capable of the consulship until he was 43. KELL, cocoon. KELLY, an alchemist. KMB, comb. KEMIA, vessel for distillation. Kaib chap sore. Kilderkin, small barrel. Kill kiln. Kind nature, species. Do one's, act according to one's nature. Kirtle, woman's gown of jacket and petticoat. Kiss or drink afore me. This is a familiar expression, employed when what the speaker is just about to say is anticipated by another. Gifford. Kit fiddle. Knack snap click. KNIPPRDWLNG, a well-known Anabaptist. Knitting cup, marriage cup. Knocking, striking, weighty. Knot company band, a sandpiper or robin snipe, tringa canudus, flower bed laid out in fanciful design. KURSINED, KYRSIN, christened. Labored, wrought with labor and care. Laid load ed. Lading load. Laid plotted. Lance knight, Landsknecht, a German mercenary foot soldier. Lap fold. LAR, household god. Lard garnish. Large abundant. LARUM, alarum, call to arms. Lattice, tavern windows were furnished with lattices of various colors. Launder, to wash gold in aqua regia, so as imperceptibly to extract some of it. Laves, ladle, bail. Law, give a start, term of chase. Laxative, loose. Lay aboard, run alongside generally, with intent to board. Leaguer, siege, or camp of besieging army. Leasing, lying. Leave off, desist. Leer, leering, or empty, hence perhaps leer horse, a horse without a rider. Leer is an adjective meaning uncontrolled, hence leer drunkards. Halliwell. According to Nares, a leer empty horse meant also a led horse. Leeward, left. LESE, lose. Legs make, do obeisance. LEIGER, resident representative. LEIGRITY, legerdemain. Lemma, subject proposed, or title of the epigram. LENTER, slower. Let hinder. Let hindrance. Level coil, a rough game. In which one hunted another from his seat. Hence used for any noisy riot, Halliwell. Lewd, ignorant. LEYSDLLS, receptacles of filth. Liberal, ample. LIGER, ledger, register. Lift-ing, steal-ing, theft. Light, alight. Lightly, commonly, usually, often. Like, please. Likely, agreeable, pleasing. Limehound, leash, bloodhound. LIMMER, vile, worthless. LIN, leave off. Lined by rule. Linstock, staff to stick in the ground, with forked head to hold a lighted match for firing cannon. Liquid, clear. List, listen, hark, like, please. Livery, legal term, delivery of the possession, etc. LOGGET, small log, stick. Loose, solution, upshot, issue, release of an arrow. Lose, give over, desist from, waste. Louting, bowing, cringing. LUCULENT, bride of beauty. LUDGTHINS, dealers on Ludgate Hill. Lurch, rob, cheat. Loot, to close a vessel with some kind of cement. Mac, unmeaning expletive. MADGHOWLET, or owl, barn owl. Maim, hurt, injury. Main, chief concern, used as a quibble on heraldic term for hand. MAINPRISC, becoming surety for a prisoner so as to procure his release. Maintenance, giving aid or abetting. Make mate. Make maid, acquaint with business, prepare d, instruct ed. MALANDRS, disease of horses. Malt horse, dray horse. MAMMET, puppet. Mammoth rept, spoiled child. Manage, control, term used for breaking in horses. Handling, administration. Mango, slave dealer. mangunisc, polish up for sale. Maniples, bundles, handfuls. Mankind, masculine like a virago. Mankind, humanity. Maple face, spotted face, any 500. Marchpane, a confection of almonds, sugar, etc. Mark, fly to the, generally said of a goshawk when, having put in a covey of partridges, she takes stand, marking the spot where they disappeared from view until the falconer arrives to put them out to her. Harding, Bibble. A kip. Gloss. 226. Marle, marvel. Marrowbone man, one often on his knees for prayer. Mary. Exclamation, derived from the Virgin's name. Mary Gip, probably originated from by Mary Gypsy, equals Saint Mary of Egypt, NE 500. Martgn, Turk's cap lily. Marahncco, string halt. Masoreth, Masora, correct form of the scriptural text according to Hebrew tradition. Mas ab. For master. Mond beg. Mauthr, girl maid. Mean, moderation. Measure, dance, more especially a stately one. Meat, carry in one's mouth, be a source of money or entertainment. Meath, metheglin. Mechanical, belonging to mechanics, mean, vulgar. Meditrrneo, Middle Isle of St. Paul's, a general resort for business and amusement. Meet with, even with. Meliciotion, a late kind of peach. Menstrui, solvent. Mercat, market. Merd, excrement. Mere, undiluted, absolute, unmitigated. Mess, party of four. Metheglin, fermented liquor, of which one ingredient was honey. Metiopiosopy, study of physiognomy. Middling gossip, go-between. Mijonird, dainty, delicate. Myland, training ground of the city. Minemen, sappers. Minion, form of cannon. Minsitive, mincing, affected any 500. Miscellany madam, a female trader in miscellaneous articles, a dealer in trinkets or ornaments of various kinds, such as kept shops in the New Exchange, naries. Miscellany, mixed grain, medley. Misconceit, misconception. Misprise, misprision, mistake, misunderstanding. Mistake away, carry away as if by mistake. Mithride, an antidote against poison. Moccnigo, small Venetian coin, worth about 9d. Modern in the mode, ordinary, commonplace. Moment, force or influence of value. Montnto, upward stroke. Month's mind, violent desire. Moorish, like a moor or waste. Morglay, sword of Bevis of Southampton. Morric dance, dance on May Day, etc., in which certain personages were represented. Mortality, death. Mortmal, old sore, gangrene. Moscdno, confection flavored with musk. Mother, hysterica passio. Motion, proposal, request, puppet, puppet show. One of the small figures on the face of a large clock which was moved by the vibration of the pendulum, wally. Motion, suggest, propose. Motley, party-colored dress of a fool, hence used to signify pertaining to, or like, a fool. Motto. Mournival, set of 4 aces or court cards in a hand, a quartet. Mo, settled hay or sheaves of grain. Much. Expressive of irony and incredulity. Musicandr, handkerchief. Mule, born to ride on. Judges or sergeants at law formerly rode on mules when going in state to Westminster, Wally. Mulets, small pincers. Mumchance, game of chance, played in silence. Mun, must. Murey, dark crimson red. Muscovy glass, mica. Muse, wonder. Musical, in harmony. Mouse, scramble. Myrobulani, foreign conserve, a dried plum brought from the Indies. Mystery, art, trade, profession. Nail, to the ad ungum, to perfection, to the very utmost. Native, natural. Neat cattle. Neat, smartly apparelled, unmixed, dainty. Neatly, neatly finished. Neatness, elegance. Neis, nose, scent. Neuf, neaf, fist. Nauft, newt. Niaisc, foolish, inexperienced person. Nice, fastidious, trivial, finical, scrupulous. Niceness, fastidiousness. Nick, exact amount, right moment. Set in the, meaning uncert. Nice, suit, fit. Hit, seize the right moment, etc. Exactly hit on, hit off. Noble, gold coin worth 6s. 8d. NOCNT, harmful. Nils, not will. Noise, company of musicians. NOMENTSK, an Indian chief from Virginia. Knowns, nonce. Notable, egregious. Note sign, token. Not be, go to the devil, be hanged, etc. Nouthead, blockhead. Number, rhythm. NUPSON, oaf, simpleton. OADA, woad. OBARNI, preparation of mead. Object, oppose, expose, interpose. OBLATRINT, barking, railing. Obnoxious, liable, exposed, offensive. Observance, homage, devoted service. Observant, attentive, obsequious. Observe, show deference, respect. Observer, one who shows deference or waits upon another. OBSDNCY, legal phrase, juridical opposition. Obstreperous, clamorous, vociferous. OBSDUPFACT, stupefied. Oddling, must have some relation to tricking and cheating, naries. Ominous, deadly, fatal. Once at once, for good and all, used also for additional emphasis. Only, preeminent, special. Open, make public, expound. OPPLATION, obstruction. OPPONE, oppose. Opposite, antagonist. Oppress, suppress. ORGNUS, native. Ort, remnant, scrap. Out, to be, to have forgotten one's part, not at one with each other. Outcry, sale by auction. OUTRICUIDNCE, arrogance, presumption. Outspeak, speak more than. OVERPRTED, given too difficult a part to play. OWLSPAGL. See howliglass. Oh yea. Oh yes, hear ye. Call of the public crier, when about to make a proclamation. Packing penny, give a, dismiss, unpacking. Pad highway. Pad horse, road horse. Paned, PANED, slops, full breeches made of strips of different color and material. Painful, diligent, painstaking. Paint, blush. Palinode, ode of recantation. Paul, weakened him, make stale. Palm, triumph. Pan, skirt of dress or coat. Panel, pad or rough kind of saddle. Panurelli, inhabited by tripe sellers. Panurman, hawker, a man employed about the inns of court to bring in provisions, set the table, etc. Pantufeli, indoor shoe, slipper. Paramiantos, fine trappings. Parantomasi, a play upon words. Parantry, peremptory. Parcel, particle, fragment, used contemptuously, article. Parcel, part, partly. Parcel, poet, poetaster. Perurga, subordinate matters. Parget, to paint or plaster the face. Parly, parley. Parlous, clever, shrewd. Part, a portion. Partake, participate in. Parted, endowed, talented. Particular, individual person. Partisan, kind of halberd. Partrich, partridge. Parts, qualities, endowments. Smash. Pass, care, trouble oneself. Pasado, fencing term, a thrust. Passage, game at dice. Passingly, exceedingly. Passion, effect caused by external agency. Passion in so melancholy a tone, so pathetically. Paton, fr. Patin, pellet of dough, perhaps the molding of the tobacco. For the pipe, Gifford, variant of peton, South American name of tobacco. Patricio, the recorder, priest, orator of strolling beggars or gypsies. Patent shoe with wooden sole, go, keep step with a company. Paucavrba, few words. Pavin, a stately dance. Peace with my masters, by leave favor. Peculiar, individual single. Pedant, teacher of the languages. Peel, baker's shovel. Peep, speak in a small or shrill voice. Peevish lie, foolish lie, capricious lie, childish lie. Pelican, a retort fitted with tube or tubes, for continuous distillation. Pencil, small tuft of hair. Perdue, soldier accustomed to hazardous service. Peremptory, resolute, bold, imperious, thorough, utter, absolute, lie. Perimeter, circumference of a figure. Periods, limit, end. Pergub. Perpetuna. This seems to be that glossy kind of stuff now called everlasting and anciently worn by sergeants and other city officers. Gifford. Perspective, a view, scene, or scenery, an optical device which gave a distortion to the picture unless seen from a particular point. A relief modeled to produce an optical illusion. Perspicial, optic glass. Perstring, criticize, censure. Persuade, inculcate, commend. Perswy, mitigate. Pertinacy, pertinacity. Pestling, pounding, pulverizing like a pestle. Pedicis, broad-brimmed hat or winged cap worn by Mercury. Petitionary, supplicatory. Petronal, a kind of carbine or light gun carried by horsemen. Petulant, pert, insolent. Piaciari. See fear. Phlegma, watery distilled liquor, old chem. Water. Piaciarinitic, madman. Picrdil, stiff upright collar fastened on to the coat, wally. Picked hatch, disreputable quarter of London. Piece, person, used for woman or girl, a gold coin worth in Johnson's time 20s. Or 22s. Pieces of 8, Spanish coin, piaster equal to 8 reals. Pied, variegated. Pipioiderius, fr. Pied powdru, dusty foot. Court held at fairs to administer justice to itinerant vendors and buyers. Pilcher, term of contempt, one who wore a buff or leather jerkin, as did the sergeants of the counter, a pilferer. Piled, pilled, peeled, bald. Pill 500, polled, fleeced. Pimlico, sometimes spoken of as a person perhaps master of a house famous for a particular ale, Gifford. Pine, afflict, distress. Pink, stab with a weapon, pierce or cut in scallops for ornament. Pinus, a go-between in infamous sense. Pismire, ant. Piastuality, gold coin worth about 6s. Pitch, height of a bird of prey's flight. Plague, punishment, torment. Plain, lament. Plain song, simple melody. Plaic, place. Planet, struck with A. Planets were supposed to have powers of blasting or exercising secret influences. Plausible, pleasing. Plausibly, approvingly. Plot, plan. Ply, apply oneself to. Poesi, posy, motto inside a ring. Point in his device, exact in every particular. Points, tagged laces or cords for fastening the breeches to the doublet. Point trusser, one who trussed, tied his master's points, QV. Poise, weigh, balance. Poking stick, stick used for setting the plates of ruffs. Politic, politician. Politic, judicious, prudent, political. Politician, plotter, intriguer. Pole, strip, plunder, gain by extortion. Pomander, ball of perfume, worn or hung about the person to prevent infection or for foppery. Pommado, vaulting on a horse without the aid of stirrups. Pontic, sour. Popular, vulgar, of the populace. Populace, numerous. Port gate, print of a deer's foot. Port transport. Portgui, Portuguese gold coin, worth over 3 or 4 pounds. Portcullis of coin, some old coins have a portcullis stamped on their reverse, wally. Portent, marvel, prodigy, sinister omen. Portentous, prophesying evil, threatening. Porter, references appear, to allude to Parsons, the king's porter who was near 7 feet high, wally. Possess, inform, acquaint. Post and pair, a game at cards. Posy, motto. See posy. Potch, poach. Poltfoot, clubfoot. Pounce, claw, talon. Practice, intrigue, concerted plot. Practice, plot, conspire. Pragmatic, an expert agent. Pragmatic, officious, conceited, meddling. Precedent, record of proceedings. Precept, warrant, summons. Precision, ism, puritanism, preciseness. Prefer, recommend. Presence, presence chamber. Present, lie, immediate lie without delay, at the present time, actually. Press, force into service. Prest, ready. Pretend, assert, allege. Prevent, anticipate. Price, worth, excellence. Prick, point, dot used in the writing of Hebrew and other languages. Prick, prick out, mark off, select, trace, track. Away, make off with speed. Miro, game of cards. Prncox, pert boy. Print in, to the letter exactly. Prstanity, former. Private, private interests. Private, privy, intimate. Prcelevi, prone to. Prodigious, monstrous, unnatural. Prodigy, monster. Produced, prolonged. Profess, pretend. Projection, the throwing of the powder of projection into the crucible to turn the melted metal into gold or silver. Prolate, pronounced drawlingly. Proper, of good appearance, handsome, own, particular. Properties, stage necessaries. Property, duty, tool. Prompd, burst out. Protest, vow, proclaim an affected word of that time. Formally declare non-payment, etc., of bill of exchange, fig. Failure of personal credit, etc. Provnt, soldier's allowance hence, of common make. Provide, foresee. Providence, foresight, prudence. Publication, making a thing public of common property, any 500. Puckfist, puffball, insipid, insignificant, boasting fellow. Puffwing, shoulder puff. Puny, judge of inferior rank, a junior. Pulchritude, beauty. Pump shoe. Pungent, piercing. Punto, point hit. Purcpt, precept warrant. Pure, fine, capital, excellent. Purely, perfectly, utterly. Pearl, pleat or fold of a ref. Purse net, net of which the mouth is drawn together with a string. Pursuivant, state messenger, who summoned the persecuted seminaries, warrant officer. Pursy, pursiness, short-windedness. Put, make a push, exert yourself, any 500. Put off, excuse, shift. Puton, incite, encourage. Proceed with taken hand, try. Quacksilver, quack. Quaint, elegant, elaborated, ingenious, clever. Quar, quarry. Qrid, seized or fed upon as prey. Queen, hussy, jade. Queasy, hazardous, delicate. Quell, kill, destroy. Quest, request, inquiry. Question, decision by force of arms. Questman, one appointed to make official inquiry. Quiblin, quibble, quip. Quick, the living. Quidit, quiddity, legal subtlety. Quirk, clever turn or trick. Quit, requite, repay. Acquit, absolve, rid, forsake, leave. Quitterbone, disease of horses. Quadling, coddling. Quoit, throw like a quoit chuck. Quote, take note, observe, write down. Rack, neck of mutton or pork, halliwell. Rake up, cover over. Ramp, rear as a lion, etc. Wrapped, carry away. Wrapped, enraptured. Rascal, young or inferior deer. Rash, strike with a glancing oblique blow, as a boar with its tusk. Retscy, Geomilil, a famous highwayman. Raven, devour. Reach, understand. Real, regal. Rebatu, rough, turn down collar. Rector, rectress, director, governor. Redrgui, confute. Reduce, bring back. Read, counsel, advice. Real, run riot. Refel, refute. Reformidios, disgraced or disbanded soldiers. Regiment, government. Regression, return. Regular, tail of a tub. Regular, noun, quibble, any 500. Religion, make of, make a point of, scruple of. Relish, savor. Remnant, scrap of quotation. Remora, species of fish. Render, depict, exhibit, show. Repair, reinstate. Repetition, recital, narration. Ariarimuasibat. Resint, resident. Residence, sediment. Resolution, judgment, decision. Resolve, inform, assure, prepare, make up one's mind. Dissolve, come to a decision, be convinced, relax, set at ease. Respective, worthy of respect, regardful, discriminative. Respectively, with reverence. Respectilius, regardless. Respire, exhale, inhale. Responsible, correspondent. Rest, musketrest. Rest, set up one's, venture one's all, one's last stake from game of primero. Rest, arrest. Restive, resty, dull, inactive. Wretchlessness, recklessness. Retire, cause to retire. Retricto, fencing term. Retrieve, rediscovery of game once sprung. Returns, ventures sent abroad, for the safe return of which so much money is received. Reverberate, dissolve or blend by reflected heat. Reverse, reverso, backhanded thrust, etc. in fencing. Revise, reconsider a sentence. Rheum, spleen, caprice. Ribibe, abusive term for an old woman. Rid, destroy, do away with. Rifling, raffling, dicing. Ring, cracked within the, coins so cracked were unfit for currency. Rissc, risen, rose. Rivlled, wrinkled. Roarer, swaggere. Rochet, fish of the gurnet kind. Rock, distaff. Rodumwentie, braggadocio. Rogue, vagrant, vagabond. Rondel, a round mark in the score of a public house. Nares, roundel. Rook, sharper, fool, dupe. Rosakr, similar to ratsbane. Rosa solis, a spiced spirituous liquor. Roses, rosettes. Round, gentlemen of the, officers of inferior rank. Round trunks, trunk hose, short loose breeches reaching almost or quite to the knees. Rouse, carouse, bumper. Rover, arrow used for shooting at a random mark at uncertain distance. Rwipwy, roly-poly. Rude, rudeness, unpolished, roughness, coarseness. Ruffle, flaunt, swagger. Rug, coarse frieze. Ruggows, gown made of rug. Rush, reference to rushes with which the floors were then strewn. Rusher, one who strewed the floor with rushes. Russet, homespun cloth of neutral or reddish-brown color. Sack, loose flowing gown. Sadly, seriously, with gravity. Sadness, sober, seriousness. SAFFI, bailiffs. St. Thomas A. Waterings, place in Surrey where criminals were executed. Saker, small piece of ordnance. Salt leap. Salt lascivious. Sampsuciachini, sweet marjoram. Saraband, a slow dance. Saturnals, began December 17. Sauciness, presumption, insolence. Saucy, bold, impudent, wanton. Saunalat, a gesture of contempt. Savor, perceive, gratify, please, to partake of the nature. Say, sample. Say, assay, try. Scald, word of contempt, implying dirt and disease. Scallion, shallot, small onion. Scandrbag, name which the Turks, in allusion to Alexander the Great, gave to the brave Castriot, chief of Albania, with whom they had continual wars. His romantic life had just been translated, Gifford. Scape, escape. Scarab, beetle. Screoccio, fold of paper, cover, cartouch, cartridge. Sconce, head. Scope, aim. Scott and lot, tax, contribution, formerly a parish assessment. Scotomy, dizziness in the head. Scour, purge. Scorc, deal, swap. Scratches, disease of horses. Scroile, mean, rascally fellow. Scruple, doubt. Seal, put hand to the giving up of property or rights. Sealed, stamped as genuine. Seamrent, ragged. Seaming, laces, insertion or edging. Sear up, close by searing, burning. Serced, sifted. Secretary, able to keep a secret. Secular, worldly, ordinary, commonplace. Secure, confident. Sela, happy, blessed. Season, legal term, possession. Selry, lewd person. Sembly, similarly. Seminary, a Romish priest educated in a foreign seminary. Senseless, insensible, without sense or feeling. Sensibly, perceptibly. Sensive, sensitive. Sensual, pertaining to the physical or material. Serene, harmful, dew of evening. Sericon, red tincture. Servant, lover. Services, doughty deeds of arms. Sesterce, Roman copper coin. Set, stake, wager. Set up, drill. Sets, deep plates of the rough. Sewer, officer who served up the feast, and brought water for the hands of the guests. Shape, a suit by way of disguise. Shift, fraud, dodge. Shift or cheat. Shittle, shuttlecock, shuttlecock. Shot, tavern reckoning. Shot clog, one only tolerated because he paid the shot, reckoning for the rest. Shot free, scot free, not having to pay. Shove groat, low kind of gambling amusement, perhaps somewhat of the nature of pitch and toss. Shottus hrks, drawers. Shrewd, mischievous, malicious, cursed. Shrewdly, keenly, and a high degree. Shrive, sheriff. Posts were set up before his door for proclamations or to indicate his residence. Shroving, shrovetide, season of merriment. Siglla, seal mark. Silenced, Brethren, ministers, those of the church or nonconformists who had been silenced, deprived, etc. Silly, simple, harmless. Simple, silly, witless, plain, true. Simples, herbs. Single, term of chase, signifying when the hunted stag is separated from the herd or forced to break covert. Single, weak, silly. Single money, small change. Singular, unique, supreme. SIQIS, bill, advertisement. SKLDRNG, getting money under false pretenses, swindling. Skill, ites not, matters not. Skink poor drawer, tapster. Skirt tail. Sleek, smooth. Slice, fire, shovel, or pan, dial. Slick, sleek, smooth. Slid, slight, SPRACOUS, irreverent oaths. Slight, slight, cunning, cleverness, trick. Slip, counterfeit coin, bastard. Slippery, polished and shining. Slops, large loose breeches. Slot, print of a stag's foot. Slur, put a slur on, cheat, by sliding a die in some way. Smelt, gull, simpleton. SNORLE, perhaps snarl as puppy is addressed, Cunningham. SNOTTRIE, filth. Snuff, anger, resentment, take in, take offense at. Snuffers, small open silver dishes for holding snuff, or receptacle for placing snuffers in Halliwell. Sock, shoe worn by comic actors. Sod, seethe. Soggy, soaked, sodden. Soil, take, said of a hunted stag when he takes to the water for safety. Soul, sue. SOLDADOS, soldiers. Solicit, rouse, excite to action. Sooth, flattery, cajolery. Soothe, flatter, humor. Sophisticate, adulterate. Sort, company, party, rank, degree. Sort, suit, fit, select. Souse, ear. Soused, devil is an ass, fall. Read, sout, which Dice interprets as a variety of the spelling of shooed. To shoo is to scare a bird away. See his Webster, page 350. SOWTER, cobbler. SBAGYRICA, chemistry according to the teachings of Paracelsus. Spar, bar. Speak, make known, proclaim. Speculation, power of sight. Sped, to have fared well, prospered. SBASEA, species. SBAGHT, anger, rancor. Spinner, spider. SBNSTRY, lewd person. Spittle, hospital, lazarhouse. Spleen, consider the seat of the emotions. Spleen, caprice, humor, mood. SBRUNT, spruce. Spurge, foam. Spur RYAL, gold coin worth 15s. Squire, square measure, by the exactly. Staggering, wavering, hesitating. Stain, disparagement, disgrace. Stale, decoy or cover, stalking horse. Stale, make cheap, common. Stalk, approach stealthily or under cover. Stall for stall. Standard, suit. Staple, market, emporium. Stark, downright. Starting, HLES, loopholes of escape. State, dignity, canopied chair of state, a state. ST8UMINATE, support vines by poles or stakes, used by Pliny Gifford. Stay, gag. Stay, await, detain. Stickler, second or umpire. Stigmatize, mark, brand. Still, continual, lie, constant, lie. Stinkered, stinking fellow. Stint, stop. SDIPTIC, astringent. Stoccata, thrust in fencing. Stockfish, salted and dried fish. Stomach, pride, valor. Stomach, resent. Stoop, swoop down as a hawk. Stop, fills, stuff. Stopple, stopper. STOTA, stoat, weasel. Stoop, stoop, swoop equals bow. Straight, straightway. STRMAZUN, iddle. Stremazone, a down blow as opposed to the thrust. Strange, like a stranger, unfamiliar. Strangeness, distance of behavior. STRAGHTS, or Bermudas, labyrinth of alleys and courts in the Strand. STRIGUNIUM, Grau in Hungary, taken from the Turks in 1597. Strike, balance, accounts. String halt, disease of horses. Strokr, smoother, flatterer. Strok, pp. Of strike. Stromplpatched, strummel is glossed in dialectics. As a long, loose, and disheveled head of hair. Studies, studious efforts. Style, title, pointed instrument used for writing on wax tablets. Subtle, fine, delicate, thin, smooth, soft. Subtlety, subtlity, subtle device. Suburb, connected with loose living. Succuba, demons in form of women. Suck, extract money from. Sufferance, suffering. Summed, term of falconry, with full-grown plumage. Supernegulum, topers turned the cup bottom up when it was empty. Superstitious, overscrupulous. Supple, to make pliant. Surbate, make sore with walking. Surstesis. Surreverence, save your reverence. Survic, peruse. Suscitability, excitability. Suspect, suspicion. Suspend, suspect. Suspended, held over for the present. Sutler, victualler. Swed, clown, bore. Swath, bands, swaddling clothes. Swinge, beat. Tabard, emblazoned mantle or tunic worn by knights and heralds. Table s, pair of, tablets, notebook. Tabor, small drum. Tabrt, tabor. Taffeta, silk, tough taffeta, a more costly silken fabric. Taint, a staff, break a lance at tilting in an unscientific or dishonorable manner. Take in, capture, subdue. Take me with you, let me understand you. Take up, obtain on credit, borrow. Talent, sum or weight of Greek currency. Tall, stout, brave. Tankard bearers, men employed to fetch water from the conduits. Tarleton, celebrated comedian and jester. Tartarus, like a tartar. Tavern token, to swallow a, get drunk. Tell count. Tell troth, true stellar. Temper, modify, soften. Tender, show regard, care for, cherish, manifest. Tent, take heed. Ters, swept and polished. Tertia, that portion of an army levied out of one particular district or division of a country. Gifford. Teston, tester, coin worth 6d. Thrdbrugh, constable. Thread, quality. Threeves, droves. 3 farthings, piece of silver current under Elizabeth. 3 piled of finest quality, exaggerated. Thriftily, carefully. Thrums, ends of the weaver's warp, coarse yarn made from. Thumb ring, familiar spirits were supposed capable of being carried about in various ornaments or parts of dress. Tibiasiani, player on the tibia or pipe. Tic-tac, game similar to backgammon. Tightly, promptly. Tim, expressive of a climax of nonentity. Timeless, untimely, unseasonable. Tincture, an essential or spiritual principle supposed by alchemists to be transfusible into material things, an imparted characteristic or tendency. Tink, tinkle. Tippet, turn, change behavior or way of life. Tipstaff, staff tipped with metal. Tire, headdress. Tire, feed ravenously, like a bird of prey. Titillation, that which tickles the senses, as a perfume. Todd, fox. Twald, worn out, harassed. Token, piece of base metal used in place of very small coin, when this was scarce. Tioniniales, nostrils. Top, parish. Large top kept in villages for amusement and exercise in frosty weather when people were out of work. Toter, tutor, player on a wind instrument. Tousc, pull, rend. Toward, docile, apt, on the way to, as regards, present at hand. Toy, whim, trick, term of contempt. Tract, attraction. Train, allure, entice. Transitory, transmittable. Translate, transform. Trait trip, game at dice, success depended on throwing a 3, naries. Trechor, trader. Treen, wooden. Trencher, serving men who carved or served food. Tiarian deletail, trundle-tail, curly-tailed. Trick, tricking, term of heraldry, to draw outline of coat of arms, etc. without blazoning. Trig, a spruce, dandified man. Trill, trickle. Trillibub, tripe, any worthless, trifling thing. Tripoly, come from, able to perform feats of agility, a jest nominal, depending on the first part of the word Gifford. Trite worn shabby. Trivia, three-faced goddess Hecate. Trojan, familiar term for an equal or inferior. Thief. Troll, sing loudly. Trompe, trump, deceive. Trope, figure of speech. Tro, think, believe, wonder. TRWLE, troll. TROWSES, breeches, drawers. TRUCHMAN, interpreter. Trundle, John, well-known printer. Trundle, roll, go rolling along. Trundling, CHEATS, term among gypsies and beggars for carts or coaches. Gifford. Trunk, speaking tube. Truss, tie the tagged laces that fasten the breeches to the doublet. Tubesiani, trumpeter. Tucket, idle. Ticcato, introductory flourish on the trumpet. Tuition, guardianship. Tumbler, a particular kind of dog, so called from the mode of his hunting. Tumburiel slop, loose, baggy breeches. Turd, excrement. Tusk, gnash the teeth, century dict. TWRE, peep, twinkle. Tuppenny room, gallery. TYRNG house, a tiring room. Ulian SPIGL. See howliglass. Umbratile, like or pertaining to a shadow. UMBRE, brown dye. UNBATED, unabated. UNBORED, excessively bored. Uncarnate, not fleshly or of flesh. Uncouth, strange, unusual. Undertaker, one who undertook by his influence in the House of Commons to carry things agreeably to His Majesty's wishes. Wally, one who becomes surety for. Unequal, unjust. UNEXCPTD, no objection taken at. Unfeared, unaffrighted. Unhappily, unfortunately. Unicorn's horn, supposed antidote to poison. Unkind lie, unnatural lie. Unmanned, untamed term in falconry. UNQIT, undischarged. Unready, undressed. UNRUDA, rude to an extreme. Unseasoned, unseasonable, unripe. UNSELED, a hawk's eyes were sealed by sewing the eyelids together with fine thread. Untimely, unseasonably. UNVSUABLE, invaluable. Upbraid, make a matter of reproach. UPSEE, heavy kind of Dutch beer Halliwell, Dutch in the Dutch fashion. UPTLS all, refrain of a popular song. Urge, allege as accomplice, instigator. URSHIN, urchin hedgehog. Use, interest on money, part of sermon dealing with the practical application of doctrine. Use, be in the habit of, accustomed to, put out to interest. Esquibah, whiskey. Usuary, usury. Utter, put in circulation, make to pass current, put forth for sale. Veil, bow, do homage. Veils, tips, gratuities. VALL. See veil. VLLIS, FR. Valise, portmanteau, bag. Vapor, S, N. And V, used affectedly like humor, in many senses, often very vaguely and freely ridiculed by Johnson. Humor, disposition, whims, brag, jing, hector, ing, etc. Varlet, bailiff, or surgintat mace. VAT, vault. Veer not, pay out. Vegetal, vegetable, person full of life and vigor. Velout, velvet. Velvet custard. Cf. Taming of the Shrew, Roman 4. 382, custard coffin, coffin being the raised crust over a pie. Vent, vend, sell, give outlet to scent, snuff up. Venue, bout, fencing term. VRDUGO, span, hangman, executioner. Verge, in the, within a certain distance of the court. Vex, agitate, torment. Vice, the buffoon of old moralities, some kind of machinery for moving a puppet, Gifford. Vi and REVIE, to hazard a certain sum, and to cover it with a larger one. VINCNT against York, 2 heralds at arms. Vindicate, avenge. VIRG, wand, rod. Virginal, old form of piano. Virtue, valor. VIVLY, in lifelike manner, livelily. Vizard, mask. Vogue, rumor, gossip. Voice, vote. Void, leave, quit. Volery, cage, aviary. Volley at, owe the volley, at random from a term of tennis. VORLOFFE, furlough. WEDLOE, keeper of the Devil Tavern, where Johnson and his friends met in the Apollo Room, Wally. WHTS, waits, night musicians, band of musical watchmen, Webster, or old form of hot boys. WNNION, vengeance, plague, nares. Ward, a famous pirate. Ward, garden fencing. WHT, pale sky blue. Wheels, welfare. Weed, garment. Weft, waif. WHTS, to the gold, to every minute particular. Welkin, sky. Well spoken, of fair speech. Weltorned, turned and polished as on a wheel. Welt hem, border of fur. WHER, weather. Whetstone, George, an author who lived 1544 to 1587. Whiff, a smoke or drink, taking the, inhaling the tobacco smoke or some such accomplishment. WHIGHIs, neighings, whinnyings. Whimsy, whim, humor. WHINLNG, whining weekly. Wit, a mere jot. WHITMET, food made of milk or eggs. Wicked, bad, clumsy. Wicker, pliant, agile. Wilding, esp. Fruit of wild apple or crab tree, Webster. Wine, I have the for you, Prov. I have the perquisites of the office which you are to share, Cunningham. WNNY, same as old word one, to stay, etc. Wally. Wise woman, fortune teller. Wish, recommend. WSSE, I, certainly, of a truth. Without, beyond. Witty, cunning, ingenious, clever. Wood, collection, lot. Woodcock, term of contempt. Woolsack pies, name of tavern. Wort, unfermented beer. WANDY, great, extreme. Wreak, revenge. Rot, wrought upon. WSSC, interjection. See wis. Yinling, lamb kid. Zany, an inferior clown, who attended upon the chief fool and mimicked his tricks. End of the project Gutenberg ebook of Volpone, or The Fox by Ben Jonson.